Hello, friends and fans, and welcome to the third day of the Division 2 China broadcast. My name is Nomad. Join me on the panel. We've got Fluke and Lizard as we blast through these two best of threes. That's right, we've got two series coming up today, and I'm very excited to get into them. But Fluke, how you doing? Yeah, I mean, it's the evening for you in Australia, right? What you been doing today?
Yeah, it's about 7 p.m. right now on the eastern coast of Australia, so I'm pretty cruisy when it comes to time zones. So thanks to everyone for putting on the China broadcast, not Western Europe again, where it was like 1 a.m. start times for me. I know all the Europeans are definitely having a bad time right now, so I'll take that in my stride. But I mean, it was a pretty chill day for me. I only played a few games of Dota today actually, and just got ready for the broadcast.
Important question: what did you pick?
Nature's Prophet. I played 2 MP games back to back.
I don't know. What do you think, Lizard? Respectable player? Respectable gamer over there?
I don't think Fluke is respectable in any way, but picking Nature's Prophet doesn't change that. So, like, it's not the worst. Like, he could have picked Lina. This man is honest. Yeah. Like, you can see it. He wants the MMR points. He won't be picking bullshit, but at the same time, like, he's picking Nature's Prophet. So, I don't know.
Okay, he's not the very bottom of the barrel.
It balances out. How can I say anything to him? I picked Meepo all the time, man. What can I tell him? True,
that's true. All right, well, we got a day of games coming up today, but of course we had a bunch of games which happened 2 days ago. On the 7th, we had Meteor versus Poke and Cloud versus Outsiders from CN in their debut series. So let's take a quick look back at those and see exactly what went down. Of course, we started with Meteor versus Poke. Meteor, Fluke, this team, they like to play fast, they like to play hard, but that's not really what happened in the first game of this series, right?
Yeah, it seems like these guys really like their Nature's Prophet +1, and it seems like Poke did a lot of their research. They just took rid of that Nature's Prophet in every single one of those games. They didn't have to play with it. Forced Meteor to play this kind of weirder style. We saw coming out from Poke as well that they like to rely on their hard carries from Lonfer as well. So this was kind of a battle between both these two teams about what kind of style was going to work out for them. It seemed like this time around, Poke was able to get it done. It was 61 minutes. It was very, very back and forth for both those two teams. There was multiple different angles for a lot of these two teams to be able to take the win, but eventually Poke were able to get it done. And unfortunately, for two officials days in a row, Nomad, Poke has won the first game and then lost the next two in their whole series. So hopefully that's not a sign of things to come for Poke.
Have they? Okay. Right. That's...
Oh, actually, no. Don't worry. I'm thinking about Meteor. Meteor were the team that lost one and then were able to come back. That's my bad.
That's all right.
Close enough.
Yeah.
Happened to someone.
They were in the same... This is the series, right? Like Poke versus Meteor.
Yep.
That was the game. Yeah. So, yeah, like, it's China Division 2. I can't blame you. Sometimes we mix them up. But overall,
it shows that Meteor are the comeback kings. They lose first game, win second too.
They're just warming up, right? That's like me on our first panel. Like, I had no idea what's going on. I'm like, okay,
yeah, you were awful.
That was awful, right? Like, I was like, who is this working with me? Who is this British person with curly hair? What's he on about? Why is...
I didn't remember my name.
Yeah, like, I couldn't. But
message in the group channel being like, who is this guy?
Your name is difficult to pronounce, though, so it's not my fault.
Bajina.
Bajina, yeah. Nomad Bajina. The games were actually, I don't know, like, they were quite all right for me. I expected worse, honestly. Like, I expected, because we had a couple of games in Division 1 in which, like, the bottom tier teams, like the two bottom teams, when they would play Dota, it would just be abysmal. Like, it would be difficult to watch at some points. Division 2 so far looked quite all right for me. Maybe the second series wasn't as competitive as the first one, but it was still good. Like, I still enjoyed it. The first series obviously was closer, thus more enjoyable, but I don't know, both of these teams delivered. Like, the way they moved across the map, the plays that they made overall were sensible. It wasn't just random running around hoping to get a kill or two, smoking just for the kills. It felt like everything had a purpose, and because of that, I'm looking forward to today. Like, I have faith now.
Yeah, there was no points where I was looking at any of these teams so far and being like, oh, these guys are just a bunch of pub stackers here to kind of, just chill out in Div 2 and see what happens. I feel like every team we've seen so far has been a well put together team. And the only team we haven't seen so far is like YBB, right? And you kind of know that they're going to be a pretty legit team. You know, YBB are the baby squad, the little baby squad of Extreme.
Of Extreme, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So you know, these guys, they're going to be looking to prove themselves. They're going to be looking to show them what they're made of. They've got some good players on the team as well, so they're definitely going to be another big competitor. But yeah, this was the second series, which was Cloud versus Outsiders, and Outsiders, their debut, of course, and they were just looking to kind of make a big name for themselves. But again, Cloud didn't do too badly, especially in the second game as well. They put up a really, really good fight, and I was kind of, I don't know.
This is what happens. Like when you have a star player such as Nine and he leaves you, you drop down in Division 2. You don't play that well. It is what it is.
Feels bad.
Yeah, but TI winner. What can you do? It's hard to play without him.
Well, you have
exactly, and I think a good thing for Cloud as well is I think they kind of restored a bit of faith in us after that game 2 from Vici. Obviously, recency bias going into that next series up against Outsiders. We weren't quite sure what the mental was going to be like for Cloud, and I think they really kind of pulled it together. Unfortunately for them, this game number 2 kind of slipped away from them. There were some really, really good fights that came out from Outsiders, which once again goes to show that I think this Div 2 for China is going to be relatively close, and I hope that Cloud, you know, once they get a lot of these harder opponents out of the way, they can really start to rebuild. I don't think they're out of the race just yet, going 0-2 with series scoreline, but they definitely need to start trending back up if they want to have a shot at staying in Division 2.
Yeah. I think as well, for a lot of these teams, it comes down to like the timing of going high ground as well, which has obviously always been one of the biggest things in Dota. But like in that game, they kind of had it, and they just went under the tier 4s for no particular reason, you know? Like, I mean, it wasn't no particular reason, of course, you know. They felt like they wanted to take the high ground and take some buildings, and then they thought they saw an opportunity. It wasn't an opportunity, some buybacks came in. Taylor's old as time. We've seen it time and time again, and that's what led to them to that defeat. And yeah, poor old Cloud. You know, I'm actually rooting for them today against YBB. Biascaster, I know, but they've had their opening games versus Vici Gaming and Outsiders. So whilst they are bottom of the standings at the moment, I don't feel like they deserve to be. I'm vouching for my boys Cloud, even though they've got 3 incredibly hard matchups coming out of the gates. Anything here which surprises you, Fluke? I mean, obviously early days. We haven't had all the matchups going yet.
No, not really. I think a lot of these teams are kind of where they are. I think Meteor being able to scrape in, the 2-1 victories against Mystique and Poke kind of puts them, I think, it maybe does Poke a little bit dirty, considering that I feel like there was multiple times in that series that they could have been able to take it. So, with a few more of these series we've got going forward, obviously that Mystique still need to play a few more of these games so we can get a better idea about where they are and what YBB looks like as well. But I don't think there's too many standouts right now.
Yeah, I think Meteor are in a good place to stay in Div 2. I think pushing them, even though they're already like top of the charts with 2-0, their matchups were against Mystique and against Poke, and they were both 2-1s as well. So I think when we look towards Meteor being at the top, I don't think they're heading towards qualification, I'll be honest. I think there's better teams in the region, but I think they've just had a good start. And I think it's a really terrible start for Poke as well, because they had LBZS, who are obviously quite a good team, and then they had Meteor, who are kind of like, I would say, a middle ground team. They've had some impressive moments, but not enough to make me think that they're going to be beating out the big boys. So the fact that they're already 0-2 is kind of tricky for them. We'll see how Poke develop, but yeah, things looking hard. Listen, let's take a look forward for today. I mean, we've got LBZS versus Mystique on the cards, and then we've got Cloud versus YBB. Which of these two series do you think is going to be closest?
Can I just first say that I love your bounty hunter, Fluke?
Thank you.
It wasn't bounty yesterday, the last day, right? 2 days ago.
No, it was TA. I've been changing it every day, so I've got like
how many
this is Danog and Ares. They're just floating around on my desk as well. So yeah, I try and change it every day.
I see. Like very, I can see the resemblance, with Danog and Ares. Yeah. Like nice pick. What did you ask, Nomad? You had a serious question. Please repeat.
I did, yes. Trying to keep things on track here, Liz. Trying to keep professional. Out of the two series we have today, LBZS versus Mystique and Cloud versus YBB. Which of these two series do you think is going to be closest?
Well, the second one is going to be fun. I'll tell you for sure. For the first one, I'm not so sure what we'll see. I'm not well acquainted to the power levels of these teams. I'm sure Fluke will maybe give us more insight into that. But when it comes to Cloud and YBB, like I expect a good series. Like everything you talked about Cloud earlier, I completely agree with it. I feel that this team could have taken a game off of Outsiders as well. And if you get yourself in a spot in which you take a game off of Outsiders, you should perhaps be able to match YBB too. I'm just hoping that their morale is still high, because some of those games, they're soul crushing. Like you're pushing tier 4s even, and then you just can't close out a game. That's usually a problem with lower tier teams. Like it's very difficult for them to find the right opportunity to exploit their advantage without throwing the game, because sometimes exploiting the advantage means doing absolutely nothing. Just continue building on it. They didn't build on their advantage. Instead, they tried to like kind of close out the game, for which they got punished in the end. So maybe if they can fix that, they could take a game or two off of YBB.
All right, let's focus in now on our first series of the day. It is going to be LBZS versus Team Mystique battling it out here. Of course, LBZS did win their opening matchup against Team Poke relatively convincingly. Mystique, meanwhile, they're currently a series down as they got beaten by the side of Meteor. But I think the most important thing to mention here, guys, is that these guys actually played against each other like 3 days ago in the Lunar New Year event. And LBZS turned Mystique inside out, to put it lightly. 2 games in around the kind of 25-minute mark. Absolutely brutal stuff. Fluke, you know, they say losing is learning, but that much of a smackdown, they gotta be a little bit scared coming on Mystique, right?
Yeah, it definitely probably gives them a little bit of fear coming into this series, but hopefully for Mystique, maybe the mentality going into that series was let's not give anything away to LBZS, considering that we've got our DPC match coming up. That would be the only kind of way that it'd be like, okay, that's where you can kind of have a positive from a serious smackdown like that as well. So hopefully Team Mystique, they were able to get some information on LBZS. Maybe they're able to figure out some early warding, some early rotations that LBZS can do, and maybe they start to exploit that in this first game. But I think coming into this series as a whole, LBZS are definitely favorites, considering how they looked in their first series and how Team Mystique looked in their first series as well, and obviously with the recent series between the two. So I think for Team Mystique, they may have to pull something out of the bag here to be able to take down LBZS in a whole series. At
the very least, at least the bar is really low, right? Like if they can come out of today pushing a game past the 30-minute mark, then hey, we did better than last time. Good job, guys. So let's hope they have that aspect of positivity about them. Meanwhile, LBZS, this team, you know, they looked all right versus Poco, I would say. You know, pretty easy matchup. They got a very gentle start coming into this one, and overall, I think this team, I'm interested to see what they can do. I mean, Liz, where would you put them in your power rankings, and what stands out to you about this team?
What stands out about this team is they always manage to get into Division 1, then they get kicked down, then they come back again. They keep their smiley sunshine on their logo, though. But in all seriousness, like they always find good players. They always find a couple of good players at least. The squad is never completely amazing. The squad always is missing something. But if you look at their past players, you can find a couple of them that actually got into like serious good teams in Division 1. Like for example, Salad. He's one of the best position 4s at the moment in Division 1. Like he was really outperforming his teammates there. So in eHome. So I don't know. It's an interesting team to watch from that perspective. Like you can definitely see moments of brilliance, but they've never managed in the last 3-4 years that we've been watching them. They never managed to really put it all together and contend for more than, I don't know, not getting relegated from Division 1. It's always like between being relegated and staying in Division 1. That's their fight.
Yeah. I think LBZS are farmers, you know, they grow their crops, they're lovely players, you know, they water them, they nourish them, they treat them well.
They're the Cinderella of China. That's what
they grow them into beautiful wheat, and then they harvest them and sell them off to the highest bidder. And that's how LBZS do things, but and which makes sense for the Sunshine team. So there we go, perfectly done. Alrighty, let's get into this draft. We do have game one now live between LBZS and Team Mystique. Can Mystique make up for the absolute devastation they faced 3 days ago, or is it going to be the same thing again here in the DPC?
Oh, no.
That is a question. What's wrong, Fluke?
Lena's in the pool.
Oh no, I'm not going to have to get out the sticky pad
LBZS.
again, am I?
Yeah, last time they got it, they were given the Lena. Also, surprisingly, LBZS won the coin toss and chose for Radiant as well. So what we've seen so far across Division 2 in China, Radiant actually has I believe what is it? I think it's like a 75% win rate over the top of Dire. Yeah, 75% win rate, and Dire only has a 25% win rate. So right now, it seems like teams are really starting to really enjoy Radiant. I always thought that Dire has been the one that a lot of teams had been going towards, so maybe Big Brain Lizard might be able to give us some ideas about that. But for some reason, Division 2 China is really starting to enjoy the Radiant side.
Dude, Blizzards aren't big-brained. Lizard people are basically like, I don't know what they are. Sneaky and just muscle, that's it. No brains here. But wait, what did you say? 70% on Radiant for Lena.
75% win rate on Radiant. Yeah.
I don't know what that's about. I think it's more of it. I think those stats might be skewed a little bit to like the teams that are playing her or something like that. I won't say that it's necessarily like advantages to play Lena on Radiant. I can't really see the reason why it would be, right? Like the lane is kind of similar. The way you farm, the farming patterns are similar. Not sure. Maybe there is something to it. I'll put my finest detectives on the case.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll send little birds out there, see what we can figure out.
Is it not just a case of whoever gets first pick usually is on Radiant because they don't get first pick for the side?
Wow, you're so smart, Nomad.
Is that correct?
I mean, it could be.
Yeah.
It could be. Yeah.
Sounds correct.
It could also be what Lizard said, right? Where it's like it's just been skewed towards the better teams, and we still need a few more games to start to figure it out.
I'm just. You gave them Lena and Treant. Like what are you doing, Mystique? Like you really have to have an amazing plan. Tiny is solid, but I'm worried for them. Unless they really crush early on, this Lena will always have that frontliner. Jumps in, overgrowth with the Treant, protects her with the shield. There's a reason why this combo is always disrupted. Like, you can give Lena, you can give Tree, but you never give both of them. You never go full Lena and Treant.
The combo
I was thinking that as well. I don't know why. That's very strange.
Everyone was along that same thought process. But the one thing that I'm thinking here for Team Mystique is we saw it last time Lena was given away, right? The fact that teams are starting to pick the Riki into her, and if they go Riki in combination with the Mirana and the Tiny, you put the Tiny into a core role, you try and give it a good mid matchup, and then you can have that combination where you just find the Lena pre-BKB while she's trying to farm, and you can catch her out and kill her.
It's a good idea. Like they already got the Primal Beast as well. If they got even the Riki, I wouldn't mind it that much. They would be like team of assassins, literally. Like all of their heroes. Like I would really enjoy that. Like I would enjoy a Riki here. I wouldn't mind it, because you get a hero that scouts, then you have Primal Beast and Tiny that can just jump on.
Sorry.
They're back.
Oh, look at that, cat ears! Wow, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Professional insight, Nomad.
It was really important to derail you for that comment.
Man, I'm supposed to be the clown here, not you. Come on.
But you're filling too many roles, Lizard. You're filling too many roles.
Okay,
you're the pretty one, you're the smart one, you're the funny one. Come on.
No,
Give something to me in
I
free.
didn't say funny one. You're the funny one. I'm just clowning.
Oh, that's different.
Yeah. So what do you think about the next pick, guys? What's gonna happen? Some safe laner or off laner?
Do you want your mid hero here? I'm just trying to figure out what Mystique played last time they had the Primal Beast. I believe it was mid last time, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was. Actually, no, it was their offlaner.
So it's basically what Secret did, right? Like first they would roll Primal plus, I don't know, Riki, Primal plus Techies versus Lena. The idea was good, they just played it poorly.
Yeah. What a draw from LBZS though. Like I feel like if you just told LBZS, just write down 5 heroes which you want to play, and we'll give them to you
Okay.
with 0 bans. I'm pretty sure these are the 4 of the heroes they would have picked. This is insane. And now they pick Slark? I don't like this Slark pick, I'll be honest.
Why not?
It's good for the lane, right? But I feel like after that point, what are you going to do? Like in the team fights, how does he actually get enabled? He has to buy a BKB. There's too many like targetless stuns about.
I don't think I don't think he has to necessarily.
No?
But like the way I see Team Mystique, it's not necessarily only about the Slark. It's how they all work together. Like this team right now is like if they, I can like when I see their draft, I understand it completely. Like I like it. The only question is, can they actually execute it properly? Because the strategy around this is not easy to execute. Like you have to be on the hunt 24/7. You have to be using this Mirana ulti. You have to be using smokes off cooldown. Your Slark needs to get eggs instantly, get in fights to help out catching off the Lina. Like I can see it working. And it's fun. I love their draft because it's fun. Like this LBZS draft, I want to spit on it. I'm so bored. Like I see this Lina Treant Mars. I'm like, oh my god, once again, just get me out, you know. But yeah, I agree with you. Mars, Lina Treant, kind of hard to play against. Any team right now would pick that.
Yeah, I can see from both sides, right? Like you can see whether the Slark's going to have his issues, but it also kind of circles back to what you were saying a little bit earlier on, Lizard, where you're saying it's like a bunch of assassins for Team Mystique. They're going to play really, really fast. They need to make sure they're constantly in the face of LBZS and not allow them to utilize all of this big team fight and kind of just constantly move around the map and just take control of it. And I think Slark is one of the better carriers at being able to do that if you enable him in the lane.
They also banned out Ember, by the way, from zone. Like he was standing in once or twice for Division 1 teams, and his Ember was actually on fire. No damn pun intended. I really didn't want to make that pun.
Low.
Like he was on fire. Like he really played damn well. Like basically in a couple of games that he played, I think it was maybe even just 1 or 2 games, 1 series that is. Like, he was the outstanding player for the team he was standing in. So. Nice of them to ban the Ember.
Respectful. Yeah, absolutely. All right, Mystique.
Does that lean towards any more of these other mid heroes that they can pick here for LBZS? They could still run the Mars mid if they would like to try and give it a half-decent matchup. He doesn't really lose all too many of those matchups.
Yeah, you actually don't have the last pick, right?
Oh, yeah, the PP Mars. I remember this. And PP Lina, actually.
Wait, who's PP? Is that Dolphin?
Dolphin. Yeah, yeah. He changed
Why did he change from PP?
I don't know. I'm mad about it. It's a sore subject.
Yeah, like what the hell? You have such an amazing nickname, you change it to Dolphin. I mean, I guess he has 1 P now in the Dolphin, so it's all right.
Kept 1, just to remember it by.
Oh damn! Hi, Lesh. Long time no see.
Oh, okay. Well, that's like the last mid hero that can kind of deal with this Slark, right? Like you just have all this damage that he can't really get away with. So if this Leshrac has a relatively good time, like what are Mystique going to do for their final pick to try and give them a good lane against the Leshrac?
I don't see that you. Maybe there aren't any big picks that you can just destroy the Lesh with. Like usually these heroes are kind of not do not complement Slark, right? Like these long ranged guys. Maybe an SF or something like that. But overall, I'm not sure. Like Clash is gonna have a good time. I feel like no matter what. Maybe, yeah. Dragon, sure. Not not really what I wanted, but it makes sense in like this total aspect of what they're going for. The problem for me right now is I feel that Team Mystique have went all in to defeating this Lina, and they've completely negated PP. Like Dolphin right now has this Lash that can do whatever he wants to in the game. If they like, it feels like a really solid Lash game. None of these heroes likes playing into him. You will be able to jump stun the Lina with DK Eliminator every single fight, but there's Mars Arena, there's Overgrowth, there's a lot of spells to be stolen. I feel like you might still get crushed by the other 4s.
Yeah, I think this could be a pretty hard game, especially if the Rubik gets to like an early ag shard, right? Like if they put everything they want on top of trying to kill the Lina, all they have to do is pick him up, throw him away, and then Fonte is going to be okay. So I think this is... I like the idea that Mystique were going for. They're like, okay, we're going to play fast. We're going to try and assassinate this Lina. But I think there's a whole lot of peel that they've got for this Lina. And plus they have the Leshrac as their kind of ace card in their back pocket as well. So I really like this draft from LBZS.
Truckloads of damage coming out from LBZS in this one. Meanwhile, just some tanky boys, lots of stuns, and a pretty draft coming out from Mystique. Is it going to be enough to get revenge for what happened 3 days ago when LBZS absolutely smacked them down? Let's find out with our casters of Danog and Ares for this game number 1.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nomad. Here we go, Danog. We've got our first series of the night. Draft is settled as well. What are your initial thoughts about the draft between these two teams?
I mean, they knew exactly what they were leaving available in the pool on Mystique, right? They just played against LBZS 3 days ago. They left the Lina in the pool and the Treant, so they had to have been expecting this to happen. For the Dragon Knight to come out last, I was messaging you, I was saying, oh, I want to see them pick a Storm or something like that, because when you think of the heroes that were banned, Ember's gone, Puck's gone, Batrider was gone, all this stuff that could find the backlines and look to assassinate them were removed from the equation. And I feel like for Mystique to have any kind of success, they got to find the Treant and they got to find the Rubik, because it feels like with this LBZS lineup, once they start to get their own BKBs, and if Treant Protector gets a Blink Dagger as well, I just can't see Mystique finding those pickoffs, because you're going to have to run past all of this damage and have to pop your BKBs to be able to make it happen. So you got to go with what's been working so far, and for me, it's LBZS with this lineup.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy at all for the boys on Die to be able to get those backline supports. Potentially the Dragon Knight, you know, one of the issues they had before this pick was that they weren't able to take objectives. So maybe that's where the Elder Dragon form's able to come into play early on, so it's a little bit easier for you to hunt across the map, because I know that's what the panel was saying, that this Die lineup really thrives on getting kill after kill. And maybe if you just have such an early net worth lead, then it might be a little bit easier to find those supports like you're saying.
I mean, it's also just another one of these reliable stuns that combos together relatively well with the Sacred Arrow, so enables a few of these gank attempts super early on. You talk about that roaming potential, right? So the Lina, sorry, not the Lina, the Mirana is certainly able to do that, as long as you can get into a little bit of that damage, maybe around the Dragon Knight hitting that level 6 timing. Could be around the time that some of these mid-observer wards start to expire as well, so let's see what their timing is going to be like for that in about 5 or so minutes.
We'll see early on how this lane's able to go between the two. Of course, for me, I think this is a game where Leshrac can just completely take over.
Yeah,
I was a little bit surprised about the last phase bans from Dire. Viper, maybe a little bit more specific for the Slark. The Doom could have been protecting the DK pick if they were already considering it, but they left the Lesh in the pool, man, and Lesh is arguably the biggest counter. Him and Bloodseeker, I think, are the biggest counters to the Slark, and I think that this hero also provides a lot that they were lacking in regards to AoE damage on LBZS and an early tower push as well, so I was quite surprised they left in the pool.
Yeah, I mean, even especially if you consider those two previous games in the most recent series where they ended in under 30 minutes. I feel like if you want to have any shot here, you got to try and draw the game out at least a little bit. I know you're going against a Lina, Treant, Protector lineup that's just going to get scarier and scarier as it goes on, but you can't be losing this game in 20-odd minutes, which it feels like is a definite possibility.
Well, what lanes have to go right for them to prevent that kind of early 25-minute loss?
Every one of them. I mean, you would assume that the top lane is going to go, let's say, best for them, just because it's a Slark into a Mars, but then you think of, well, what support have we got to pair together with this? And it's a Tiny, right? Like, this is not really what you come to expect, the 5 Tiny, unless you've got it. The last time I saw 5 Tiny was when Fnatic were playing it, but, well, they look to get a kill here. There we go.
Ooh, all right. Yeah, Ray finds it, actually. Wasn't expecting the damage to be enough with that tree throw, but First Blood picked up. Unfortunately, the Slark is unable to get that Perma Agi, which you'd love to pick up for early on.
For who?
No, don't do this. Don't do this. It's a treat to be able to say it.
That's what it is. You got to get all 3 F's in it.
Oh, my bad. It's alright, I'll remember now.
Certainly going a little bit better than expected. I was saying before, unless you've got some kind of reposition on the lane, it can be a little bit difficult to be able to play this Tiny into a double melee lane, especially against a Mars somewhat, because God's Rebuke is going to be really effective. You can even just spear back to be able to prevent a lot of this early aggression. So I think Helios is just going to be a lot more defensive about his positioning in this lane. Obviously, he still wants to get a lot of these right-click trades off because he's got, of course, the boots of speed. You're going to be able to get that range happening. But I think he's just going to be constantly monitoring the Tiny's mana pool as to when he might be able to go for these avalanche combinations.
Why do we think they have put the Tiny in the safe lane and the Mirana down in the off lane? Do you feel like there's a particular reason why? Maybe we'll get a kill onto Ray, speaking about the Tiny.
I mean, what does a Tiny do into this bottom lane is my big issue, right? You've got 0 armor early on, so the Lina is just going to completely harass you down with the build that you go early on, which is the Blades of the Attack, just into a little bit of regen. And then you've got a Treant Protector, probably the one hero in the game that out-trades a Tiny super early on. That plus the Leech Seed on top of that just leads for a very bad outcome. So I can understand why they did it.
ZY might be in some trouble. We'll have enough mana to play around with this spear. Holds the Slark into place for the moment, but he didn't get enough distance away once the spear connected, so the Slark was easily able to chase him down, and this time he'll get some perma agi as a reward.
Even look to farm this here. Well done by Helios.
Bottom lane as well.
Oh.
Treant Protector? No, he's going to be okay. Just pushed him out of the arrow range, but they should still be able to chase him down nonetheless, as the position 5 on LBZS does go down.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at NJ as well on this Primal Beast. I mean, they've been prioritizing it a fair amount, but on this patch, he is 1 win, 5 losses with this Primal Beast. So it's not exactly something that you can go back to over and over if it is going to keep failing you. Maybe they thought it was a number of other reasons that might have been, but certainly for this game, with the strategy that you need to play against the Lina, I really don't hate the Primal. I think it's one of the better heroes at being able to punish her before she gets to that crucial BKB timing.
Is there a kind of different item build that you look to go for with this Primal Beast whenever you're playing versus the Lina, or is it kind of the cookie cutter?
I'd say it's cookie cutter. I mean, you can just see as soon as he picks up the Arcane Boots, he immediately looks to start making some action happen against Guoguo on his Treant Protector. Might pay with his life, though, and I mean, that's the thing. If you've got those 7 stacks of the Fiery Soul, you're just going to cop it in the face every single time.
Yeah, plus that, of course, early Falcon Blade here from Fonte, so plenty of damage for him to work with, and Go. I mean, you take a look as well. You had that second point in the lead sheet, even going for the double ring of protection just to kind of help out versus Mirana right clicks, which may have been enough to bring him down if it didn't have that extra little armor.
I wonder if there's something where NJ is just going straight back at it.
That he is, and top lane as well. We got some action. So both side lanes, LBZS are going to lose their supports. For Fonte, though,
like,
he's going to try and continue to chase. He's got the movement speed, but can he catch up? Looks like it's not going to be the case, and LSA is off the mark as well.
Wonder if NJ is just praying for a regen rune to be there, but Zode's going to be able to pick up the haste rune anyway. Like, he immediately goes back in. You get the kill onto the Treant, which is pretty important.
Dolphin might be in trouble mid. They're starting to rotate all their support, so Dragontail can set up perfectly for the arrow. Is the Leech Seed heal enough? And that's not going to be the case, as Gua along with Helios are going to try and get some revenge. Elite will be up shortly, but he's going to look for the deny instead. So beautifully done from the early game out of Team Mystique.
Yeah, certainly very well done. I mean, even Guoguo and his Treant Protector was waiting in the base just to see if there were any super early rotations that might punish if he wasn't there, because of course he doesn't have any points of the living armor just yet. It's understandable. He's only level 3,
top lane.
level 4.
Dolphins rotated. Pulse Nova, easy kill onto the Slark, and now he's going to try and catch up to the Rockman as well. The stun required to help chase down, and he won't be able to land it perfectly, as now Dolphin has plenty of time to be able to walk out of the tower. The toss will be the deterrent, and
TZY could have got that kill if he wanted to. He had the Spirit Mars available, but yeah, just wanting to give it over to Dolphin, realizing how important it is for him to continue to snowball. Of course, Dolphin doesn't have any points in the Diabolic Edict at this time, so his presence up in this top lane isn't really going to do all that much of anything. And, well, you can't leave a DK on his own. He's just going to shove those waves in pretty quickly. He's even got 3 points in Breathe Fire just to enable that.
I kind of would have liked to see them keep the Lesh here, though. The Elder Dragon forms on cooldown. You have Arena. the Slark just TP'd in as well, and you could definitely kill him a second time, and if you get that tower, then all of a sudden his lane is just completely over.
True.
But now it's Dire that are looking to get aggressive as NJ. Oh, he'll make his first rotation of the game. Try and target down TZY. Helios will be there to protect him, so the Mars will get out. That's an extra rotation as well, as they even bring Ray back up to the top lane, so a lot of resources expended for that attempt. Meanwhile, inside the river, a battle over the regen. Fortunately, the Leshies are going to be able to refill the bottle, but no one's going to go down in the end.
And you know who the happiest person about all of this is? Just Fonte sitting down bottom, just farming away on his own. Lena getting all the space in the world once again to be able to do whatever the hell she wants. So this is, again, another case of, I mean, just have a look over at the net worth, right? Primal BC starting to fall behind in a big way. Should get those kills. Not really one of them that looks to flash farm all that easily. That's why they made the rotation up towards top, trying to get this kill onto TZY. Will he drop the arena?
I don't think he can now. Slark's pounced on top of him too far, so there won't even be a thought about that defensive arena. NJ sticking around to help Slark get a kill. Really trying to slow down this Mars's game. Of course, that is a lot of their initiating early on, so if you can minimize how fast that blink comes out, then it can make it a little bit more easy for Dire to make their plays, and they're going to continue moving across the map. NJ's got that onslaught back up and available, but I don't think by himself he can get the kill into Helios. Unfortunately, the Tiny was a bit disconnected to help out.
It's going to help him out a little bit with the farming of these neutrals, just tossing him into that camp there. I want to say this in the least flamey way possible, but it kind of feels like NJ's playing as a support right now. Like, he's completely left his lane, he's not farming, he's rotating through, trying to kill cores like supports do at this stage of the game. And it just hasn't really worked all that well for him so far. I mean, look at this ward as well. Just perfectly scouting out the movement of all three strength heroes that they've got on Mystique's side right now. And all the while, Lena's continuing to farm. I don't even know if you can kill Dolphin here underneath the tower with a Tree Protector close by.
He's already got 1300 health as well from Dolphin. They're going to try and combine up with the Dragonite Elder Dragon form. It's a lot of damage early on to the left track, but it might not be enough as Dolphin sidesteps out to the right side, dodges the arrow as well, but he won't be able to survive long enough as Team Mystique bring all the boys to the mid lane to have a successful skirmish. He'll even be rewarded with a second kill onto Helios. Let's see if they can get some damage into the tower, though. That's really the important thing with this Dragonite against the Tree Protector.
I like the fact that they went for that right then as well. I don't believe you've got the Tome of Knowledge available just yet, or someone might not have purchased it. But if Tree Protector has Overgrowth, when you go for these dives, he is so much more effective, and they might be able to pick him off.
Yeah, speaking about the dive in, first pulverize of the game, TZY is still able to drop the arena. Fonte's in a great position to utilize the arena so he can just get the right clicks going. Even a Laguna Blade for good measure to cut away the life of Zone. Now they're going to try and chase up to Ray. No escape for the Rockman. Locked into place. Fonte's off to an incredible start. And what else would you expect out of Alina? Top of the net worth, already 11 minutes in with a dominating streak.
Yeah, I agree with Lizard. I'm a little tired of seeing it, at least Mystique's draft. It feels a little bit more exciting. They were able to convert on a few more kills though, right? NJ, just through that minute or so after I said that, had picked up another 3, both for himself and the team. They're trying to kill Dolphin up on this top side.
That they are, but TZY is off the mark on the spear. Do they want to potentially turn it? We see Dolphin's damage is something that Dire have to respect. But Dolphin actually doesn't have the boys to play with at the moment. No one else wanted to rotate top to take the team fight, so I'll just sacrifice TZY. I mean, you take a look at what they're getting across the map. Helios completely shoving in mid. He's going to get another full wave for his farm, and meanwhile, bottom lane as well. Guo is getting pretty close to a Blink Dagger, almost halfway as well for the Dream Protector, who has level 6.
Yeah, I mean, this is the dream right now for LBZS, right? You rotated so many heroes. Every single hero was up at that top lane, not around a siege creep timing where you could, use all of that extra damage to be able to take a tower. It was just to get a single kill, and it was onto the Mars who, TZY has been doing his job so far against a pretty rough lane, right? Dropped to the arena. He's died a few times, but he's been enabling the Lena so much.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Let's see if they can look to make quick use of this Blink Dagger pickup though from Zone. Already got about half duration left on the Elder Dragon form. They're actually not going to butt their heads against this tier 1 mid. So once again, this is going to be an Elder Dragon form that doesn't really give them a whole lot.
Oh, they're going to use the last few seconds of it. I mean, it would be great if they could find the pickoff. Again, Dream is the one that they want to get. Lena would be a great pickup as
Lena's
well.
the target. I mean, that is priority number one. Let's see if they're going to have the damage. It's up to Ray if he can close the distance, and he can without Avalanche thanks to the pogo stick, and that's a blink. Now, hang on, what the hell? He's got a blink already on the Tiny, so I mean, it's 5, 2, and 3. That's a great blink timing from the position 4, 5? Regardless.
Yeah. He was in the top lane. He got the first block.
All right, Ray.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, if they mid tower as well, that'll be a big bonus. Maybe they're feeling that LBZS don't have enough damage to be able to contest them. And I want to see if they've had a look at Dolphin's inventory recently, because he doesn't have a TP available for himself, so he's not going to be able to TP down and join in onto this. I wonder if that's going to be the trigger for them to move on forward.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Ray's just looking for a pickoff to be able to start this all out, though, with the Blink Dagger. Just
This
getting
is-
nice
this-
deep ward down. Yeah, like it. Again, they know where Lena's going to be farming, right? So that's exactly why Ray is playing around this sort of area.
This is a really interesting read from Dyer. We've got
Bottom tower
multiple Midases being worked on. Zone's got his glove, needing the recipe, and the Slark already has his own Midas as well, so it feels like they have the assumption that they can go late game versus LBZS lineup. Do you agree with that?
structures are fortified.
I mean, I've seen so many Lenas just have like double the next person's net worth that I'm not feeling super confident about it, especially considering how the early game went. Maybe if it was different, right? Maybe if the Lena was absolutely dumpstered in lane, you could say, look, we're always just going to be able to keep on top of this threat. But yeah, I'm not feeling so confident about it right now. Maybe if they had someone that was like an easy Skadi builder, you know, or if they had, I don't know, just someone that was more easily able to find the Treant Protector. My issue is that I feel like Slark's going to have a bit of an issue until he gets into the Aghanim Scepter plus the BKB. That's what's going to enable you to immediately gap close and be able to find those backlines.
Regardless, though, it is still Dyer that's looking to play aggressive early on with these blinks. They need to try and find this tower, and it's not going to be easy. He's Radiant always nearby to help protect it. This time, Team Mystique won't be able to get that perfect jump that they're requiring to maybe catch out one of the members on LBZS, but they'll still stick around. They've got great vision down at this bottom jungle, so this is really their home to play with over the next couple of minutes, but they love to also get mid as a place to be farming as well.
Yeah, but that's 2 Elder Dragon forms now that they've used with basically 0 damage done onto this mid tower. And you know what they're going to do? Guogo is just going to be using that living armor off cooldown, healing it up. He knows how important it is to be able to protect Fonte's farm, especially considering the fact of where he died last time, right? They know that because they've made that rotation, they don't want to expend too many sentry wards to be able to protect their area, especially now that the observer ward's just been dewarded. So they need to be able to back off and farm in the safer spaces.
Okay, this is really, really interesting. Remember the TI match? I'll hold that thought, but what's NJ doing? Are they going to go on him?
He's just farming.
No, no. Okay, so remember how we had Tundra Secret, of course, and the Naga Siren. I won't have a chance as top lane. Flark's being a bit of a nuisance. He's actually going to go for this. He's got the shuttered end. Instant use of the
found
purge as
Lena.
well, so the overgrowth won't be able to help out. Now Fonte's in trouble.
Oh, the toss.
That's where TZY is able to come into play, but the beautiful Arena holding them both into the middle. Fonte cannot have an escape avenue to get out, but TZY will not have the same fate. Now Dyer,
Fonte?
they've connected as well. Zone and Ray jumping over the top. They'll find another as the Rubik brought down under the tower as Team Mystique, utilizing the blinks perfectly. Everyone shows up to take that team fight.
Oof. Man, they're doing the assassination style that they were wanting, right? And I guess they were sort of aware at how they were wanting to address this fact that, you know, Lena died previously. They know exactly where she's going to be farming. The Treant Protector, that's the first time I feel like Worko has been in a poor position, you know? You're not like most position 5s where you want to put yourself in harm's way. You're a reactionary support, not someone that has a ton of mobility super early on. So the fact that he let himself die first meant that they had to expend the overgrowth.
They
that
want to
didn't
take this
result in
fight.
anything.
Plus, towards the Pulverize, multiple members of LBZS are incredibly low, and that's where Zone's able to come into play. NJ's not the easiest kill with the hood activated. They'll be able to get rid of the magic absorption pretty quickly thanks to the Leshrac, and the
Didn't
spear's
use his
plenty
stick.
of damage as well.
Get a full 20 charges on
21
it.
charges. All right,
Like
so
he's been able to get away. So yeah, before you were rudely interrupted by this great
yes, I
gameplay.
know,
What was
rudely
going on?
interrupted. Okay, so I can't remember what game it was in the grand final. It was potentially game 1 where we had that 33 on Tide Hunter going like Pipe and Mage Slayer to help deal with the Leshrac answer to the
basically.
Naga Siren. Yeah, this could be a very similar build where we see, I know right now like Greaves and Pipe is pretty common on offlaners, but maybe this Pipe is going to be a decent answer to the Lesh because again, we spoke a lot about this Lesh being a counter to the Slark, so maybe that can help mitigate some of the late game worries that the Slark will have. As well, we're going to see Ray jump in, but they've got the arena to be able to protect the members on LBZS, so they've got firm control of this close little proximity as TZY will land the spear on the zone. Dolphin gets the double kill, and Dire have to scurry away. That's not an area they could fight into all the ultimates that LBZS were playing with, and what's going to cost some multiple heroes along with their objectives as well.
Will indeed. You just see the big difference, right, when you're actually able to make an impact with that Tree and Protector, the Overgrowth holding them in place and just allowing Fonte to railing Hellfire from the backlines. Even the Leshrac rate dealing more than 4,000 damage in that single engagement. So yeah, I can understand what you're saying in terms of like the magic resistance, but I guess like that's really how offlaners build these days, right? It's the mech, it's the pipe, you know, all of these aura builds. And to be honest, do you feel like it fits with Primal Beast's toolkit? You know, most of the time you want the Blink Dagger, you want the BKB, you want an Aghanim Scepter if you want to be able to break things. But I guess they just made the call that, look, we've drafted this lineup that's centered around bursting a Lina or a Leshrac, so we got to make sure that we're able to survive that little bit extra. So maybe that's just the mentality that they're going to be grouping up as 5 a lot, so let's get a good amount of effectiveness out of these aura items.
Well, I guess the one thing that Dire do lack is... They're going to jump on Fonte. Stoss to be able to set up perfectly for the arrow, but the force stuff might disjoint the follow-up damage. But DQQ is going to be able to jump in, and now Team Mystique, they're already looking for their next target. TZY is on the chopping block, another toss-up from Ray.
They found Globo.
They'll find multiple members into the third, but can... Oh, hang on, Dolphin? He's just running mindlessly into the middle of all of Team Mystique's members. Is the Bloodstone going to be enough to keep him healthy through this long drawn-out fight? And well, the Spirit Vessel can just heavily mitigate that. A crazy attempt from the Leshrac, and meanwhile, bottom lane, Helios.
The Jukes?
Trying to juke to the tree line. Avalanche coming up shortly, but it's not fast enough, as in the end, it's a full wipe globally for Team Mystique.
Yeah, and that was another instance where, unfortunately, the Overgrowth just wasn't used, so they had the full follow-up after... Again, it's got to be stated, I feel like Ray is playing a fantastic game here on the position 5 Tree and Protector, 7, 3, and 11 at the 20-minute mark. That is insane.
Yeah, the Tree and Protector, a.k.a. the Tiny for Ray. He's balling up.
Did I say Tree?
Did you?
They both start with T, okay?
Of course, I understand. I understand the T's can be a little bit confusing.
Especially for us Australians. We speak Australian English, not, you know, proper English.
Australian English. I mean, it's the best English out there.
True.
Just
shorten everything, be lazy as hell.
Everything. Add O's at the end of every word.
O's and E's.
O's and E's. It's...
At least we've got Fonte.
Honestly.
He's backing us up.
Fonte, yeah, exactly.
Fonte.
Zoni. Fonte, mate. Fonte. Maybe that's how they speak to him. They greet him as soon as he comes into the call. Fonte, mate, what's good?
The big leader again today, mate. Yeah, what's you
Ah, you filthy bugger. Bottom lane, who are we on? Slark once again. We're looking to try and force some reactions.
Now, this is a little bit better, though. We don't have the Mage Slayer on the offlaner, but it's going to be the Slark picking it up. And he's got it together with the Aghanim Scepter. To me, my big timing for Mystique is around this BKB for because then he is going to be feeling that very juicy impact that it's going to be able to provide him, right? Like, the levels, of course, it feels kind of nice through the Midases, but I'm just impressed by the fact that he's still been able to stay relatively active, 11 kill involvements, while still getting a very healthy amount of farm.
See what they can get out of this smoke, though, from Dire. Wraparound pass Radiant's T1 tower. They're going to scout out Dolphin inside the river. DQQ with the follow-up arrow. It's a lot of damage early on, but the tree tries to get in the middle to protect it, but Ray's combo again! Ray doing it back-to-back team fights, coming in huge for Dire. Helios will escape, maybe. Slark's going to play aggressive, and why not? Mage Slayer's going to help protect him, even activating the Shadow Dance. Looks like they won't be able to follow up with the arrow, however. So no back off, but multiple deaths in a row for Dolphins Leshrac.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's just an overwhelming amount of damage. We talked about the importance of that that BKB timing for the Slark. It kind of feels similar for the Leshrac as well, just to be able to break out of the stuns, to make sure you're not getting chain comboed, and get out of the Slark leash as well. Like, that's a big reason why Guoguo has gone for the 4-star for himself instead of the Blink Dagger straight up. He was getting a very good amount of farm, and he made a switch up after the Slark had a pretty good start to this game.
I guess
they're not going to smoke under this ward, are they? Ripping up a little bit. They're de-warding just to potentially hope that they're not going to get found out, but it's a very nice ward placed down.
And I guess that's another thing as well for stages, is that this Slark is going to be such a nuisance with your vision control. Yeah, that observer ward worked underneath. So let's see what the call is going to be from Dire. What is the game plan for them? You're going to try and take a fight around your triangle, or do you just waste out the smoke from raiding? Let they get their vision down and play this one safe. The moment they are starting to push out, but
I like NJ pushing down this bottom side. He's going to TP back, realizing that they're probably in the general vicinity. And yeah, look at the pings. They're just saying, let's farm, let's fight right underneath any clear vision that we've got.
Oh no, TZY. He went for the blind spear. The scan connected, so they knew someone was nearby, but for that attempt, he's going to be penalized still. They haven't brought him down just yet. TZY, he'll get the arena off. Maybe enable
Slark's here.
Beast. A
he
1-for-1 early on, but maybe Slark is able to turn it around. They're going to try and target down with the Leshrac. Mage Slayer mitigating a lot of the damages. Ray in with the triple avalanche, and Slark, he might not have the damage to follow up though, as Fonte stands strong, standing his ground, trying to deliver the damage, but it's not enough. They'll double back in. Zone rewarded for the kill. They'll look for their last target as Ray. Well, he started the fight huge, and he'll come in clutch at the end as well to make it another team wipe.
Oh, that could have even gone so much better for either team, right? You land that initial stun while they were standing inside of the trees, then maybe you're able to convert on that before Mystique looks to join in. And, well, Slark, he just pounced into that Mars Arena because despite the fact that they did a really good job of punishing him, didn't take him down. He was able to get it off, and well, it's still a full team wipe going the way of Mystique, but does mean that Slark's going to have to at least take a tiny bit of extra time to be able to get into that BKB for himself.
Yeah, man comes leaping in, thinks he can jump over the arena walls. Yeah, this high ground advantage, pounce as well. Thinking, but actually sometimes it doesn't work like that with the walls. In the end, though, it doesn't matter. It's a fight you win still without this BKB on the Slark, and this net worth lead up to 10,000 now for Team Mystique. So they are in a commanding position to be able to take this game one.
With a couple Midases as well, that can't be underrated. To me, the MVPs of this game have been DQQ and Ray by far. DQQ obviously not as important, but I feel like just his choice to go into a Spirit Vessel, which, you know, Mirana Spirit Vessel, game-breaking, but his usage of it has always been on point, right? He's not just tossing it out with a chance that a BKB is going to go off. It's always in combination with something else.
Dude, Ray's got a scepter. Dude,
clearing trees, I guess.
Oh my god. He's gonna give a lot of gold over. They pump fake the stun, but they'll land it on the second attempt, and 389 gold to Dolphin and 288 for the rest. No slouch of gold nor experience given over to LBZS for free.
He's got to drop that Philosopher's Stone. He's actually nerfing his own tree volley by holding onto it.
They feel strong right now on Dive. They do have this really good ward that's scanning out Dolphin. They're going to see the rest of the team starting to funnel towards the Leshrac's location, so Iro definitely has...
I don't know. We've seen 10k lead throws before, and I feel like going forward without your Tiny, that's been the reason that you've won all of these previous engagements, is certainly a way to throw a game away.
Not only the Tiny is this crazy scepter timing, but Zone, of course, with that Midas now has his own scepter completed. And the big thing as well with the Midas is you're a hero that excels with experience. Your talents are incredible. So, of course, getting very, very close. Oh, they might get him.
Oh, does he reveal? Oh, so close. Though, and the shard picked up for the Slark. But in the meantime, Lena's reached level 20. So now you've got so much more fiery soul stacks available. Sorry, damage and Attack speed and movement speed. There we go. From the Fiery Soul coming through that you're going to have to deal with.
See if that's going to be enough for this team fight. The Mystique with the smoke. I mean, the Leshrak's their target though. Jump into the arrow, and the TP is going to be too late to protect her. They might be able to go for more. They had to cancel one of their TPs, so they won't have the full 4-man squad. And in fact, Fonte top lane's by himself. Then should just BKB TP out. In fact, the LSA is going to be enough to kind of push the Slark away.
Titan's Liver could be quite nice for the Leshrac. I know Fairy's Trinket can be kind of tempting to hold on to, but for me, it's just about the duration of all of these stuns.
Is it the speed back play? Oh.
Just with the Elder Dragon form, with how all of that increased magic resistance, they can see that he's got a BKB. They feel like that's not the target to go in onto to start things. At least not without your Leshrac.
Give him the grow bill as well.
Makes sense. Is anyone holding that Titan Sliver? I really want Lesh to hold it, man. I know it's important to have increased spell damage, more lower mana cost, but just live, and your Bloodstone does a lot of the work for you.
ZS smoking up. Pre-Leshrac BKB, which would have been a huge item, but they feel like they need to take a fight now with this Observe Ward that scouts out Ray. That's a great target to get the initial pick off onto, but the damage isn't there at the moment. The Slark being able to protect him thanks to the Aghanim Shard, and now Die, they can look to jump into the middle as Radiant. They're stuck inside the river. Fonte, a defensive use of the BKB. But now how can you continue with a team fight with Radiant utilizing way too many resources early on? And the call is to back off. But can Die catch up though? Zone jumping over. Dolphin's going to be able to eat the arrow, but it doesn't matter. All they needed was the initial stun to close the distance onto the Lina. And now the boys have shown up as well, swarming underneath the tier 1 tower. There's going to be no escape for Dolphin and no escape for TZY. As once again, they're looking for the last member in Guo. A 4-staff over the tree line, only delaying the inevitable. As once again, Team Mystique will fight another team wipe.
Another one, and this is a Slark, right? One of these heroes that's just going to extend the lead more and more as he builds up those permanent Agi slots. And, wow, just another kill, unfortunately, onto Guo. Guo there to be able to start the fight off. It was a pretty decent overgrowth, but just not quite in the position to be able to protect his team fully, and just have to feel like they need that BKB so much on the Leshrac that I just don't feel like that was the time to be able to go forward.
I wonder if they thought that maybe Die were taking Roche and they had to smoke and contest it. Because that ward doesn't... it's near Roche, but it doesn't particularly scout out the mouth of the pit, so maybe they just weren't aware. I don't know if they had scan up at that time as well, so...
He's got a Chrysalis on the Tiny as well, man.
Yeah, I mean, you said about the kind of awkward use of Philosopher's Stone, but he's like, nah, baby, give me that extra GPM. Let me get this Daedalus. I mean, honestly, do we blame him? Has he ever been in a position like this?
No.
Oh, he's so far.
Oh.
He's like, I want to play Zakor this game. Hang on.
Rip my pubs. That's all I gotta say.
What do Radiant need to do in these team fights? Because what we're seeing so far is just Darge swarming them. It's just 5 members running directly at the Relina, directly at the Lesh. How do Radiant get themselves set up where Fonte can get those right clicks going and you can protect the supports and kind of kite Dire at the initial start? What do Radiant need to do to have that success?
I think they've got to be the ones starting the fight for a change. And, you know, you could say that they just did that, but again, that was with a Leshrac that wasn't primed and ready to actually fight. So I think you need to get that sort of situation where Fonte has his completed Shadow Blades would be even better. And then you're able to find the backlights burst down either the Mirana or the Tiny. And then suddenly Mirana's dead. No Spirit Vessel that you have to worry about. Tiny's dead. No big AoE control to punish your low BKBs.
I think another thing really quickly as well is just that Helios did still pulverize. So we could see them maybe setting up in a side lane because you're looking to stall out this Aegis. You're not wanting to fight into it for the next 3 minutes 30. So this gives you a tool now to jump in, use that pulverize, and instant use of the telekinesis. That should be enough control for either the Lesh to get the damage out or the laners to get the damage out as well. So You know, that could be the call from LBZS. Just play the side lanes, maybe get that pick off with the stolen ultimate.
Could, but all the while you're going to have to go against a Slark and a DK with the Midas just continuing to level themselves up more and more. We can see Zone, I believe, is going into, I want to say, the Manta build, yeah. So he's just going to have that Aghanim Scepter, be able to use his illusions for vision. They're going to go for a smoke now with still 3 minutes left on this Aegis. Again, it's all
Slark's
about
not with
catching the
team.
backline.
This is a great start. This is a great start with Slark not nearby. They should be able to secure the kill early on to NJ. But did Dire still want to continue? Slark is starting to wrap on the backline. He'll get the jump onto the Mars. TZY forced to pop the BKB in a defensive way. But now this might give them the open. TZY actually jumps over the tree line. Arena doesn't really provide them a whole lot though, Raiden. You got to be really cautious about taking this team fight now. A lot of resources were expended early on, but Dire not going to look to capitalize on that. They're happy to reset.
Nice use of the Shadow Blade by Fonte as well to be able to disjoint that Dragon Tail. So wanting to make sure he's preserving that BKB at all costs. He knows how important it is as that last-ditch saving attempt if the Slark does get in on top of him. He's actually going into the Lincolns next just to, again, make sure that that sort of situation never happens in the first place. I wouldn't hate to see him go a Hurricane Pike after that. I know it feels a little bit awkward when, you know, Satanic would be nice, some extra crit would be fantastic as well, but again, I feel like you got to cover all bases here.
Invisibility.
Still, though, not so many big losses as a result of that. I mean, they lose somewhat control over the bottom area of the map, but they pick up a kill for free. It does give them information, though, that they've got the information through the vision there. Well, what's Fonte doing up top? No, next to the Slark, actually. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
No detection, though.
Oh, all right, there you go. I was going to say, is he trying to force like a BKB or some reactions out of Radiant, but he's used to the Shadow Blade and he's going to be chilling. TZY? It's a jump. The boys aren't going to be able to follow up with that spear. Does have the Arena to hold Ray into a position, though. And of course, they know the Slark is all the way up top, so he's starting to make his way down, but it's going to take too long for him to get in the neighborhood to take that team fight before the Tiny goes down. Slark will still run into Dolphin. Leshrac trying to intercept him, but it's not going to be enough just by himself for the moment. It's a 1v1, but he needs the boys. Dolphin's by himself. Zone's doing a great job to hold back Radiant to connect to help out the Leshrac, but still, look at the damage that he's starting to output. Dolphin's AoE damage should be enough to get the kill into NJ, but Slark goes completely untouched. The magic immunity comes in huge for him just to solo down the Leshrac.
Not just the magic immunity, but the Mage Slayer as well, right? Most of the time, you have a look at this Leshrac against the Slark, and you're like, right, this is just a one-to-one counter, but right now, is saying, you're looking pretty juicy right now, Mr. Disco Pony, and he's just looking to man up against him, even not needing to use that Aegis, which was just reclaimed. Love the Skadi pickup next for him as well. Great against Lena, great against Lesh. Just prevents any kind of escape as well.
Do we go as far to say as a silver lining that Aegis they didn't really get anything out of it? Like the gold maybe went up by like a K?
Sure. I mean, they've kept this bottom tier 2. They've kept the bottom tier 2. That's important, right? And they've still got decent vision around the area. I'm not sure what that melee creep is doing next to the cliff as well. He's just chilling, you know, giving a little bit of vision to the next of it. But yeah, to me, Mystique, I think they're not too angry about things. Again, Skadi, such a big pickup for them. And Slark as well, speaking of him with the Skadi pickup, he's almost reached his level 25.
They want to try and defend this bottom tower, it looks like. Arrow just scouts out Gua Gua.
And he's dropped the Philly. Okay, even more damage now for Ray.
They're going to be cautious how far they move over on TZY. Gets the spear, and with the Lena nearby, Silver's Edge finds the break in. Zone just gets blown up, and TZY gets a connection onto the Slark as well, but we'll be okay. Forced to pop the BKB in. An easy pounce to disengage, but Okay, I mean, we are seeing what can happen, Denog, and maybe that's the recipe for these next couple of fights. I asked a question earlier, and you said it had to be Radiant starting the team fight, and we just saw them. If TZY finds the spear and drags back where Lina is already so far away from Die to get on top of her under like their own territory, then you can just blow one person up, and that was even without the arena. You could spear one back to like a tree, use the arena to hold that person into place, and that's like a free pickoff with Lina nearby.
It is. I mean, and that was a...
Gotta be cautious now, brother. Of course, with Helios nearby, this guy's chilling.
Nah, he's good. He's got his Cloak of Flames. You've got the Lina did basically 800 right-click damage in one click against a Dragon Knight, one of the tankiest heroes in the entire game. So, I mean, that certainly can't be underrated, that Fonte is still getting pretty big in his own right. He's top of the net worth and showing why Lina is so scary. Not even yet level 25 either.
And not even full slotted as well on Fonte. Gonna be that Satanic as his next item.
Yep.
Of course, his counterpart Slark just hit the 25, so he's got that 50 plus 50 second essence shift duration. Oh no, they're just gonna miss on the stun. Slark's a bit cautious though. That damage is coming out pretty goddamn fast.
Overgrowth's used
The
though.
overgrowth being off the marker. They're gonna go back in. Slark, of course, still has a lot of defensive toolkits to utilize. They're gonna look to go for the DK instead, but the speed doesn't connect now. Ready, you gotta get out. A whiffed initiation might cost a bit. Fonte, he wants to try and get himself stacked up, but he doesn't have the Fury Soul stacks to continue to man fight, so it's just an all-out retreat. Fonte, they get this spear onto the Slark off the right side, though they've isolated the Leshrac. An easy kill for Die to find. Now they're on to Fonte next as well, but Alina, now she's got the stacks to work with. They're going to look to play the distance. Just kite the BKB. Once it expires, they can go in for the finishing blow. And that'll be now. Zone plenty of damage. Into the tree line goes Helios. But there'll be no way he can escape. The Aeon Disc will only buy him some momentarily peace. The boys on Mystique find another team wipe.
They do indeed, and I mean, that nearly went disastrous actually for Mystique. Went for that pick-off initially with still 3-4 seconds left on that BKB cooldown. He could have very easily got burst by the Lina and the Leshrac, and you heard, as soon as that overgrowth was used, everyone started to converge onto that team fight because they knew that there really wasn't anything holding back the DK, the Slark, or the Primal Beast from doing damage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh no, buyback's going to be a big issue here for LBZS on this high ground defense. They'll pop a glyph early on. Of course, this tier 3, once it goes down, refresh the glyph status, but that push pretty goddamn fast considering the Slark has a lot of essence to work with.
That extra duration coming through, plus 50 seconds from level 25 talent. It's, yeah, of course he has the extra grow bonus damage with Tree for the Tiny. He just wants to be a damage-dealing beast right now. Good reason. All right, where do you think the Tiny is going to rank at the end of this game on damage done?
Well, taking a look at that. Oh, no. They put down the damage too fast. I think he was like 6. If then, I'm gonna say he'll stay. I'll say 5th. 5th on damage.
Very ballsy by you to make that claim.
What do you have more belief they will go
give him
higher
a
or
4th,
lower?
you know?
Give him a 4th, alright.
A POS 5 that's able to be 4th on damage in a 40-plus minute game, that's pretty good.
I think they smoked onto the ward.
Yeah.
This smoke's gonna pop. They know they can't run at the high ground zone. That's an aggressive jump in. They're gonna try and target the Lina. A forced staff to reposition Fonte. And they're doing a good job to kite the BKBs at the moment. That's where the arena is able to come into play, but Slark just locks onto his target directly onto Fonte. That looks like there's going to be no escape for the carry of LBZS, and with him going down without a buyback, this might be all she wrote. They're going to surround Dolphin under the T2 tower. He'll make him work for it, but he himself just doesn't have the damage. The Mage Slayer heavily mitigating all the Leshrac can pump out in that team fight, and now the tier 2 will go down, and they'll be rewarded with another full set of barracks here from Team Mystique.
Will it be more than that? And yeah, they actually just called the GG. They realized without the Lina, they're not going to be able to do anything to defend this. And What a great performance from Mystique. I really appreciate the way that they went about this, right? They were just all on aggression. They were all on the same page at every single stage. And they should be feeling very, very proud about that because they've just gone one step towards dismantling this Lina Treant meta.
That has to give them a lot of confidence now heading into this next draft. The fact that they were able to leave the Lina in, and maybe you can do it again now with this next draft coming up. So not only gives you confidence to verse it, but even enables the draft to be that much cleaner for them in game 2. But you were speaking about it a little bit throughout that game. You felt like Ray was arguably the MVP at that stage, and I mean, no doubt about it with the tiny performance that they had. And we saw what Slark and even the DK was able to do to get on top of the Lina. So it was an incredible game from Team Mystique. Any closing comments, Danog?
Just having a quick look at the tiny damage. Where was he able to end up there? Because for me, I'm just going to say it again. MVP for me, Tiny. You shouldn't have that good of a setup into it. It was like 5th or 6th at the end of things. So,
I was definitely lower than that. That's okay. That's okay. You're wrong. I think I was wrong as well, but it doesn't matter. Team Mystique, they were right. Able to take game 1 here against LBZS. We'll bring the panel back to break this one down.
Well, Team Mystique, they are the underdogs in this series, but they didn't look like it at all. They come through, they dismantle this hard meta draft, and I mean, Jade, they just play their draft beautifully. It was just assassination. Liz, when you said you wanted to see them execute this kind of draft, did they do that for you? Was that what you wanted to see?
More than what I wanted to see, I would say. Even like they played it really nicely. I was worried for them at the beginning. Like they fed a couple of kills to the Lina under the tier 1 tower.
Triple kill, right?
Yeah, like that didn't look great. I was like, okay, this game's over. But they managed to find their ways. Like Ares and Danog were talking about the Tiny quite a bit. Like he was doing a lot of work. It's like one of these heroes that can disposition the Lina, jump on top of her, deal a lot of damage. But the Mage Slayer was also kind of an MVP on the Slark. I think it's a normal build versus Lash anyway. But it definitely mitigated a ton of damage coming from the Lash. Yep. Overall, they played exactly how they should play, and I didn't expect it. I expected more mistakes here and there so that the Lina Mars takes over. But I guess the Mars curse continues. This hero doesn't win in China. It does win in Division 2, but in Division 1 it was cursed.
Yeah, the curse may be leaking down a little bit, but I don't know. I'm not sure about our casters getting a bit big for their boots there, calling MVP. That's our thing. Come on. We don't have much over here on the panel. You can't take our thing from you.
No, especially not with Danog being able to hand out all these MVPs, all these supports and stuff like that. Like, I don't know who he thinks he is, but at the end of the day, I think you might actually be right with this one. I think the way that Ray played was really, really good. But on the backside of things, I think the way that everybody else was playing was exceptional as well. There was a few moments where it looked like maybe that Mystique were going to throw away some of their lead, but I think they just made it so chaotic and hard for LBZS to execute their teamfight draft that it just got to a point that as soon as it got past this 30-minute mark and they had all the items that they needed on all their heroes, that it was way too hard for LBZS to come back into that game. And I think the biggest thing for me is Dolphin felt like he was kind of targeted pretty hard in that game and unfortunately just wasn't able to get a grip on the game at all.
Yeah, and also, what a therapy game as well, right? Like, they got absolutely smashed 3 days ago. We were wondering about their mental state. They just pick loads of heroes. Primal Beast just run around and stomp all over the place. Tiny just throw trees everywhere. Like, man, they just smashed them. That must have felt so good. Nailing arrows, just getting all their frustrations out in that one game. No worries about the Team Mystique mental game coming into the next one, listen.
Yeah, for sure. I love their approach. I love the way they played. These kind of drafts are always fun. Like we talked about it. Like we saw this draft and it's like, yeah, it's fun. It's like it allows you to play some good old fun Dota. Nothing about saving this Lina forever. No, we're gonna fight constantly. We have Primal Beast, we have Tiny, we have Slark. And by the way, should we take that away from our casters and say Slark is the MVP just to spite them?
I'd be down.
Yeah.
Solidarity.
All three for Slark. I'm for Slark
Yeah,
MVP.
yeah, for Slark, yeah, for Slark. We can't let them come on our turf. We can't let them have this win. It's not allowed. So yeah, we'll say Slark will be our MVP for this game number 1. Game number 2. Well, I mean, it's all on the cards here. I am very interested to see what they do. I mean, I dare say that LBZS may be somewhat rattled after this one. I mean, they got their meta picks. You know, I said on the 4th pick, if you gave them a piece of paper, told them to write down 4 heroes which they wanted to pick, then they probably would have written down the 4 heroes they had. And they just played completely into the hands of Team Mystique in this first game. So game number 2, they're going to have to pull something else out of the bag. We know LBZS have a deep hero pool, and they're going to have to pull it out for this game number 2. We're going to throw it over to a break, and then we shall be back with the second game in this series. We'll see you in a minute. Hello and welcome back to the Division 2 here in China as we are midway through our series of LBZS versus Team Mystique. And may I remind you, just a few days ago, LBZS beat Team Mystique 2 clean games, both sub 30 minutes, but that will not be repeated on this day as Team Mystique have come with new ideas. They let through the Lina, they let through the Treant, and they absolutely smash LBZS in this game number 1. Can they repeat the same thing in game number 2? I'm going to find out. My lovely panelists of Fluke and Lizard. How are you doing, mate? I asked Fluke how he was doing at the start. He told me all about his day, but I felt like I left you a little bit in the dark, so I just want to make sure we're connecting, you know?
It's fine. I got used to it. You always leave me in the dark. You never care about me. You never ask me things. Like, we used to be so close, but now you're a big fancy star. You just don't message me even. It's sad.
Yes, that's me, a blazing star of fame in the Dota scene. That's me, leaving you all behind.
Like, I even have to invite you over, like, to you know, like, just get good with you. I'm like, no, Matt, come over. You can sleep in my bed. I'll sleep on the floor.
I know. You're just trying to use me as a ladder. I know what you're like. I had a crazy day yesterday, actually. I witnessed a robbery, which was pretty fun. A guy just kind of cycled into the store I was in and just on his bike just stole loads of stuff. He knocked me out of the way. I was like, oh, could have stopped him, but
he knocked you
didn't.
on the way out, really?
Yeah. He was
knocked
just...
you out or just like pushed you?
No, just pushed me aside,
Okay.
like with his bike. It was kind of painful. And I also got abused by I went to buy a jacket, like a suit jacket, because always like, you know, some events coming on, always like casual but not too fancy. And I was trying this one on, and it kind of fit pretty well. And I said to the store guy, I was like, "Hey, man, this kind of big guy comes bumbling over. And he was like, "Oh, hey, bud, yeah, it fits pretty well." And I was like, "Are you sure? Like, it looks a bit wide at the bottom." And he was like, "Oh, well, you know, those jackets are kind of made for, like, you know, models, you know, like muscular men who are in really good shape." People like us, you know, they don't really fit as well on people like us. That's as good as you're gonna get. And I was just like,
what the hell, man?
dude.
That people like us really makes it hit home.
Yeah, I was like, Jesus,
Oh my God.
come on, man.
What the hell?
The
Yeah.
worst part is I bought the jacket, so I think
He's the best salesman on the planet, baby.
That jacket is your reason to go to the gym now.
Yeah, I need to fit into it, I guess. But yeah, negging works to down. Anyway, I guess we should get back to the Dota game number 2. What are we expecting, Luke?
Let me tell you about my day.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, Lizard didn't even say anything. You just told us about a robbery and a guy saying that you two are both big boys.
So I went snowboarding yesterday, right? Like to a mountain that's maybe 30-40 minutes away if the snow is bad. And I got to the mountain and then I realized I didn't bring my snowboard boots, right? So I go back. Oh. It's fine. I'm not that far. And I decide, okay, if I'm going back, I'll take the different route. I'll take a different road that goes over the mountains. Like, it's literally like, it's not, like, it's a bad road. So I have a lot of fun. I drift a little bit in the snow. There's no cars. And I end up in a ditch with my car.
Oh, dear.
So we both got knocked off. Like, me in a car, you, like, knocked out, actually. Yeah.
How both of you had horrific experiences, and I'm just sitting here. The worst thing that happened today was it rained, and I wanted to go outside to the
Isn't
beach.
that a good thing? Like in Australia, that you get rain. Like you were like, praise God.
Nah, because all the giant spiders come inside and eat them.
Okay.
That's the problem in Australia.
Yeah, not currently in Australia. Our weather systems are quite extreme and intense, so anything for us is bad.
Alrighty, well, we have draft number 2 now on the way of LBZS versus Team Mystique, and we're going to start things off with actually Team Mystique. They say, all right, we beat the leader Treant. Now we're going to ban it. Why? Why, Fluke?
I'm not 100% sure as to why. Maybe they felt like they just don't want to have to play that kind of intense style of Dota again to deal with it. Like, they're still going to go for their same heroes. But maybe they're like, hey, we know that this works really, really well against the most broken stuff in the meta. What if we take that away from them and then it's going to look even cleaner for us?
Maybe it's also like you just played against Alina with heroes that worked obviously really well. And now you're thinking, if we let them have the Lina, they'll probably ban out some of the things that they thought were a problem. They'll adjust their draft properly, and it's still a Lina. It's still gonna be broken, right? So If they eliminate, let's say, a Slark or a DK, maybe we won't have as much of a good time. But I like LBZS's opening now. A bit. One thing that I didn't like about their draft, it's kind of telegraphed in a way that they had to initiate. It was always on the Mars. There was no chaos in them. It's all just boring and stable. Like you have Lash, AoE damage, yada yada yada. You have Mars jumping in with the arena. You know, like you know exactly how they will try and set up their fights. There was no chaos. Pango is the definition of chaos. Like you never know which way this mofo is coming from. Like it can be rolling from the left, rolling from the right, not rolling at all, just damaging you with Basher. Like I like it already. LBZS, I think it's a better approach.
I think also it enables them to play around like these kind of BKB timings as well, right? Because this kind of comes back to what you're saying about the Mars, it being very telegraphed, straightforward, and boring. You kind of blink in arena, spear somebody, and if they get the BKB off and you've already, you know, kind of used everything you have in your kit from the Mars, then you kind of don't really provide all too much outside of a spear here and there. So I think this kind of just enables them to play these kind of longer, drawn-out fights, and once it starts getting a little bit later, you know, the BKBs wearing out, then that's when they can really start to utilize the chaos of the Pango. And they can also play fast as well, because LBZS, I think they kind of got outpaced by Team Mystique, and they want to try and have some other heroes in their draft to be able to play a bit chaotic and play a bit fast themselves, because it looks pretty fun.
That it did, yeah. So yeah, and then they found their style, or at least a style that works against LBZS. That's for sure.
Do you have you guys seen a lot of Marcy so far in Division 2?
I mean, this is our second Marcy.
Okay, because in Division 1, like at the beginning of the season, it wasn't picked a lot, and then this hero just blew off. Like every single game, you would have to either first phase ban her or first phase pick her. There were maybe a couple of teams that didn't play her like Extreme, and because they didn't play her, they literally missed their chance to go to the major. That's how I felt. It all came down to the drafts in the tiebreaker series. Marcy mostly played on the offlane though, like just this jump in, eliminate the carry kind of a play style. It's like for Team Mystique, nothing has changed. Like they're literally drafting the same thing. Just a lot of this chaos eliminating power early on.
Do they usually pair the Marcy with like a sidekick hero, like something along the lines of like a Visage or anything like that, or is it purely just for the Marcy?
Any carry, I feel like, works with a sidekick. They didn't really go for any shenanigans like Lone Druid or Visage, nothing like that, because the Marcy on her own is already good enough. And then you get like, I don't know, any right carry that benefits from the sidekick really. And every carry benefits.
Yes, unless it's like Leshrac carry maybe,
Yeah.
but like yeah, it's so good, it's so good, and it just keeps scaling through the game as well. That's one of the things about it, which makes it so silly. Like it's a buff that scales so well with the talents as well. It's beautiful, but
Well, that's a hero that's going to abuse it. He's going to be the Morphling.
Yeah, he's gonna abuse the Marcy, getting the sidekick on him. Also, he's one of those heroes that's kind of difficult to take down in the Chronosphere, so that's nice. Like from LBZS right now, what you have Pango most likely on the mid lane and Void safe lane. If you could put Pango on off somehow and then round this up with something from the mid that deals better with the Morphling, I'd like that maybe a bit more. But I'm not sure what that could be. Like a Nodi Invoker, maybe Quaswax with the Vessel would be solid. Do they have last pick though on LBZS? I'm not sure. They do, right? Do they?
Yeah, Mystique had second pick.
Okay, so yeah, we'll see. Do you guys like the Void into Morphling? Do you think there's enough damage in the Chronosphere? Like they have Lich ulti, they have Rubik as well, I guess.
They do have. I think their last pick can give them a lot, because kind of when you want to try and deal with the Morphling, you're innately supposed to be dealing a lot of extra damage. So I don't really hate the Faceless Void right now. We've been seeing it banned a lot. I think this is the first time we're actually seeing it in Div 2. I'm interested to see what the lane is going to look like, though. You know, going into something along the lines of like having this Potom just sitting there and blinking at you, and then the Marcy can always kind of chase you with the rebound if she ever forces you to time walk. So I think the Lich is going to have to do a lot of work in this lane to be able to give the Faceless Void some fun.
Yeah, I kind of agreeing that like they don't have the either. Unless I mean, it seems to be Team Mystique thinking that it's going to be an off-lane Pango, and they're going to get like a mid laner which can give them some damage. They ban out the Batrider and the Zeus. So
Yeah, that's how I felt too. Like I felt that they needed that. Yeah, but they can still switch things up with Pango mid on the offlane. I'm not sure what would be that great versus the Morphling if there are any heroes left in the pool.
One thing I think is just interesting to point out as well is that LBZS could have gone for Hoodwink Faceless, which would have been a really, really good combo. Like, that one's great. But, you know, because they had that double pick. But they actually went for the Lich instead, which does make sense because you're playing against the Morphling and the Marcy. You know, so much physical damage. And the Tiny last game went for this really physical-based build as well. So Ice Shield is crazy, crazy value. But I think it's interesting that they went defensive rather than aggressive.
Yeah, I feel that Lich is still offensive enough with the ulti in the Chronosphere, so it definitely adds up a little bit. Your Shard is good with you and Rubik too, like it helps out. But
yeah, that's true.
Like, I'm not sure what they're gonna pick here versus the Morphling. By the way, why do I see on LBZS as they have to pick, but the reserve time was okay? Never mind. So the reserve times are on the other side. Never mind. My bad. They get the puck. It's a decent hero, like a lot of catch versus the Mirana versus the Morphling. I think it's solid. It can be abused here with the last pick though from Team Mystique. Maybe something slower like a DK would be for them.
Yeah, well, I mean, they could still transition the Tiny in towards the mid lane if they wanted to.
Yeah,
well, right?
actually.
Like, it's really good lane against the puck, and they can pick a 5 that can deal with this Faceless Void. Like, if they really wanted to go for something, maybe something along the lines of like a Shadow Demon, if they wanted to have some like long range save against the Chronosphere.
Oh, they go Void Spirit instead.
Void themselves. Okay.
I liked your idea 10 times more.
I was gonna say I thought Flick had a great call with that.
It's
but
like,
yeah,
like Tiny mid, and then you pick up something like a Skyrat on position 5. You get that long silence for both the puck and like for all three of their cores, they can't do shit if they're silenced. So Skyrat or a Lion or Shadow Shaman, anything like that would be amazing. Okay, they decide to go for a bit more of a cookie cutter Void Spirit. Like, this matchup goes both ways. Like, you can lose to a puck as much as you can win. Are they missing damage in Chrono? I don't think so. I think Void can still, once he gets his farm, once he gets his like Mjolnir Skadi, he hurts Morphling real bad. Do I think they can reach that? I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sold on the strength of their draft as much as I was in game 1.
Okay. All right, Luke, your thoughts real quick?
Yeah, I think I agree with Lizard. I'm not 100% on... No, I feel like Team Mystique could have kind of knocked it out of the park if they went for something like a Shadow Demons, have that purge against the Frost Shield for their Marcy and the Morphling to be able to blow through some of these heroes. But, you know, the Void Spirit and the Puck Lane can kind of go either way. So I feel like after what we saw on Team Mystique, if they play that fast again, they can take this 2-0.
Alrighty, well, my panelists seem to be kind of hedging their bets at the moment. I think LBZS are ready to take this to game 3. That's what I think. But let's throw it to our casters for this one. We've got Ares and Danog. Darius, maybe their new little combo name. We've got those guys. Yeah, Darius, the Yoga Magi, to take us through game number 2. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Nomad. Actually, it is Daenerys that we like to go by as with big fantasy fans. But I want to ask you, what do you think LBZS might have learned from this game and game number 1 from that experience? Because I'm sure they weren't really expecting to be going into this series 1 down after the draft that they had.
Can I flip the question on you? I feel like I should be the one asking you this question. Why the hell is this pinned on me?
Because I want to do it, that's why.
What do we feel like they've learned from game 1 LBZS? I feel like you've You learn to get rid of the leaner. Make sure they can't play the leaner, even if you lost with it.
30 seconds.
Easy game. All right. Well, what I've learned is don't go for a drive with Lizard, and don't take fashion tips from Nomad after their little stories about what they did with their past couple of days. But I'm keen for this game too of Dota because it's going to be pretty interesting. I'm in complete agreement with Fluke, though. I think it would have been a fantastic tiny mid game if you look to pair it together with something like, even a Disruptor to a lesser extent. Disruptor, Skyrath. I'm always a fan of the Wyvern, but it really would have only addressed it would have addressed the Pango as well, so it would have been pretty decent for both Void and Pango. But they've gone for the Void Spirit instead. It's really it can go both ways, this Void Spirit Puck matchup, both for the lane as well as the game.
Yeah, and I'm really not a big fan of it overall for the game. I think there's a lot of great answers for the Void Spirit. Something you always look at when you're playing a Spirit hero is if you're up against a team that has instant control, and they have that with so many heroes. You've got the telekinesis from Helios, you've got the Sinister's Gaze, which is instant as well, something that a lot of people aren't aware of. We don't see the Lich often, of course, and you just mentioned about the Puck and the Void Spirit. Like, this can go back and forth, so this isn't even a good Void Spirit game as well, and this hero is not very strong right now, so I have some concerns on how Zone's going to be able to play this game.
Yeah, maybe he's just going to go again for comfort and back himself to be able to say, right, I just need to understand where the enemy heroes could be playing inside of the tree line so that I'm not getting caught out by that instant telekinesis or the Sinister Gaze, because it is still relatively short range, Sinister Gaze, and then Puck, most of the time, you're going to have a rough idea of where she's looking to play. So maybe, again, just going for the comfort route, because if you are able to get onto those backlines, Rubik, Lich, even the Puck to a lesser extent, once you get the Aghanim Scepter, are heroes that can be... You can deal a ton of damage to them and really enable the Morphling quite heavily if you can get the jump.
And we're speaking about the Morphling. I wonder if he's going to have some difficulties through the first couple of minutes. Helios had a really nice play where he instantly popped the Salve onto Ray. So the Tiny's not playing with a whole lot of early health to kind of eat that damage to protect the Morphling. I do think once Morphling is able to find his levels, though, this should be a pretty fine lane to play him. Maybe nighttime, there could be kill threat with a Fade Bolt from the tree line and potentially Shield Crash or Swashbuckle to catch him off guard if he is playing low health, but I do think this should be a pretty decent lane for the Morph.
Now, can the Tiny have another MVP performance?
Yeah.
That's the real question I have for you. I know they were talking it down. Actually, Miranda doesn't have the leap skilled up.
Uh-oh. Kind of gets body blocked as well from NJ. We'll try and get as much damage out as possible before LBZS are able to find first blood. And, I mean, if they get another bash, they might look for NJ as well, but just happy with what they've got him with an early kill onto the Mirana. I believe that was Fonte that was able... No, it actually was a Gua that gets all the bounty for that. So we'll see what the Lich wants to bring out to help this lane.
It was indeed. It was DQQ that went down. Another one of these players that always loves to change their name. He previously went by Drink, and well, he's going to have to go back to the fountain after dying that first time.
Also, refill the bottles so Zone get a little bit of sip on that one. Oh, let's go. Got to play around with the old name. I understand. Now he's flowing through the river. I mean, I get it. DQQ. It's all the liquid going on.
It's coming on. Liquid gold. That's what that was.
He has to kind of treat the mount kind of kindly, right? You got to give it a little, have the resources going for her as well.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Is Ray in some trouble? No Shield Crash, which is a lot of their damage. Fate Bolt is up and available though, and looks like with that in combination with the Swashbuckle, it's enough to secure their second kill of the game here for LBZS, and importantly, it's going to be onto TZY. We saw last game, he had a decent Mars performance. It wasn't anything crazy, but it wasn't enough to get them over the edge.
I mean, the lane went much better than I was expecting it to. Sure, you gave up the first blood, but it wasn't onto the Mars. It was onto the Rubik at that stage. But I feel like during the game, the impact wasn't quite as much. I saw a bunch of missed spears. I saw a few missed opportunities for great arenas as well. It was, not the greatest time to be able to start things off, but it was... I'm feeling much more confident about his Pangolier this time around. It's just a hero that has a lot more mobility. You're going to be able to provide some harassment for the backlines. And outside of that Morphling and to a lesser extent the Marcy, once she gets the BKB for herself, you're not going to be able to deal with the Pango inside of the Rolling Thunder, right? And you know that Morphling loves to farm in these super early stages. So you're going to have this period of about 10 or so minutes where every single team fight that a Pango joins is going to be heavily LBZS favored.
Do we feel like then Team Mystique always have to keep track of this Rolling Thunder cooldown and look to make plays when you don't have that up for TZY?
I think so. Or they might even try and address this with, maybe the Void Spirit makes his first rotation up towards this top side. It's not like they're lacking in lockdown, as we can see here with Ray. Once again, putting a lot more harassment in onto both of them.
Maybe Helios that actually goes down, so doesn't utilize the telekinesis just yet and won't require to help him get some distance away, but it is a lot of damage nonetheless onto the Rubik, so it's like it's going to be a trip back to the well here for Helios, which will give TZY some time to get some solo experience, but knowing that the Rubik's not here to protect him, they might just look to try and run at the Pango and get as much damage out as possible.
I mean, that's partially what this Observer Ward is to do, right? Where is the Rubik? Can we make these plays? How isolated is one hero from the rest of the team? So I like the fact that they've put this down. I don't believe it was scouted out by the Observer Ward that Helios had put right before he went back to base.
Is he going to refill the bottle mid lane as well, or even TP mid just to try and help out? Because we do have those power runes spawning very shortly. Ray using his entire combo top means that this Tiny will not be here to help contest this, and this is important because, I mean, Zone's got level 6 Dolphins trying to get this creep to find his 6 to maybe help out with the fight.
He's not even going to be able to protect the rune. Nah, it's bot anyway.
Okay.
All right, well, it denies it away from the Void Spirit, which, of course, he really does need that power rune to be able to make not only the rotations, but just a little bit more reliant on mana compared to the puck, I would say. Like, you're not quite as easy to be able to shove out lanes, and so any kind of movement that you make needs to be twice as fast in order for it to be not scouted out.
See what they can get out of this. How close is Fonte to the ulti? Very close, actually. A couple more creeps and he'll have it up. This range creep definitely, well, it's opposite side of the map though. That TZY will go down finally. Team Mistake, they've had multiple attempts to try and kill off the Pango, but this time they'll be able to crack him.
Yeah, I was thinking like, well, if they've been able to do that, but at the cost of him having to expend a little bit more resources on regen, it's going to be fine. But even though he died, he is still keeping up very nicely in terms of the net worth, topping the Radiance net worth charts at the moment. They're actually going to look to get rid of this Observer Ward as well. At least in the meantime, Rubik's going to go down. Having another good start to the game.
No, that he is top of the net worth. 2 very early kills for the Morphling. I really wonder when we're going to see these position 2s unlocked in a game like this. Where are those first rotations going to be out of both the Puck and the Void Spirit? So at the moment, it's going to be the support. So once again, look to play around mid. Dolphin will get a nice little refill. We do have that second power rune up in the next 20 seconds. So maybe this is how the mid laners can be unlocked.
And every single time, the supports aren't taking any chances. If there's an unexpected kill that happens, or if there's a support that moves to the lane, they're like, there's a ward here. He wouldn't make this rotation just for the potential of being able to get a kill. There's always going to be something else off the back of it. Rune's going to be top. Looks like Puck's going to be able to pick it up as well. So will this lead into anything? I'm just not quite sure you've got the damage on the top side to be able to take out the Morphling. Even though he is sitting at half HP, he's got those raindrops available.
Well, honestly, bottom lane actually. First ultimate use of the game here from NJ. Gets an easy kill onto the Lich, so... I mean, every Unleash usage is pretty much a guaranteed kill. I don't...
That
can
was
we say
even
guaranteed?
level 2.
Yeah, that's a good point. So, of course, this is something we saw in the at the TI stage where a lot of teams are going for this Lich to kind of address the Marcy. So we'll see how that's going to help kind of prevent NJ from having a good game as this one continues on. But overall, with his start, he's having a pretty solid time, and it's going to be that first item BKB out of the Marcy offlaner.
That makes a lot of sense, right? Like anything that you can do to just commit fully. You don't want to have to care about the Pango. You don't want to have to care about the Puck. Basically, the only one you're worried about at that stage is the Faceless Void. So completely understandable as to why NJ would look to go for it.
See Dire kind of grouping up together though inside the jungle. This arrow be off the mark, but it's not going to matter. Zone will look to clean up the mess. An easy kill, but that is probably going to scout out the ward. And yep, instantly Lich pings the high ground. Not really sure if that kill is worth it if they lose that ward.
No, they were probably hoping to be able to find something else, so I'm a little surprised that they actually did commit in for it. Zone, did he pick up the... He bottled the bounty rune as well, at least, so... It does mean that that movement isn't as wasted.
Coils out. Fonte, he's going to be able to get the kill as well. Okay, beautifully done. There's that first rotation coming out from I guess, well, we just saw the Void Spirit going to the jungle, but really the big first rotation with Dolphin getting a kill onto a core. And the important thing is, as well, is that Fonte, he wasn't forced to use the Chronosphere as well. So if the Marcy looks to rejoin bottom, they will have that bubble to work with.
Yeah, I was wondering if they were looking to go for that. Like, is Dolphin going to stick down bottom? They still have a good amount of damage going into the Chronosphere with the Lich there as well. But, yeah, the mid tower was being pushed in far too much by Void Spirit and Mirana that you just had to make the movement back on Dolphin to be able to contest that.
We're going to see Team Mystique. They didn't want to try and defend that T1 tower top. They're looking to get aggressive across the map. Smokers 2 connecting to NJ. They've got a catapult down bottom as well. So if they get a kill, they can definitely chain this into a lot of damage onto the tower. It's just a question of how clean can they be with this initial jump.
And
they're so close to the objective where the LBZS members can look to potentially TP in to protect him. The chain control needs to be perfect, and it looks like it will be. Beautifully done as NJ jumps in to provide that extra damage they needed thanks to the Unleash. And now they know that Helios won't be TP'd in to try and protect the Faceless Void, and well, he's just going to be a freebie now. Team Mystique will find another easy kill for them to find, and well, they're going to give it over to Zone as well. So for the Void Spirit, he'll reap some of the rewards, and that's really important. This is a hero who does have a lot of difficulties with getting farm across the map. A lot of your net worth and experience comes off the back of these kills.
And they used the sidekick with the Siege Creep as well to be able to take out this tower, so you couldn't have asked for a better rotation to come through from Team Mystique there. I really feel like Gogo couldn't have done anything better, though. He was really quick on the reactions of the Frost Shield. He even got the Sinister Gaze onto the highest damage hero that had made the rotation, but it just wasn't enough. No Time Walk able to get off, no Chronosphere, and that meant the Rubik, like we just saw, went down as well.
I guess with all that going on across the map, though, we do see that TZY. It's already a Diffusal Blade completed for the Pangolier, so he's incredibly farmed after finishing off that first tower of the game. And the Witchblade was also already completed from Dolphin as well. So Radiant, they've got a lot of early items here to potentially maybe take a team fight and also then consider about getting their own objective.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it still feels the sort of case where you need... Are you going to consider using Chrono up here? Yeah, I think Faceless Void just wants any sort of kill for himself and doesn't seem like Void Spirit's going to be able to stop that even with the rotation up. They will have a look that he's made that rotation, though, so could they look to now make a play around this mid lane?
Well, see if not having the Chronosphere might hurt them if the Void wanted to connect to this fight. It's just the Mirana standing nearby at the moment. They are going to be a little bit too late to funnel into the neighborhood to keep the Mirana alive, but they're looking for the turnaround.
Silenced.
They won't be fast enough, though, as the Morphlink gets silenced instantly as he jumps in. And now TZY is controlling NJ as well, but they've got to be cautious. So Zone off to the left side, playing under the cover of the Invis, but they did have a sentry nearby, so they're well aware of his positioning. They're going to turn over the Rubik, and that's where NJ's damage is able to come into play. He'll go now towards the Lich, but the damage, it's just not there. TZY, this early Diffusal Blade is just picking them apart.
It is, and, you know, a great Rolling Thunder as well. Man, the balls on Helios as well. He was standing right next to the Void Spirit as he was ready to make the jump onto him. And until Pango was there to be able to connect on the stun with the roll, he didn't use the telekinesis, just feeling like his team was going to be there to be able to back him up. And, well, it clearly worked out really nicely for them. Now top of the net worth on the TZY's Pango.
Which is so scary. Dude, we were just saying he completed this Diffusal. He's about to have a mechanism. 400 gold away is TZY, and that's a huge item now for some of your team fight sustain.
Big props do need to be given to Dolphin, though, with that quick usage of the Waning Rift, punishing the full Agimorph that had gone into.
Yeah, it looks like another movement from...
Well. Yeah,
I don't think so, Fonte. It's kind of multiple sentries now that have been able to scout up this Void Spirit, trying to get himself in a position where he can capitalize on a member being caught off guard.
I mean, you're playing against a Mirana, right? You know that this sort of rotation is going to happen, so it's it just shows good game awareness that they're not playing a cookie cutter style that they've done time and time again, you know?
What are they trying to set up here bottom lane? Well, Zone's got the Yule Scepter already. Are they going to have enough burst between the two? It's a phase shift, not really going to protect you against the Remnant. As soon as you pop out from the Aether, we'll get that instant stun that required to bring him down. And, well, beautifully done, Zone, kind of catching the puck off guard with this Yule Scepter. And that is really the big item. That is the way you're able to address the puck.
Helios even able to steal the Sacred Arrow. Not going to be too effective, though, as actually ends up giving themselves dewarded. All of that vision going the other way.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So the thing I'm kind of tossing up in my head is like, who is happiest with this sort of situation, right? Because you've taken one tower on LBZS's side.
Radiant's bottom
You probably want to
tower is
take
under
more.
attack.
You want to be able to invade against this against this Morphling before it reaches the stage where he's a little bit too tanky, where, you know, the Chronosphere plus the puck damage plus a Chain Frost isn't going to be enough to kill him anymore.
Yeah, I do feel like Morphling late game is going to be a concern. Like, I think you're a great way to address the Void now with the kind of all your new scepters, your Shard and, of course, the Aghanim's feels like a great way to mitigate his kind of the Void's late game damage and even Chrono threat to kill the Morphling. So
Could be
we'll
another
see. He's getting a lot of
repeat what we
farm.
saw from game one, right? Like we saw that for LBZS to have any kind of success in the team fights, they needed to be the ones to be initiating. And as soon as that didn't happen, then suddenly things turned very, very quickly against them. Same sort of thing applies against a Morphling.
At least this game, they do have multiple members to actually start fights. It's just not reliant on the TCY Mars that they, of course, drafted in game one. Like now you've got the Pango, the Puck. I mean, depends on the Rubik as well, his item build or potentially what abilities he's stolen he can start. But it'll be Dire that look to make the attempt mid lane. Oh, the toss isn't there to fall with the arrow. Now TZY should be okay. Roll will get him some distance away, but he's still going to be cautious with how he plays around the cliffs. In what bottom lane, Zone, he's set up onto the park with Ray nearby. The chain control need to be perfect, but Ray is just a little bit too late to find that toss at the last second, so Dolphin will just narrowly escape that attempt.
Probably shouldn't have even
I
been
like
in a
this.
situation. Yeah.
He's going A on this next item. I really like this from the park. It's an early item pickup, but I'll actually hold that thought. NJ and a combination of the rest of the supports from Mystique, they'll get a kill, but I think for Dolphin, you're just incredibly concerned about getting chain controlled and blown up from 4 to 0, and that's where the Aeon this comes into play.
Yes, my concern though is where's the damage going to come from? Like, is it going to rely on Rubik getting the greatest spell steals of all time? You know, can he get the Avalanche? Can he get the Resonant Pulse? Can he get Starstorm to a lesser extent, right? Try and make a play onto this mid lane.
They've got TZY nearby, but still without the ultimate to play with. The control might be the thing in question. Is Helios going to be enough with the 8th Remnant, and Zone will sidestep that? But they still want to stick around on LBZS. Rolling Thunder up in 5 seconds. Fonte as well considering about showing up to the fight. He's got the Chronosphere already, but just needs to find an opening to use it, but they might not even need it as Dolphin finds a silence over to the tree line, and that will net them the kill onto Ray without committing too heavily for it.
And Void just immediately heads straight back down towards the bottom side. I think it's a little bit too much to bank on the Faceless Void to do all of the damage, right? Like Pango, yes, he got that super early Diffusal Blade, which led them to win that previous team fight, but after that he's going for the Greaves. Great for sustaining yourself,
Void.
same sort of thing with the Aeon.
Zone's been caught out. The Yule Scepter's not going to be enough this time. It'll be used against him with that Remnant stolen. Oh no.
Well, that's a good steal. Yeah, that gives them that little bit of extra damage that we've been wanting, right? Not just him, but the Morphling as well.
They might catch NJ. Telekinesis still on cooldown though, that's a big issue. NJ gets a beautiful double stun and are protected with the BKB. He can look for more members as well. Look at the unleashed damage go to work, but they themselves group up, so Fonte could just easily step in, land in the Chrono onto 2, and Dolphin will quickly dispatch of the Team Mystique members. They might actually not. Ray's gonna be okay even with the dust there. We'll scurry on out, but it was a nice back and forth from either side. An attempt from NJ to turn it around wasn't enough with Fonte's positioning.
I was thinking maybe it was a little late on the Chronosphere, could have protected the Pangolier, but clearly not. If Fonte is able to deal the most damage coming through there, wanted to wait out the BKB as well, just so that you're able to do a little bit of that extra damage coming from the Maelstrom on the Faceless Void.
Dire's middle tower is is under attack.
It's big though he gets involved because you're kind of questioning like if this Void is going to have the damage, and getting maximum usage out of the Chronos and being rewarded with gold and experience is going to mean that there might not be that window of time where the Void is under damaged. As Puck's caught out inside the jungle.
Oh, that's a interesting place to be. I mean, I guess he's playing around a bunch of vision, you know, both covering points where you're entering into that ancient area from the high ground as well as in the lane on the mid lane. But yeah, still probably a kill that you shouldn't be giving over, especially if it's onto Ray. I mean, we've seen what he's able to do with just a little bit of farm. This game, it's a little bit different. Hasn't snowballed completely, so still doesn't have his Blink Dagger at the 20-minute mark. We're used to seeing him be 6 slotted at this stage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What do you have? He had a Scepter already, right?
It was like 24 minutes, Killers. Link Scepter.
Radiant's
NJ.
That's a deep
Off the
dive.
mark with his jump. He's using a lot just for the kill on the Rupik. Is it really worth using all your abilities to bring down the support? As TZY is going to be off the mark with his own counter initiation, so in the end, not the worst for Dire. They're still going to be cautious though, because LBZS is starting to funnel into their neighborhood, but they might turn onto Dolphin. The first stun is there.
Great
Look at the
Chain
combo.
Frost.
Oh no, not like this, but the Chain Frost, it'll end on Zone not getting as much damage as they're required to win the team fight. But they're actually looking to still buy back and take it, as Fonte's even going to show up as well.
Oh, it's a big
no
time
Chronos
violation.
feed to help out in the team fight, as Ray's going to look to reveal the blink as well with a combo onto 2. The damage is there to get the kill onto TZY, but Fonte will easily repair the combo from Tiny, so they won't be able to get the Void, but in the end, not the worst. Dire, they come out on top.
I love me some Lich, but that is the sort of ultimate that you see in my games. You know, perfect. Everyone's caught in the Dream Coil, and then it just goes off to the one unit that runs away. A little bit of luck, a little bit of great communication coming through from Mystique, making sure that they weren't instantly blown up by that fantastic combination. Look at
That could have been picture perfect stuff, right?
the one
what could have
person
been?
that's off to the side. God. Sometimes luck's just on your side.
And it is, and or for Dire, that's a huge fight going in your favor. Minimal gold lead, but it just gives more time for this Morphling to get towards the Scepter, and we spoke about how good of an item this is to be able to address the Faceless Void, who's been caught out. Dolphin will run into Ray with TZY nearby, so LBZS able to bury the Tiny. Not the most important kill, but at least you're finding something.
Oh, I love it,
Love
Ray.
that.
Going into the E-Blade second item. He wants to be able to pick people off solo. I mean, he had the Blink Dagger in that fight. That's how he was able to convert that last kill onto the Pangolier. And he actually ended up with a triple kill in that fight. Like, this man knows how to play the Tiny as a 5.
We'll see what Team Mystique can get out of this use of the Moonlight Shadow. It's going to be a wraparound where they're maybe thinking about even moving over towards Radiant Secret Shop, but
Dire's
won't have enough time left for the Moonlight Shadow to be able to capitalize on that. They might run into Dolphin though.
He's got the Aeon Disc just freshly picked up, though, so he is comfortable enough to put himself in harm's way. Might even try and bait things out a little bit, maybe throw out the orb from the tree line, see if they can get a Tiny to initiate it onto him when he's actually surviving. I think they just pinged the fact that he has it.
Oh, he broke the legs. He's able to sidestep. A bit cautious though. Fonte's not going to have any damage. Marcy popped the BKB before the Chrono, so this is not looking good for Radiant. Where's the Morphling to maybe turn the fight around? He hasn't shown up just yet, but now with the Scepter, here comes the Faceless Void. That's the member they needed to turn the team fight back around. Onto Fonte they go, bringing down the Faceless Void. They'll turn to Dolphin next. The Yours, can he get away with the orb? You bet he can, but Dara in hot pursuit. Remnant's going to be on the mark, sets up perfectly for the arrow. That's what we were waiting for the Morphling to show up with that Scepter reveal, and what pays off drastically.
Yeah, great time dilation coming out there. And it just means that the Faceless Void really can't do all that much, right? You want to be spamming out your own time dilation. You're using the Time Walk. He'd used the Chronosphere, so he was completely locked in place. Absolutely nothing that he could do about it with the BKB already being expended. And yeah, I mean, it was a pretty good use of the Chrono onto the Marcy with the BKB already used, so that he didn't really have any kind of defensive tools, but it's a similar sort of issue with what do you actually do for a lot of this damage? Will they get the kill onto Zone here?
Oh, it's to simulate. Oh, he won't actually get it off. The control from Helios, once again, a little bit too long, thanks to the maxed out Arcane Supremacy, so wasn't expecting them to bring him down, but it's a nice kill they're able to find nonetheless.
But that fight kind of highlighted the lack of damage that I feel LBZS have, right? Like you weren't able to quickly take out the Marcy and then move on to another target, right? It was Marcy took the full Chronosphere plus a few seconds after the fact, and by that time, they were able to make the full connection come through on Mystique. It's not like they're lacking in aura items either. They've got a mech, they've got a pipe on the Mirana, they've got, you know, sidekick to be able to regen back up. So it's a lot that you're having to deal with.
They will at least get Roche for free, though. They're going to look to try and smoke and make something of it. Chrono's still on cooldown for 30 seconds. The Dolphin's going to jump in. No hesitation with dropping the coil onto NJ. Ray still feels like they're strong enough to take the team fight, but Dire a little bit disconnected to follow up with his jump in, so they're going to bleed another kill.
Just a little slow on Ray there. I thought maybe he could have been in position to be able to save the Marcy, and well, that's a big bonus for LBZS because they got that kill without the Faceless Void. He was completely farming on the top side, didn't have TP for 30 seconds at the time. So he's going to continue to try and be that one to scale to be able to take out these targets at the start of team fights.
I think one thing that might catch them off guard shortly, though, is the fact that Zone is very, very close to this Scepter. Just needing about 450 gold until this one is completed, and that extra little bit of silence and even damage as well, the second charge of the Resonant Pulse might be enough for them to actually come out on top when they're down the Aegis advantage.
Can I tell you, though, that I absolute this itemization choice on NJ. Going the Nullifier next. You're going up against the Ice Shield.
Easy white arrow. Oh, they had the cliff forward. They knew exactly where the Marcy was trying to spring the trap, and with that kill, they're going to be able to protect the tower very easily.
But yeah, I mean, just have a look at how many things that they're going to be able to. Actually, mid lane, never mind. No rest for the wicked.
No rest for the wicked indeed. He doesn't get the toss into the park, though, which might result in them not getting the kill. Well, looks like that's the case.
So I'm counting like 6 things that you're going to be able to get rid of with that Nullifier. Really high value ones as well. Like, if you're expending this much money on a mid laner for an Aeon disc, you better not have it instantly cancelled by your off laner's itemization.
And it feels like one of the best ways to mitigate Marcy's effectiveness is trying to kiting her inside the middle of the fights as well. You'll get that jump in, but you know, afterwards when the unleash is popped, if you're able to force staff away or kind of stun her down and use the defensive items, then all of a sudden NJ might not have the effectiveness that they need out of her. So the unleash is the Nullify is also going to really help out there.
Yeah, that prevents you from getting kited so heavily.
Run into the morphling of the triangle. Could have been some trouble. Bubble drop, Fonte. Easy use of the Chronosphere, of course. No shard yet picked up here for the morphling, maybe hoping he finds it with that second Roshan, but as a result of not having the icon of shard, he'll go down, and now NJ will as well. They're just bleeding kills across the map. Team Mystique. What's going on? A little bit of a blunder here from everyone.
Certainly not what I expected for them to just feed kill after kill back to back to back, and well, they're going to look to take advantage of it on LBZS. They don't have the Chronosphere, but I feel like you could still potentially look to push up into this high ground.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle
Might be looking for Zone instead. Yeah, he gets that one right click.
Oh.
Hang on, is he going to go for this? Let's see if he's going to have the damage. With Helios being nearby, maybe they can turn it around. The coil's still the thing lacking, but they know that all the ultimate charges were used for the Void, so he's going to have some difficulty with escaping. We'll have enough time to get that dissimulate out, but with Fonte's position, we've got detection thanks to the dust, and in fact, it's TZY that will bring him down.
There you go, supports carry the dust. They would have just expended a fair amount to let him get away if Helios wasn't carrying that. And Rubik isn't exactly known as being one of those heroes that loves to be playing up in the front lines, right? So it just is a big credit to a lot of his positioning and even just believing that you've gone this lineup, Void Spirit, Marcy, even to a lesser extent the Tiny, that wants to jump onto you.
We do see there is a big kind of discrepancy between the cores farm in regards to Dire. Like Morphling far on top, but there are other cores in regards to the Marcy and the Void Spirit and not being able to find as much net worth. Do we feel like this is going to be a concern with how close a game we have and heading into the later stages?
I feel like you've still got like a good amount of AoE damage, you know, a good amount of right click to be able to deal with a Faceless Void, who for me still is priority number one when you're going up against it. It's just a matter of maybe getting into a little bit of that extra burst damage. You know, you've almost got level 18 on the Void Spirit. He's got an Arcane Root to play around.
I'm setting up for this fight.
I mean,
Aegis will tick out in 20. Is
it's a long time though.
and the Morphling's not here just yet as well. DP on cooldown. Dolphin's gonna look to maybe scout out some of the members and get rid of the ward as well. This might make it a little bit easier for LBZS to take a team fight around the triangle. See what the call is going to be though, with the Aegis expiring. It's Dire that are actually in pursuit. Smoke up from them, looking to try and catch out LBZS.
And they're just going to back off entirely.
Puck's good for the team.
The top side. Yeah, but
Gonna be able to catch out Guo. The TP forced to be stopped here as soon as the Lich saw that some of the members were running directly at him. But with the Lich being the first kind of point of contact, it means that everyone else on LBZS will be okay. A Rolling Thunder used down bottom to try and clear the creeps and get out. Meanwhile, mid lane Morphling does pop the Aeon Disc, which actually might be enough for Zoran to secure the kill. Yules sets up for the Aether Remnant. Void's going to come into play to provide the damage required to get the kill. So, alright, beautifully done. 70 seconds without having to worry about the puck.
Damn, I was really expecting that was just looking to try and get rid of that Aeon Disc, but a really nice rotation coming through from Zone as well to be able to confirm the kill. That Aeon Disc, sorry, not the Aeon Disc, the Yule Scepter, really coming in handy for him there. Brings him up to that all-important level 18. He's almost got his level 20 as well, and considering you've got the Aghanim Scepter, 120 Resonant Pulse damage, you can double that. We talk about the importance of being able to burst some of these heroes down, especially the Puck, when she doesn't have that Aeon Disc. It's just going to make it so much easier.
Do you feel like that is still the priority in a lot of the fights here for the Void Spirit? Is it ever going to change?
I think you just don't want to be...
NJ? Oh, BKB used just solely for the Lich.
Yeah, I was about to say you don't want to be too antsy popping the BKB, but you might be able to... You feel like you can man fight this Void?
I don't think he can escape either, so it's just like, all right, I gotta go for it. I'm gonna maybe hope I can get lucky with a couple of bashes, but it doesn't matter. An unfair fire to some of the LBZS members jumps in to provide that assistance.
Just continuing to farm is fun. I was talking about... I like the Faceless Void pick. I was worried that he might need to go it alone, but clearly, Pango, Puck, both keeping up.
They're
both
running
getting
at
a little
them.
more aggressive items.
Ray actually blinked defensively, so doesn't want to look to get the jump, and that's where TZY comes into play. A Chrono used solely onto the Void Spirit, but the E-Blade might be enough to keep him alive. They're forced to drop the core to hold him into place, but that was a lot used just for the Void Spirit kill. But the Morphling feels hesitant about continuing to chase deep towards the tier 2 tower, so it looks like Team Mystique gonna back up and just only lose one.
Will this be the indication for them to go, though? I mean, I'm sure they've got their eyes on the Roshan respawn timer. Just possibly 10 seconds away, so with no Chronosphere, gives them a big window once the Void Spirit's back online to be able to potentially contest that. So right now, the priority for LBZS is push out that bottom lane. Bottom tower is probably the easiest tower for Mystique to take at this stage, so let's make sure that doesn't happen in the meantime. It's about a half duration Roche respawn, so not the worst for both teams, to be honest.
Not the worst. Is important though for Team Mystique. They do already have a nice cliff ward by that secret shot. Ready? They won't be underneath it though, so smoke from them is not going to be caught out. And they might run into the Morphling. Not an easy kill at all. Helios forced to start. They might be able to blow him up before he gets the attribute shift off. The damage isn't enough. Uh-oh. He pops the BKB. Now M's going to look to turn it around. There's just nothing they can do.
Oh, it's coming,
Maybe
though.
actually, hang on. Morphling is going to look to try and TP up. Forced to stop because the BKB wasn't there to cover the full TP duration. And a little bit awkward. I thought all of a sudden it was just going to turn it completely around, but it just didn't have enough left available.
I thought it was a lot awkward. You know, all the boys didn't feel like helping him out. A couple of them didn't have TPs available, but...
Fonte? They're going to run into TZY. Combo's able to set up perfectly for the damage. As meanwhile, Dolphin's able to back up as well. A great positioning out of the Puck. Lands the coil onto 2, so there's going to be no escape from the support. So will there? Fonte A little bit off the mark with his own Time Walk as Marana looks for a TP, an ambitious one at best. As Fonte will find that bashed to slam the door home.
Just 15 seconds until the Roche pit. These are not the kills that you want to be giving up at such a crucial juncture. Might even be able to find the Marcy, but just able to get away as NJ. Have to hit up
Really
5 as well on this Faceless Void too.
Do we feel like this is a little bit greedy that Morphling is still waiting on the Aghanim Shard for this next Roche?
A little bit, yeah. I feel like you need to...
Okay.
I feel like you need to play a bit more around. Oh, the first impression again! Oh.
No way! Oh my god.
Sometimes it's just your day, man.
Okay, you could argue out buying back here to defend Roche. You need a way to scout it out, but with Chrono on cooldown, you might be able to take this fight.
Yes, and you know how important it is for the Morphling to get that shard that we've been talking about for so long, but actually Morphling, he's TP and bottom. Either they're not aware of this or they're just not interested. So who are we giving this one to? Oh, Rubik still has enough shard. All right.
Okay.
It's even giving it to Lich, to be honest.
What do you like about the Lich Shard this game?
It just means that even if you're catching someone solo inside of the Chronosphere, you can still use the Chain Frost for that little bit of extra damage that I feel like they were lacking.
And that E-Blade won't really protect them as well. Like, that's a big reason why we saw Ray go for this E-Blade. He does have a Wind Waker queued up. That's kind of a pipe dream at the moment. Maybe that Philosopher's Stone can help out, but... See, this has to be a pick-shot perfect fight, and maybe the Nullifier can help out a little bit for Dire, but... Radiant, they're going to play the kind of disciplined game, not running up into Dire's triangle where they don't have any vision placed.
Jay really wanted that level 20 as well. He's just keeping the bottom lane pushed out. It's that 35-minute creep wave with the cart, which means that someone's going to need to address this. And I feel like maybe they're either going to pick off the first person that makes the rotation down, or as soon as it happens, they're going to look to rotate to the opposite side of the map. He's actually in here first.
Instant use of the BKB.
Yeah. Are they going to look to chase?
Inside the jungle, they're actually onto the puck. Dolphin might be in a little bit of trouble as NJ tries to jump in. Is the control going to be there after the phase shift? And it's not. So puck will get out, and Arteezy looks to roll into the middle. Onto Marcy they go. Still not enough damage, but maybe the Chain Frost bouncing back and forth. That'll secure the initial kill for LBZS. They have detection though. Ray caught out for the moment, but the Moonlight Shadow is soon to expire. They're going to be back on towards the puck and zone. Does he have to damage Resonant Pulse in a couple of seconds? They'll need the control. But Dolphin gets out once again, just away from the grasping jaws of Team Mystique.
That was the longest Blink Dagger I think I've seen in quite a while. I know he's holding the Octarine core, but damn, man is very, very slippery. Rubik did end up going down on the sidelines. It was just Morphling 1v2ing essentially against the Faceless Void. A little bit of a misuse of the telekinesis, but still breaking even across both cores there. Look at
this is great.
The Moonshot as well.
Is this the Void? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We saw at TI, of course, there were a couple of answers to the Morphling step. Arme really liked the Moonshot, and then, of course, we saw Fonte go for the Lincolns early on to kind of help out with that. Do want to mention another item. Morphling actually did go into the Aghanim Shard.
Okay. I mean, if you're not taking the Roche, then you kind of have to.
Yeah. It is
25 himself.
Much needed item as Ray should go down bottom. Full usage out of the Rolling Thunder. Dude, it's so annoying to play versus Pango. He's got that 15 talent for the extra duration, just bouncing back and forth. So, no Tiny for 60 seconds. They are a little bit split, though, on LBZS. Cautious as zone.
No one is nearby.
Aeontis gets still on cooldown for the moment. Oh, no, they group up for the Chrono, but that's where the Aghanim Shard's able to come into play. So Fonte needs to turn for the Void Spirit, but he doesn't have the damage nor the control, but that's where the puck can come into play. A coil used at the last second to hold the Void Spirit into place. They're already looking for more. Rubik gets the stun. The telekinesis drag back with the Morphling protected. Down to the south though. NJ is on to TZY. A bash inside the Rolling Thunder. They got the damage to secure the kill, but up to the north. The Morphling, he's still in trouble. Manta into the waveform. That'll get him out of harm's way. Looks like Team Mystique. Are they on full retreat or do they want to go back in? Unleash, it's on cooldown for NJ, so he doesn't have the damage to get the kill onto the supports as Dire just stuck around for a little bit too long. All abilities aren't in the arsenal to turn this fight back around as LBZS will come out on top. And what a great position to have a successful team fight, because now they can look to get some objectives.
They can indeed. They've still got a good minute on that Aegis as well. So Fonte, he's going to be the only one putting himself anywhere close to the front of this this high ground siege. And you just see all of the resources sitting up behind him, ready for the Frost Shield, ready for the telekinesis, and Puck with all that control as well.
An early glyph, telekinesis, almost into the remnant. I'd have to eat. Oh, Ray just runs up full to enable the Puck to have an opening. Might be enough damage coming out though. Fonte protected for the moment, but M's just getting controlled. Like you said, yeah, he's still got Aegis, another 30 seconds, so he's not too worried. But I guess the important thing is maybe that's a worthwhile sacrifice for the Tiny. The boys are about to respawn.
Okay. Tiny goes down, defend your high ground. Yeah, it's on about 2 hits, but he's still generally satisfied with that. Got here an Arcane Rune for Fonte. Won't be able to use the Chronosphere in combination with that, but he realizes that he is the carry. He's going into the Refresher Orb, realizing that, you know, going up against the Morphling, so maybe now he's changed. They try and pick off the Void Spirit as the main target, as opposed to the Morphling.
Maybe some of those neutral items can help out and actually protecting the Morphling. Giving over the Trickster's Cloak, so extra magic resistance and evasion, which is going to be lovely. Maybe just some farm time for both sides to get those tier 4 neutral items. With a breath for either side.
Haven't really seen NJ find that perfect jump onto the backlines yet, have we? You know, the Nullifier, it was picked up at a really nice time, and I still think it's a great game for it, but we haven't seen the cancellation of these Ghost Scepters. We haven't seen the Frost Shield taken off in these team fights.
Alright. Morphling just brought out for the Octarine. Let's see if they're going to be able to blow him up. The attribute shift, of course, is there, but the damage is just too much. Morphling gone without a buyback. NJ quickly dispatches of the Lich, and up to the northern side as well. Their attention is onto the Pain Clear, but it means that they can't protect NJ. As the Marcy attempting to do God's work, targeting down the Rubik, but he just doesn't have the damage. Radiant control the Marcy, who buys back instantly. They will at least get down on one of their members with a TP, but off to the other side, Zone was also able to get rid of TZY, so let's jump on the deck. No one's able to pick that up for the moment. Do they actually want to fight Team Mystique? They've got a great ward on their cliff, but looks like Radiant will back out.
Who's going to get first vision of this DD bottom? You're going to get greedy and give it over to the Void. Find out this Puck is... Yep, Aeon Disc is available though.
Yeah, let's see if that's going to be enough to keep him alive. Arrow, no, that's the Chrono. On to 3 from Fonte. Everything you would need to take the team fight. And now they'll turn to the Void Spirit as well. But Ray tosses him away. Maybe that's enough to buy Zone some time to get the Astral Step out. Can they chase him down? It's going to be up to the Puck to close the distance. But Zone out to the left side. Dolphins in hot pursuit with a coil landing. The control, the damage will be there after to secure the 4th kill. And that was all set up thanks to Fonte's Chrono.
I was wondering if he was going to go for the flicker play, try and move forward just that little bit more to be able to get away from the Puck, but didn't end up doing it. Gets caught with a Dream Coil. Does have buyback at least, but you really don't feel like you can mount any defense without the Morphling.
Might not have Marana as well. PQ's okay. He's able to purge off the silence and leap away, and the buildings won't be able to have the same fate though. Melee Barracks goes down. Ranger Axe will still be left standing. I got to talk about it with them respawning. I hope we have time. What's with the Octarine on the Morphling?
Wanting to morph more? They did nerf it a little bit in the recent patch, so it's not like that 100% uptime.
I don't know. I really don't know. Let's see. Let's see how it's going to be able to help out. It's definitely not they're not in a position where they're completely out of it, but it's getting close to that stage. 15,000 gold lead. And there might soon to be more as well, as LBZS moving over to Dice. Triangle first point of contact is going to be the Tiny. And it's an early use of the BKB from Fonte. And unfortunately for the Tiny, the Ghost Scepter's not able to keep him alive. NJ does get a quick and easy pick off onto the Lich, but he's not able to catch up to TZY. And just put protective them. But look how hesitant Dire are, though. No one else is following up onto NJ. They just don't want to commit into the middle. They're just watching their member get blown up in their faces.
Barracks are under attack.
There's just nothing really that they can do at that stage, right? Like you've used your BKB already. A big portion of your damage in the Marcy is gone. Your teamfight control has been removed as well. What's Zone going to look to get into? I mean, it doesn't stun anymore at level 25. It's just a root, so still going to be decent against all three cores, to be honest, but it isn't that big backline disruptor that it used to be.
Dolphin's already hunting for more. Does he go for the blind coil? Not gonna be the case. They might run into zone though.
I know.
They've got the outpost for the boys to start to TP2. Ooh. Zone beautifully done. He's able to dodge the coil.
That should help.
Josh is able to get away. And I mean, that's valuable time though. So a
Got
little bit of breathing
25.
room. Who's this?
Void Spirit. And now Morphling has a Lincoln, so that's going to benefit from the Octarine core. He actually sold his boots so that he could look to do that. And I suppose with Waveform having 40% cooldown reduction is going to keep him somewhat maneuverable.
It's a weird time. Alright. Roche is up and it's the third one of the game.
Oh, DQQ
Right,
ends up arrowing a creep.
Helios.
Full vision.
He's just going to look to try and waste some time. Even Guagu actually jumps up to the high ground. Lich, no messing around with his initiation. But Dire have now brought all the boys to the team fight. Mirana's going to be easily brought down, but simultaneously the Lich is killed off as well, but NJ won't get anything more out of it as Fonte flies over into the river. Can they still take the team fight on Team Mystique with the numbers disadvantage? And it looks like that's not going to be the case as Fonte, well, they'll have the ear plate to protect the Void Spirit for a little bit, but purged off thanks to the Witchbane. And now Morphling, I mean, he's looking to try and clean up, but I don't think he can do this by himself, and he's barely tickling Fonte. We'll just narrowly dodge the Chronosphere, but it doesn't matter. 4 members are down without a buyback. It's Morphling against the world, but oh no, he didn't even make it to the high ground. We'll still get that time walk away, but it's not going to matter. The creeps are inside the base, and they're just going to look to end it.
No buyback on any hero on Mystique right now. Closest one is the Mirana, still 160 gold away. They might be able to find this pickoff as well onto that. That's GG. He doesn't have buyback. Tier 4s are getting hit. They can just look to commit onto this one. So very, very different story from game number 1. It kind of felt like Mystique were a little bit lost at sea this time around. And, well, I wonder if it means that the way for them to draft moving forward, I don't want to like dumb it down too much, but it was a very, very clear game plan for them in game number 1. Pick these heroes that dive in, that are able to punish the Lina, and then build sustainable so that we don't die instantly when we go for these suicidal sort of maneuvers. But this time around, it kind of felt like they were putting a little bit each way, let's call it, right? Like they were like, okay, well, some of our heroes are good for pickoff, some of our heroes are good late game. It was, I like variation in drafts, but these guys, it just doesn't seem like they're able to piece it all together, don't you think?
No, I completely agree. I think that's a great way to put it. Just felt like there wasn't the cohesive unit like we saw out of them in game 1. And you need that as his team going up against LBZS that has a little bit more experience. You kind of need that one vocal person that's calling the shots and pulling them across the map. It just felt like they weren't playing as that team and kind of the disconnected unit in the end. And it's a big reason why LBZS were able to take game 2 and end up forcing us to go the distance here in our first series of the night. So, I mean, we'll see what we have in store for us for game 3. Of course, we do have the lovely panel to help break this one down. So we'll send it back to the boys.
Thank you very much, Aries and Denog. Lovely job as always. And yeah, lovely job from LBZS as they get things back on track for game number 2 and even out this pretty even feeling series, honestly. That said, pretty weird game. I don't know about how you guys felt about it, but I felt there was a bit of interesting things, lots to talk about. Fleek, why don't you take your shot? What do you want to chat about?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with like Danog and Aries when they were saying that it really felt like that Team Mystique were really disconnected. You could see towards the latter stages of that game that it felt like that there really wasn't a game plan for them to come back in there. NJ had a plan. NJ had a person that he wanted to kill every single time. He was going to kill Lich every single time he had BKB, but as soon as these team fights start getting chaotic, that's when I think Faceless Void really starts to shine in these latter stages, when he's able to abuse time walk, he's able to abuse time dilation, he's really be able to get on top of a lot of these heroes and get these isolated 1v1s and a lot of these team fights going his way. I think for the other side of LBZS, I think they played their draft really, really well. I think the way that Dolphin played this game was really, really good. He made some good early rotations towards that offlane early on to be able to enable Fonte. And I think the way that they played around, their Pangolier and their Puck this time around really led me to believe that LBZS are in this for the long run.
Lizard, do you feel like had the tools to win this game, and it kind of just came down to, as you say, that disconnect which stopped it happening?
Maybe. Not sure. Like I feel that he was doing quite all right. Like for the first half of the game, it looked like they had LBZS's number. It looked like with this Morphling, once he got that tags, I thought, yeah, maybe they can take this. I wasn't so sure from the get-go, from the draft. But yeah, eventually the puck just came online. I completely agree with my dear colleague, Fluke. The moment Dolphin started doing business, started doing work, like this game looked impossible for Dire. Like he was just dishing out way too much damage. He was catching people. Like Morphling under the Ancients gets blown up in a millisecond. There are some mistakes here and there, definitely. I don't think that Morphling should have died in a couple of these situations, but yeah, it happens. You get caught off guard. Your teammates aren't close. You get blown up.
Or in some cases, the teammates are close and just kind of watching it happen. Yeah, it was unfortunate. I don't know. I feel like there needs to be a bit more commitment from Mystique, which is weird after that game one where we had so much commitment to the idea from them. But it kind of felt like they... And again, I didn't dislike their draft at all. I thought it was fine, but they just didn't really commit to any kind of cohesive idea on how to approach this game. It's a hard question to answer. And they've got not much time to do it because game number three, just around the corner. But I mean, what would you say was like the kind of the biggest thing which made it hard for them to play with? Was there anything they looked particularly uncomfortable with, Fluke?
I think they found it hard to just stick and blow up one target. I think it got towards the middle part of that game where as Lizard said, there was some moments where they had a bit of control up against LBZS, but as soon as we started to see more of these items come up, the things like the Aeon Disc as well as the BKB on the Faceless Void, it just felt like it got harder and harder for them to be able to jump in, blow up one target and get the team fight going from there. So I think for me, once Team Mystique had that idea kind of gone out of their brain about how they're going to be able to get these team fights going if they don't get that instant 4v5, then I think that's where it really started to fall apart for them. So hopefully game number 3 they pull it all together.
So you feel like with the Marcy, it just didn't really kind of connect. They wanted that just blink in and go kind of hero rather than having to kind of find a more difficult angle of entry into the fights.
Yeah, I think it started to feel a little awkward for them trying to get everybody to focus on the one target. There was the Tiny who was going for this kind of save build with the things like the E-Blade and the Wind Waker as it got to the later stages, and it just got to a point where NJ's BKB was so low that he really couldn't stick onto too many of these targets.
Yeah, and some crazy builds this game as well. I mean, I was a big fan of the... wasn't Morphling going for an Octarine at the end? Yep. Faceless Void had a Moonshot. Yeah, it's just... Any reasoning for the Morphling Octarine? Just cast spells?
The Moonshard is a little bit self-explanatory on
that
the
one
Void,
makes
right?
Sense, yeah.
The Octarine also is like you can cast and spam your spells all the time. Like you morph into like your Aghanim's even just gives you a lot with the Octarine, right? Plus you can get into the Void. It's so difficult to kill the Morphling in the end. You have Time Walk, you have Waveform. It's just too much mobility from him.
Too much from him, too little, unfortunately, from Team Mystique in this game number 2, which means we are going to a game number 3. So we're going to throw it over to a break, and then we shall be back with the final and deciding match in this series. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you very soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the China DPC Division 2 as we are into the third and final game of Team Mystique versus LBZS. And I'm talking very quickly because we've got a very quick draft coming up. That's right, we're already into it. We're going to waste absolutely no time in strapping on our Speedos and diving into the deep end to this one. Listen, what are the heroes we've got on our screen?
I'm too busy imagining you in Speedos, Nomad. Stop it.
Oh, stop.
I can't.
I'm blushing. I'm glad the camera's changed. I'm all pink. All right,
sad
Fleek, you
that-
gotta.
The camera was helping me. I'm sad it changed. Anyways, okay. So we have a set of completely different heroes besides Rubik, right? None of these were picked before, so teams have decided, yeah, what worked in game 1 and worked in game 2, we're not gonna see it. Even though Mirana and Tiny were left in the pool, Team Mystique did not go for them. That's kind of strange. Like for me at least, because I don't think those heroes were the problem. I think they could have went the same route once again. Tiny did a lot of work in every game. But okay, they decided something a bit easier like a clockwork. Clock DP. Some good push on the offlane. Some good combination, like this clock can be a 5 as well. But they're banning out a draw. Like these are sort of the heroes I'm looking towards if you're picking clock 5. It's the right fluke, it's the Drow, it's the Lina, these kind of things.
Yeah, it's like all about trying to enable like your range cores in that safe lane, especially going up against something like a Beastmaster. You want to try and have one of those range cores that can kind of deal with the balls early on and be able to at least shut down this Beastmaster, because we've seen what LBZS can do when TZY has a really, really good lane. I think he's a big enabler for that team as well. If he has a good start to the game, he can really set the pace for them. And I think on something like a Beastmaster, if he gets a very, very early helm and the Overlord gets that tier 1 tower early on, it really just opens up the map for Team Mystique. In their last series up against Meteor as well, when they got into that third game, they kind of changed things up pretty hardcore as well. They went for this like position 1 Night Stalker and like a mid Primal Beast and something we hadn't really seen from them before. But I like that they're falling back to the most picked hero in Division 2 so far for China in the Death Prophet. It just gives them what we said after game number 2, a straightforward game plan, right? Like you want to kind of group up around your Death Prophet. She's generally going to have a pretty good lane most of the time. She builds all the auras for you. She can just be this team fight beast. And all you got to do is just kind of play around her timings and make sure you get these tier 1 towers. And now that you don't have to deal with the Treant, then it should give you some really good and easy timings for Mystique to play around.
I'm glad we have ourselves a Snapfire. This hero, I think this hero is so good. I've been waiting to see more of it. Good wave clear versus Beastmaster. It's a hero that can kind of hold the lane versus Beast, at least somewhat. Maybe not early, but definitely when she gets a shard.
I think Kisses is like very, very underrated still. I think it's like a very big part about her kit, right? Just the fact that at level 6 she can deal so much damage. Yeah, it can be a little hard for you to land some of the globs, but it just kind of forces some of these heroes, the globs, just trying to force some of these heroes to not be in the area they want to be in. And if you can kind of force them to have to move around and not be in positions they want to be in, I think Snapfire can either deal a lot of damage or just kind of do a lot of area denial for you.
Yeah, I love to see them globs flying from RC, especially when clock is in. They go with the disruptor. Like, do you guys like the new Glimpse level 1 disruptor? Are you enjoying the meta? Like,
yeah, it's cool. I like it a lot, actually. It's just funny watching this guy like hit, and then like you're like, all right, I don't want to trade with you anymore, and he's like, oh yes you do, get back here, and then you take loads of damage, and then he keeps hitting you, and yeah, I'm a fan.
Or
it's stupid, but it's a fan.
It's stupid that it gives more value than Thunderstrike. Like,
Thunderstrike's such a value spell as well.
Yeah. Like usually Disruptor used to be, so Skyrat used to have the longest silence, I think he still does, and Disruptor used to be the most damage on level 1 that you could dish out with any spell with Thunderstrike, and now people are just killing like Glimpse, and I'm like, is this a joke? Thunderstrike is like, am I a joke to you? What happened?
Yeah, but level 2 just becomes a complete chad.
Yeah.
It's always funny that it's like it's very similar in what it's supposed to do, but it's just like, yeah, but I get more utility out of this now, and then they don't even touch Thunderstrike most of the time.
Yeah, they get the puck as well for themselves once again. Dolphin PP hero, It did well in the last game. They get it again. Do you think? I guess Team Mystique could even put. Yeah. That's it. Like, you had your puck fun time the last game. We're gonna put a DK this time around. You won't be able to do anything. Like, this makes way more sense. I like it. Now, just have to finalize the draft so it's not really hurt by the puck on the mid lane in their carry, and they'll be fine. So we're basically looking for carries on both sides, right?
Yeah, but no, I like this DK pick a lot. Like, all you wanted was one more stun. I'm pretty sure that's all Mystique were like. As long as we can get something which lanes well, and something which gives us one more stun, and then the DP and the Snapfire are going to be really happy with these two. It's just like kind of, very, very cookie cutter.
Very, very straightforward, right? It's just, you just get a Blink Dagger early on zone. From what we saw in game number 1, he went ahead of Midas as well. He just played really, really fast on the Dragonite, and now copping that up with the Death Prophet, they're just going to have this push at this very early kind of stage of the game. So I'm looking at LBZS to try and shore up their safe lane, try and have another aggressive hero to try and shut down this Death Prophet early on. I wouldn't hate to see... I'm trying to think, is maybe Nature's Prophet a little bit too ham in the pushing basket for Team Mystique?
Well, it's good for LBZS. Like, if you go Prophet on LBZS, you'd have Beastmaster. You'd have a hero that actually beats that Prophet and Clockwork in the lane. Like, it would be, okay, the TB instead. It's kind of, it's not necessarily, it's not the same, obviously. It's kind of similar. You get a lot of split pushing capabilities with the illusions. The lane itself is decent. You bend out the Morphling, so you're not vulnerable in that way. I'm thinking, is there anything else? Slark is out, Morphling is out. So 2 heroes that are really good against you are already gone. Maybe I was thinking Sniper, but this is also a good hero to pick. My problem is you kind of suck versus Beastmaster in the lane. Like, it's really not a good lane for an Arc Warden. If TZY plays this correctly, like, they could really be putting a lot of hurt on the Arc early on. I guess there's Clock to protect you. I'm not sure. We'll see how it goes, but overall, not the greatest fan of Arc Warden, even though it's like one of the best counters to the Terrorblade, if not the best counter, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't too worried about I wasn't like looking at STB and going, oh no, goodness gracious, there's nothing they can do now. I'm kind of okay with like just utilizing the Snapfire as a kind of main counter to it in the early game, and then later on you can get something, just get like a carry which can like have some sort of magic damage, maybe like a Lesh or something. They would have been fine. I think the Arc is maybe a bit of over exaggeration, as you say, and it kind of it's a bit too out there for me.
They do have a DK mid, right?
Yeah.
So it's fine. Like you get like objective taking, and you get ultra late game with an Arc. I guess it can work, right? Like,
yeah, I think it's okay. I just like Team Mystique draw. I think with the 4 heroes they had, they could have picked anything. I would have been like, I like Mystique. So I'm gonna go Mystique. Fluke, what are you saying?
I think I agree with a Lizard towards in there. I think the Sniper would have made it easier. I think the Arc Warden, it can pop off. We never know. Could have the most insane Arc Warden in China, and we don't really know until we see it. So, I mean, I'm excited to see what this Arc Warden can do, but I think, ease of execution is probably going to go the way here of LBZS.
Alrighty, then let's throw it over to our casters for this third and final game between these two teams. It is, of course, Ares and Danog, or Daenerys as they like to be known as, taking it away for this final match.
Thank you, lads. Yes, that is correct. Daenerys bringing the action once again for this Game 3. An important Game 3 as well. Team Mystique looking to try and find their first series victory in Division 2. And well, for LBZS, they're looking to try and find their second series victory. They might be able to join the likes of Meteor Gaming at the top with 2-0 count if they're able to take this third game. But the question is, Danog, is this draft enough to enable them to find that game victory?
Yeah, the Arc Warden we were a little inquisitive about. I understand it as a direct response to the TB. Like Lizard said, it's not the greatest in the lane against the Beastmaster. I was thinking, maybe a Phantom Lancer could do a decent job. They don't exactly have the greatest wave clear, so maybe that's another point in the Arc Warden's favor. You were throwing out the possibility of an Ursa to me, which I really wouldn't have hated either. So they did have a bunch of options. Just speaking on the Daenerys front, I was about to ask, where are my dragons? But we get a Dragon Knight, so I'm going to be happy for this one.
Makes up for it. A little bit of roleplay there from my boy Zone. We'll see how he's able to perform in this game. Of course, with like...
I mean, it's such a great DK lane, right? Like, what is a puck supposed to do against this? Most of the time, if you're playing melee against range, you worry about getting traded on, right? But you're a DK. That is not going to happen to you. You're going to be able to walk forward, stun the puck, use your greater last hit potential to be able to just slam down. If he's getting denied too much in this lane, Zone's doing something wrong. I was calling for a Kunkka, perhaps, because it would have been able to deal with a Beastmaster, it would have been decent in the lane, but it would have prevented them from having that instant lockdown for the puck. So yeah, I really like this DK pick.
Yeah, I wonder what his item build's going to be in a game like this as well from Zone, because we saw they put it out in game 1 to great success, and he went for that Midas build. So I wonder if he's going to go down that route again.
I think he could. I mean, you're going up against a Beastmaster, right? So I think at least one Midas is a good idea. Arc Warden's probably going to fulfill that one. Just being able to get rid of the Helm of the Dominator creep for now. But, you know, if he opted to go down the route of the Aghanim Scepter again, really wouldn't hate it. Again, just going to provide him with a little bit more of that sustain in a lot of these team fights. He can be the one to frontline, because how often is Arc Warden really wanting to be the one to frontline? And just to echo Fluke's comments about his love for the Snapfire and the Mortimer's Kisses, just have a look at all of these other heroes that he's got playing with him. Like, DK wants to go in first, DP wants to go in first, Clockwork wants to go in first. So you're going to get a ton of value out of these Mortimer's Kisses, and pretty rarely have them stolen or stopped by, you know, Puck or Disruptor or Rubik, 3 of the better heroes that are actually able to do it.
Yeah, you're going to get a lot of value out of this big ultimate here from DQQ. I think overall as well from the rest of Mystique, their ultimates are going to come in clutch at the early stage. For them, it's a lot around how you can take some of these early objectives. In fact, it might be DQQ that goes down first. Scatterblast, maybe slow down Fonte. One more right click, it's not enough. The tower, regen, and armor looks like it's just enough to keep him alive.
And what build has he gone for? I didn't see what he'd had leveled up at level 1 on Guo Guo, but of course he's going to be using the glimpse as much as possible, going heavy
the
into
Thunderstrike.
that right click. He went Thunderstrike level 1, or?
Yeah.
Sure, if I'm the greatest fan of that. I mean, you can trade very, very well against the Snapfire. And again, Snap's one of those heroes that doesn't have the greatest escape potential, at least in the super early game, right? As long as you get into the Aghanim Shard, the 4-staffs, later on it becomes a little bit more sustainable, but that's not what you're really worried about. You want to be trading with Glimpse as much as you can.
And you were mentioning about this mid matchup, and it's not looking good for Zone early on. 15 and 7 compared to the 8 and 2. Oof.
You mean it is looking good for Zone?
So it is. Sorry, did I say it's not? Sorry. I meant it is looking good for Zone. Not looking good for the Puck.
I mean, Puck,
bottom lane,
we talked about the
TZY.
roleplay before. Puck looks like a bit of a dolphin.
Oh man, what the hell? What? what dolphins are you even seeing? What are you talking about?
They're just
That's
roaming in
a-
the sea.
That's a cracked out dolphin you're looking at. I don't know. This dude.
That's the West Side
What the
dolphin.
hell? I don't know, man. That's some malfunctions going on.
Top side,
Abnormalities in
they
that
tried to get a
dolphin.
little bit of harass onto the TB, as you do in between uses of the Metamorphosis, but not able to do it. Again, the Glimpse coming in clutch and making Guogo have to back off a little bit. Gets a nice pull through, and I mean, I think what you're waiting for on DQQ is for them to be able to use some sort of Metamorphosis timing and not get a kill, and then that's going to free him up to potentially make a move towards this mid lane, although they might try and get a kill before then.
Go. We'll be okay. The Glimpse going to be forced out there to send DQQ back. I mean, when you have meta, this should be a pretty much guaranteed kill. You've got so much damage coming out, you can't escape with that Glimpse to drag them away. Bottom lane, actually, Arc Warden is in not the greatest
little
position
deep.
at all. A little deep is definitely one way to put it. He got the ball, that's all right. Well worth getting the ball from giving up first blood over to TZY.
Where's Ray in all of this? He had max health and mana. I mean, sure, he was making a pull happen, but probably shouldn't do that when the lane is pushed that far forward.
You got to blame the Arc Warden, right? If he gets caught out when the support's pulling.
Yes, but probably don't run forwards, you know, like when that's happening. Try and run back to your team.
Top lane, DQQ is going to end up going down. They'll trade supports, though. Not the worst. Fonte will continue to right-click NJ, so it does look like the Terrorblade will come out a little bit on top in regards to the resource exchange between the two cores as well. But, I mean, this is Metamorphosis now on cooldown, so do you want to see Mystique just instantly look to run at the LBZS members up top?
Possibly. I just don't think you've got the levels to do it just yet, right? I think you need the DK with a power rune. Like a haste would be absolutely ideal if you had Elder Dragon form as well. The same sort of thing with the exorcism, right? So without that, I just don't think they have the capability to do it just yet. I was thinking maybe DQQ comes mid if Dolphin looks to overextend himself, but he doesn't end up doing that, so he goes back top.
Now, the way I was initially looking at this game is that I really felt like LBZS were going to have a big damage issue once we got to the mid game with the Dragon Knight having BKB with the Death Prophet more than likely having like Greaves and Pipe, maybe even just Greaves into the BKB. Fonte can kind of help out with that issue when you have Metamorphosis and join fights, but that's a big cooldown and early on, I don't think we're going to see him a whole lot. So do you kind of have the same read that you feel like Mystique, once they get these utility items, that LBZS might have issues with damages? I'll hold that thought actually, because bottom lane, not TZY, will be able to get the TP out. Ray went the opposite direction.
Could do, but it could just be another story of what we saw in the last game. I thought the exact same thing in game number 2, right? But there were just targets getting picked off so easily, time and time again, that even though, for example, the Morphling with the Aghanim Scepter, right, with 2 waveforms and Time Walk and an Octarine core, still got burst down with an Aghanim Shard, right? Just because he was the one that get picked instantly at the start of every single team fight. So I think it's just a matter of their positioning, because, yeah, if, like you're saying, they are just going to run into a 5v5 fight, and it's even, then they will be lacking in damage. But again, it's just going to be based on how it starts.
No, he can't do this. NJ can't go for a Meteor Hammer. He's trolling. It's okay. He's trolling the moment. We'll see change up. You ain't kind of messing around with the Exo though. They've got Catapult. They're going to cut the wave as well. And it seems like there's nothing Dire can really do to protect this. Like if Dolphin leaves the lane, then Zone's just going to commit the Elder Dragon form and beat onto the tower. So you're going to have to bring someone else. And that's where Helios can come into play. But they're already on to Guo. They'll send it back with the glimpse, but the damage has been dealt way too fast for them to handle. But maybe Fonte with a wraparound with the Metamorphosis can look to get some revenge.
Exo's almost
a lot of damage onto NJ early on, but can he get that bonus health back? Well, he'll get a kill for his good measures, and maybe now, I mean, NJ's okay. He doesn't really have the mana to turn it on to Fonte, so the Snapfire will be the sacrifice.
He does have enough mana to TP out if he wants to, but he's just going to stick around here. I don't think Fonte will end up going down. He is still tanky enough that it might at least force him out, the fact that the DP's back up here. And yeah, mid lane, like you're saying, Zone just looking to push into this mid tower, means that Guo makes the rotation down. He is not trolling. He went away from the Meteor Hammer, by the way. I think he was just doing it to find you out.
No. I thought he was trolling with having the item queue up. He wanted to bring it up and then... Yeah, very good. Oh, mid lane. Stun into the cookie. Oh, beautiful use of the cogs from Ray. Okay. You love to see it. Perfectly done for that chain control. Grants him a really important kill, and they're able to finish off that tier 1 tower as well.
Yeah, they are. As Zone, they've already built up this 2k net worth lead, and I just can't see where they're going to be able to make anything happen off the back of this on LBZS, right? Like, all of their push comes on the back of a Terrorblade and a Beastmaster. Neither of them have had fantastic early games.
Oh, Mr. Terrorblade go down. Some shenanigans occurring in that jungle side of the map. Poor old Fonte. Big kill for them to find. It's a 3,000 net worth lead already for Team Mystique. It's off to a great start for the boys who haven't won a series just yet.
Just rub it in. Just make sure that they know.
Gosh, what? All right, yeah, rub it in.
Ray will probably end up going down here. He's got 3 points in the battery assault. Not sure that it's going to be all that effective this game, to be honest. You know, I feel like it's... He drew the aggro away, meaning that the creeps aren't just going to be able to freely hit into the tower, but the plus side of that is you've got a new wave that's just going to be able to do the exact same thing. I think they're going to have to give this one up. No tree and protector this time around, and they're actually going to look to make a defense around this mid lane if they went for a super deep dive onto Fonte.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Mechanism completed for NJ. See what that hill burst is going to be able to help them out with. Unfortunately, they don't have... Well, they got about half duration of the Elder Dragon form. I think that smoke was underneath the ward. They're even going to scan just to confirm about the placement from Team Mystique, as Helios will...
is still kind of walking.
It'll just run straight into him, but it looks like it might not matter. NJ, I don't think he's going to have the damage. In fact, it's enough. My calculations were subpar, and NJ up to a killing spree with the Death Prophet, and really importantly, you've got the Arc Warden who's continuing to find that farm. Midas picked up, so that first real steroid item is online for the Arc Warden.
Yeah, the AU mass really coming in clutch there. I'm really expecting to see look to put himself wherever the Beastmaster is, or at least the Tempest double, right? You got to make sure that you're stopping this Helm of the Dominated creep as much as you can. It really serves to hinder how much Beastmaster is able to get out of the map and slow down the progression towards that Helm of the Overlord if he doesn't have a creep to play with.
The more they see him at the moment, this River Ward down bottom was able to scout out TZY and his farming patterns, but he himself has got some... Yeah, that's a beautiful thing. He's got some hawks to be able to work around with, and with all this going on, you also have to kind of keep tabs about the Terrorblade, but do you actually feel like Radiant need to, though, in a game like this? Because we heard Lizard speak a lot on the panel that, you know, he feels this Arc Warden is arguably one of the biggest counters to the Terrorblade, so do you feel like that Mystique are really concerned about the farm that Fonte gets? We'll hold that thought. Ray, in combination with DQQ, is going to look to try and make a play with the smoke, but great position from TZY, anticipating this movement up towards it. Triangle pops the smoke and finds a kill into the clockwork.
I would still be a little concerned about the Terrorblade just because he is the one that's going to be assisting with taking these towers. And when you think of combinations together with a Disruptor, Beastmaster and Nightstalker are like the two that you look to think of, right? Because you're just going to be able to get so much value out of the Glimpse. It's going to be heavily on the back of Dolphin starting a lot of these early team fights. Oh.
Are they going to have the damage after the chain control, and DQQ, he provides it. That point-blank Scatterblast level 3 was even enough to get the kill. Dolphin really struggling in the game like this. I mean, we saw how difficult his lane was, but even after then, he's not been able to find much farm.
They could go for a Blink Stun here into the Kisses if anyone
They're going to go for NJ instead. Static Storm drop with Fonte's Metamorphosis damage. The mechanism will not be enough to keep him alive. The health burst, and he'll still go down afterwards. A bit of a killing spree for Fonte to find. 411 gold injected into the bank.
Puck's come mid, but again, Dolphin doing the right thing, not showing himself in the lane for too long. So I think what I would be looking to do if I'm Mystique is just put even more pressure on the Puck than she already has been. She's sitting last in all of the cores. Oh, could be found. There it is.
It's going to be the Rubik. Globs it down, but Dolphin's going to react. They've still got a decent chunk of the Metamorphosis, so they can capitalize on Dolphin's coil. And now Guagua will even catch up to another member as well, so both supports on Mystique are going to take a spill, and that's huge. Fonte got both the kills as well, so even more gold given over to the Terrorblade.
Yeah, I don't think you can look to go for an attempt that close to the tower unless A, people have revealed the fact that they've TP'd to the other side of the map, or B, it's a core. I think supports are just not valuable enough to use two ultimates on that you actually don't even need to, and you get turned around upon.
Now, I do see the Beastmaster kind of eyeing out a little bit of a nook. It's just up to Ray to be able to find that angle of the hook shot, and in fact, it's actually still on cooldown, so no one's going to go down this time.
You got the Hawk, though, so Ray removes a little bit of that Beastmaster vision, makes it so that he has to back off from this lane as much as possible. Hasn't been punished too hard with his Helm of the Overlord creeps getting Midas, so he's going to nearly be into that Vladimir's offering soon on TZY. Not looking too bad for him. Again, I just really want to emphasize how important it is for them to be able to take out this Puck, right? Because without Puck, you don't use your BKBs early. It means that you're able to get set up into a position where you're not necessarily running from the fight. That's what you want to avoid on Mystique. You want to prevent the glimpses back like we just saw them get a free kill onto the Snapfire previously around the Dire Ancient camp.
Are they going to have the damage for the Death Prophet? Maybe they'll actually look to wrap around the mid-tier 1 tower, even drop some wards down in the meantime as well for a potential further team fight.
Seem like they will. With the Witchblade, perhaps they think that they're going to have enough and they want to make the most of this.
It's going to be close.
They can't now. Now that you've used the Illusory Orb, you can't.
Well, they're running for the shot. They're inside the river. Oh, bit of an awkward kind of simultaneous just jump. between Zone and Ray, but nonetheless they'll get the kill, but they won't get any real valuable core out of it. I don't know if they can force some objectives as well. No creeps are close to the tower, so I guess we're at a stage where we kind of need to be looking towards Roshan for Team Mystique. Well, what do they kind of need to be able to bring that one down?
My thing is, do you need it? I mean, I guess a lot of their damage output that they've got is ultimate based on LBZS, right? So just to be able to put the Aegis on the highest priority target is going to be really good. You know, they heavily need to be able to play around that. The Roar, the Dream Coil, the Static Storm.
Speaking of the Roar,
so heavily just to take one.
TZY happy with the ultimate usage onto Ray. You're speaking a lot about the Helm of the Overlord and how important it is for TZY, so
that's going to resolve a lot of their damage issues, right? If they get into the Helm of the Overlord and they get the Red Eyes Black Dragon and they're able to pick that one up, then it just means so much more, right? You can grow a bit of the split push of your own. You can have alternate sources of damage rather than just the Terrorblade in these team fights.
They're going to look for more. DQQ was just step out of the tree line and all they needed was a slither of vision. And they pounced on that opportunity. Kill going onto the Snapfire, and now with this, they'll look to put some damage in the tower, but Dark Warden's positioning it will be a little bit too difficult for LBZS, but they have kind of stemmed some of the momentum that Radiant was building. 2 deaths in a row for them, and continuing to find the farmers. The Terrorblade, and in fact, he's actually usurped Radiant's net worth. He's on top on Fonte, but it might be TZY that goes down. He's stuck around for way too long inside the jungle. Go will attempt the glimpse, and oh, wait, surely that's not enough, right? Blink up shortly from Zone, and he actually won't be able to close the distance, so somehow TZY is able to limp away.
Very, very important that he does. Look how close he is to that Helm of the Overlord, right? 300 gold away. All the while, TB's farming. He's freshly picked up the Manta style, so a lot more pressure being put onto this bottom side of the map. He'll even just clean up a Tempest double. So now you don't have anything pushing down on this bottom side. Guogo is going to put himself here as well. I want to see if they throw a Hawk in, it's still 20 seconds away, but just around this tower. So if anyone TP's in, you glimpse him straight back.
Look at the smoke from LBZS into the triangle. That ward placed prior. Arc Warden doesn't have the greatest health pool as well, and Helios with the stolen Scatter Blast just easily cleans up the Arc. The boys are smoking. This is an interesting path that they're going to take towards a triangle. Helios will try and TP up, but DQQ with a cookie just on the edge to bring him down, but that's an EXO committed for this. You've got to get more out of it.
You do. I mean, they're going to try and push mid a little bit, at least try and force someone back, but again, it's probably just another kill that they're going to give up for free. Glimpse available once again. They were wanting to use it here onto Ray. They're just saying, you know what, Puck's going to be able to deal with it herself.
Oh, NJ, hang on, Puck? Hang on, Puck? You can't get run into an EXO like that. Oh, what?
No, you cannot. That is an interesting play for sure. Double damage being pinged down at the moment. DQQ having to take it away just so that Fonte doesn't pick it up for himself. Kind of gave them a little bit of breathing room that they probably shouldn't have, right?
Prophet ducks in the tree line. They want to try and combine the Static Storm with the Metamorphosis like we saw prior. And the roar from TZY down to the south will make sure there's going to be no escape for the Death Prophet and not Radiant.
Couldn't even grieve.
I don't know if you can fight into the Terrorblade right now, and we'll see Zone drag back to his own death. A glimpse from Gua giving them a double kill, and they're going to instantly look to turn to Roche because they've got the Helm of the Overlord, so it might be Dire that finds the first Roche of the game.
Why not? You know, you got the Ancient Thunderhide, you got the Inner Beast Aura, you got the lifesteal, the extra damage output. This is the effect of the Disruptor, right? They've just got vision advantages everywhere across the map. They're going to know that this is going again without... It's going to need to be the greatest support play of all time if DQQ and Ray are going to be able to interrupt. I just don't think they're ready to.
Not even using Mortimer Kisses to maybe act as a deterrent, so Roche will go down. They'll look for Dolphin though. Again, beautifully done from Red. That's multiple times this game that we've seen that Cogs push back into the follow-up stun. And really, if you don't get that Cogs pushback, then the Puck is always surviving. So at least you get a consolation prize at bringing Dolphin down. But of course, first Roche and the Aegis, importantly, does go over to Fonte's Terrorblade.
Separates the good blockworks from the great ones as well as... Oh, they're trying to get another free kill onto Helios, but... This is going to dissuade that somewhat. Going to the 4-star for himself, just wanting to be able to protect from the likes of the Clockwork, even just being able to get away from that Spirit Siphon can do wonders at being able to take out that Death Prophet, who has shown that she doesn't feel immortal exactly, right? Like, she popped the Hood of Defiance inside of that Static Storm, but they were able to burst her down with the Primal Roar so that you couldn't even get the Greaves off, and that was essentially the thing that led them into being able to take that first Roshan, just having no Death Prophet available.
Yeah. I mean, the Terrorblade, and in general, just any ranged, heavy, physical damage dealing carries a great way to deal with the DP. You don't have the greatest armor. Your agi gain is pretty atrocious. Yes, that Greaves is going to help out a little bit, but I'm expecting him actually to go like maybe a casual plate mail after this BKB, or just even into the Lotus Orb afterwards as well from NJ.
I see that as well. I mean, the casual plate mail, absolutely. He needs to get the BKB first, though, right? Because right now, you've got the Dream Coil, you've got even just something as simple as Kinetic Field stopping you from doing a lot of damage into the middle of these team fights. They might be able to get a Thunder Hide for free, and it's actually NJ that ends up picking up that last hit. So, yeah, big little bonus for him.
Speaking about some items as well, I'm intrigued on what the Terrorblade's going to look to go for in a game like this. I mean, you will definitely be considering about a Swift Blink as the game goes on, maybe even the Scepter as well. Kind of the name of the game for him is that you need to get on top of the Terrorblade, and you need to do it yourself. So, and that's maybe where the Swift Blink into the Scepter can come into play, get inside that bubble, get close on top of him. That's at that later stage. Scarred is going to help drastically against the DK and the Death Prophet survivability, but they're just not coming down bottom to defend the tower. It's going to be the Arc... Hang on, that's a real Arc Warden. You see Dire instantly turn their attention back to bottom. They'll be a little bit too far away to connect on potentially killing off the real Arc. They'll get the Tempest double, though, nonetheless.
They will, and they'll also look to D-ward the area.
Who if they actually intercepted? Beastmaster,
nice
he's
silence.
been caught out by Zone, and simultaneously the Clockwork tries to get the initiation as well. They'll still turn their attention over to TZY, securing the kill off the offlaner, and they're already looking for more as well. As Zone finds a jump in. Maybe the Mortimer Kisses wasn't as necessary for the kill, but well, they will still be able to find it. A 2-for-1 with Exo even used from NJ. So a lot of ultimates are actually forced out from Team Mystique, and not to the greatest benefit of their own lineup.
Yeah, they trade tier 2 towers as well. You would have to say that the team that's slightly happier about that would be Mystique still, just because, again, second Roshan, always important just to get that free injection of gold. That's probably when they're going to be ready to consider going high ground. You mentioned the Swift Blink on the Arc Warden. I think Overwhelming Blink is also an option, just because you're going up against this lineup that has Rubik, Disruptor, and to a lesser extent Beastmaster, heroes that really aren't good at all of keeping lanes shoved out on their own or require quite heavy commitments on their behalf. So it requires, Puck to make that TP back, and she doesn't have Boots of Travel. It requires TB to send illusions there, but you're not always nearby, right? So it just creates a lot of extra map pressure that LBZS were probably hoping that they could be playing with because of all this vision advantage that they've got through the Beastmaster.
Who is this the Overwhelming Blink for, sorry?
Arc Warden. Just
the
shove
Arc?
lanes
Okay.
out.
Yeah. No, I like that a lot for the Arc Warden, yeah. We're going to see smoke from LBZS. Hawk, I think it did just get a glimpse of Zone 1. Now they'll definitely have confirmation of their positioning. Dolphin, no hesitation, in the middle with the claw, and you've got the Skadi as well, so Zone will not be able to escape. It's just a question of, can they get more? Maybe Zone actually gets out, though. Great placement out of the magnetic field will keep them alive, but still, multiple members are going to go down from the boys on Radiant. Mystique, casualties of Flow, and now Fonte, well, he can look to some more objectives as well. We're just yet to see the Arc Warden, Danog, and this game is... They're starting to lose a little bit of a grip on it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just really not wanting to fight up into that Aegis, and you've got this Terrorblade hitting away at your towers. You kind of have to defend this a little bit more. This is similar to a Tree Protector where, sure, Arc Warden probably doesn't do too much against tier 1 towers and being able to protect them, but tier 2s, you got to hold a big part of still leaving your team some areas of the map to farm is having those towers for them to have for safety, for defensive rotation.
NJ? Oh no, they baited the Exo, and just an easy cancel the TP. He thought they were going to commit with it. Did he steal it? Okay, no, he dropped
Silence is pretty good though.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Helios is pretty farmed as well. If we're considering about kind of the late stage in regards to the core matchups, we always got to think about the supports as well and how much impact they can have. And We know what a Ruby can do in regards to kind of the skill build, but even the item build is something that's going to be really beneficial to LBZS, and maybe that's where the Greaves can come into play here for Helios.
At least the Dragon Knight has picked up the Aghanim Scepter for himself, going into the Manta next, kind of like what we were expecting. I do still want to see him go the BKB, though. It feels like even if he... Oh, actually, speaking of DK, he'll be able to just get away.
Yeah, not in the river, though. TZY shouldn't have the same fate. They'll get him out of the cogs and maybe even turn around. The Ancient Black Dragon doing so much damage into Ray. Looks like TZY should still go down. And they might even turn now to the Helm of the Overlord creep as well. So a lot of gold given over the boys on Radiant.
A lot of experience as well. An Ancient Black Dragon giving a ton, nearly bringing DK up to that level 18, just providing him with a little bit of that extra damage output, as well as the Frost Breath. You already got a little bit of it, though, from having the Aghanim Scepter, but every little bit helps. Yeah, what I was saying before about the BKB on the DK, sure, you can look to use Manta Style to be able to dodge things like the Glimpse, but if you're blinking forward and getting the stun onto the puck, you want to be able to confirm that kill, right? You want to be able to stand there and just right-click away. And if you're having to use the Manta Style for defensive purposes rather than use the BKB for that, then I'm a little worried that you just won't be able to fully realize that kill.
Bottom lane, NJ is getting really aggressive with the positioning. LBZS playing with the pincer move. And that Glimpse is going to force out a defensive BKB from NJ. But he does bring a lot of heroes. That's actually all 5 heroes from LBZS down to bottom. But now there is a bit of a window with BKB being on cooldown. So no time wasted from Dire. They're going to look to smoke instantly.
They're grouped pretty heavily, though, on Mystique. And just have a look at Ray's positioning. He's standing right outside of an area where they could look to come up both stairs, just in case they were looking at path that way. But instead, they go the left route. Maybe assuming that they were going to be around there. They'll look to pick off the second Tempest double, though. One was just fed away. So that's going to be a fair amount of time where Arc Warden isn't able to influence the map all that much.
Well, they see Dolphin in the river. Can they get the jump? Sans will be there to start first.
He's got Aeon Disc.
Look shot back to the cogs, but Aeon Disc will be forced out. And Dolphin's going to be okay. He even drops a call before he escapes, and the boys are coming. The boys are coming, and they're running towards him. Radiant, they'll survive the core usage, and they actually want to fight. Extra committed. They're going to target down TZY for the moment. Double force stuff to try and keep the Beastmaster alive, but the Globs will still rain down Hellfire. So the only casualty of war at the moment will be the offlaner from LBZS, but a lot was forced out once again from Mystique.
Elder Dragon form Exorcism. They could just converge this into the mid lane, though, if they really wanted to. You've got the lane positioning to be able to do so, but it seems like they're not wanting to. Just go straight up into this Terrorblade just yet. Probably could have got a free pick off onto the Rubik if they did. Might just be waiting for that Manta Style. Create a little bit of that Ghost push. Kind of do similar things to what I was talking about with the Overwhelming Blink, plus the Gleipnir on the Arc Warden.
Nice TP. Very nice TP from the Snapfire.
Yeah.
I think he's just like, all right, brothers, you got no stun. I'm going to TP out after the Glimpse. Easy like that with Static Storm forced.
Unfortunately, not being a Giga Chad is Guogo. No Aghanim Scepter in sight. Yeah, I suppose they don't have a Philosopher's Stone, so you can understand it.
Overall, this net worth lead is continuing to grow for Team Mystique. 5,000 now for Radiant.
It's an Arc Warden, though, you know, with Midas.
Yeah.
But, to be fair, look at the differential between all 3 cores, right? They're all keeping up pretty damn well.
Wait, NJ? I just BKB TV out, I suppose. But Roche is up now.
Yeah, true. Most of the time I would like that, again, because they've got terrible heroes at being able to deal with split push. But with Roche potentially being available, which it is, not having that BKB could be a true death sentence for them.
Well, this could honestly be a death sentence, though, for Team Mystique if they give up this Roche. Oh, okay, Helio is still Exo, so somehow the Rubik has this to help them siege it down. Radiant, of course, have an easy way to scout it out thanks to the Rocket Flare, so it's not going to be a free Roche this time. But it is falling pretty goddamn fast. They need a way to enter.
Disruptor pick.
And Lazone's going to jump out of the right side. They'll target down the Disruptor, an easy kill for them to start the team fight. But can they get more out of it? Off to the left, they're on the Relark. Warden Fontaine combination with Dolphin. take away the Arc Warden. Now they'll turn to NJ as well. A cookie into the middle will not protect him at all, but Zone, hang on. This Dragon Knight, he feels strong enough to take the team
the
fight,
Exo
but
came back.
Helios, he got all the health back. Another Sunder, they'll turn it back around. Zone's health pool just evaporates as Fonte rewarded with the double kill, and now they'll get the second Roshan as well as LBZS. Well, they didn't have the net worth lead, but it did not matter. They are now the ones in the driver's seat.
Dire's middle
Are indeed even getting the Aghanim shards, so a little bit of extra lockdown through the Call of the Wild Hawk dive bomb coming through. And that really does feel like it's all on the back of the Death Prophet, right? In this fight, you see an Exorcism flying around. That's the Rubik's, and well, DP's came up just as she died as well. So there really wasn't any effectiveness coming out from the DP. You can see she falls down. Ultimate comes back off cooldown right about now. So it really is just the worst possible timing that they look to try and contest that. But you can understand why, right? They were taking it so quickly with that Exo.
And there is a real good potential for the Arc Warden to be completely nullified in every single fight now if Puck gets that coil off. We saw last team fight was a perfect example. If he finds the real Arc Warden, drops coil, Fonte will instantly divert his attention over to the carry, and you're going to kill him 100-0, and there's nothing you can do about it. But maybe this is where kind of that definitely is probably what you're looking for, because, I mean, the 25 talent's a long way away for Dolphin. I was going to say, like, I'm a DQQ's going Blink and Scepter. Like, maybe you're going to be using this one defensively, but that's
a long way away.
Really long time away as well.
Yeah, and I mean, if you do that, then you have to make a choice as well on LBZS, right? Like, do you use the Primal Roar on the Arc Warden to be able to lock him down, or do you use it onto the Death Prophet that's running at you with Shiva's, Pipe, Greaves, a BKB, and a Paladin Sword, right? Something has to give. You've got to choose which one is more important to your next team fight.
See what they can do with the smoke here. Team Mystique, they're going to be running into the Ages. Meta's up in 10 seconds as well. If you're not perfect with this, then it's just going to be an easy teardown as you've got this MKB now. Well, that's a long hook shot from Ray, but maybe not the target he was hoping for in Fonte. They'll still turn towards the Disruptor and now look to bring down with the Rubik as well. Both supports easily being killed off. The Fonte will not have the same fate. A BKB used defensively to escape.
top tower.
The lane's not in the greatest position though for Radiant to capitalize on those couple of kills.
Yeah, they're still pushing in the mid lane, and of course Arc Warden super capable of dealing with the side lanes just through the Tempest double again. But yeah, no tier 2 tower gotten. Are they finding a pickoff on Ray? I'm not sure what he's doing in that position.
Might have been the dive bomb that was there to set up for them to also jump in afterwards. I'm not sure I didn't see the start, but regardless, like, yeah, you're there
Man's
and all the boys are nearby. Like, right, man's kind of deep and man's going to be penalized for that, so... See, it does, I guess, waste a little bit of time with that team fight going the way of Team Mystique, but Dire are going to respawn. Importantly, I mean, Fonte, he didn't use meta. So what do you feel like the call is now for LBZS when all 5 are back alive?
How long do they get left in the Ages? 2 minutes? You're not going to have Satanic anytime soon. No real big items coming for anyone else on the TB. I think they're ready to go, to be honest. Like, lanes are fairly well pushed, which is kind of weird for all the reasons that I've stated previously. Like, their draft sucks at being able to push out lanes. So the fact that they've been able to do it off the back of a Rubik just sitting up top, TB's helping him now, but yeah, I think they're just going to group up together and look to try and find a fight, because they are a team that can absolutely look to convert a one-team fight onto towers with the Beastmaster and the TB and the Helm of the Overlord.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're not even
You feel like Radiant...
fight. They're just going straight into it.
Got a gem as well from Dire. Very important to help with this map control. Another Tempest double is going to be fed over.
He's got their Monkey King bar as well on the TV, so that bubble isn't even a complete bastion of safety now for heroes.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Not going to look to crack the high ground there from LBZS. Happy we're getting this last remaining outer tower. Now they'll just use this time to kind of pull themselves up around the triangle, but it does look like Radiant are well aware of this. Array drawing on the map, so they've got a good idea of how LBZS are looking to play, but they're actually going to sweep to bottom instead, and they might catch out zone farming.
And
Helios is going to have this high ground vision advantage, and the rest of the boys are like, oh no, we tried to TP. There's going to be no escape, and now they're forced to fight. NJ, He popped the Exo. He's roaring to go. But as soon as Fonte shows up to the neighborhood, they're just going to kite them. Roar onto the Death Prophet, and the
Nice
MKB
bubble.
is just ripping apart the DP. The bubble will buy him some space. The Cogs as well. NJ's not down just yet. He's going to run straight on top of Fonte, but still with the Metamorphosis damage, dispatches the Death Prophet, and now Fonte will turn to the right, targeting down Zone's Dragon Knight. Now you got to be cautious. Aegis did just expire. If they continue to kite him and blow him up from afar, they'll come out on top of the team fight. Team Mystique, beautifully done. It was looking like a really rough start, but in the end, all the goons show up and they'll come out on top.
I mean, just timing it perfectly, right? With that Aegis being taken away. And yeah, I was thinking maybe the DP was going to go a little bit too deep into the middle of that team fight, just giving her life away. But we just saw how effective it was at being able to distract away. You have to deal with a Death Prophet that's got this many items and this much survivability.
Dire's bottom tower is under has been killed.
All right, well,
Into the Octarine on the puck. Certainly does help with a lot of that
Bottom tower is under attack.
backline disruption. I mean, it feels like the fact that DQQ's only died the 5 times is kind of nutty, right? Like, he's had a pretty big impact in this game, keeping up very well with the net worth, really getting into that Blink Dagger as well, just for that follow-up after the Blink Dagger coming in from Zone, who still doesn't seem to want to go that BKB. He's going AC next.
Dire's middle tower is
I don't.
under attack.
Well, what do you feel like a BKB does to protect him in a game like this?
I don't think it's necessarily about protecting him, it's allowing him to do damage, is the thing that I want. You know, I want him to be able to blink onto a Beastmaster or a puck, and be able to just stand there and right-click. You know, be assisted by the Mortimer's Kisses. You're very, very tanky right now, but if you're not able to actually stand on the front lines, it feels like it's not worth as much as it should be.
Okay. So you feel like it's not more of a defensive BKB, it's more to play aggressive
It's an
and get that
enabler.
damage out. Okay. Well, you were speaking about earlier as well, the overwhelming blink for the Arc Warden. Now it just completes it, so his potential to be able to play the side lanes and push is a lot easier.
They just
Even
pinged
to be
it
able
out,
to blow
though.
up.
They've got a really deep ward, so they know exactly where the Arc Warden is.
And look at
They're
the
looking
smoke
to
from
go for a big
LBZS.
wraparound.
Get that vision down as well, but they might just jump TZY.
Can't be this far back, my man.
Looking to try and get those tier 4 neutral items as Ray. Does he run directly into Fonte? He's the one that's leading the charge. Oh, Zone's they're tipping out. They'll cancel it now. Zone looks to start the fight. Not the greatest start for the Dragon Knight as Fonte's just pummeling into the position 2. Zone will go down with ease. And now, what's the call from Radiant? Do you still want to stick around? Exo's committed, so they feel strong to take the team fight as NJ, he's going to charge in the middle, straight towards the Terrorblade. Mortimer Kisses, they're raining down artillery support as well as NJ standing strong, but the Arc Warden is nowhere to be seen. Without the Arc, there's just nothing they can do to man fight the Terrorblade because he's got his own little fight. Park completely zoning away. DQQ will jump on forward to get rid of the Snapfire.
They've even found the
And
real
now
one.
They've even caught up the Arc Warden as well as Helios. The stolen Dragon Tail chucks him back towards Fonte. Terrorblade. Bye-bye Arc Warden. And now your base soon to be under siege as well. Luckily enough for them, the meta's going to expire and the lanes are pushed out. But LBZS, what a beautiful team fight.
It was really nice, but that was one of those instances where no BKB on the DK really caused him to suffer, right? He was caught inside of the kinetic field and he could do absolutely nothing about it. Of course, he's going up against a TB with the Eye of Skadi, but just being able to not move at all seriously hindered his ability to even attempt that survivability. Now, again, Beastmaster, right? Inner Beast Aura, Helm of the Overlord, plenty of damage to be able to siege into this, and you're not going to have any cause for 10 seconds.
And even when you respawn, you got no Exo to work with, which is a big one. Mortimer Kiss on cooldown for 30, which should be back up when everyone's alive, but you can't use it as kind of a way to maybe push them back from the buildings for a little bit of time. But they're just going to look to go bottom. Full set of barracks mid, soon to be a second full set of barracks to the name of LBZS.
Zone just doesn't have a courier either, so he's going to need to walk to be able to try and finish his AC.
And they see
He's
him.
yeah. Do.
They're
He's going to have
coming.
decent vision, though. He's got that high available as well. Can they get the glimpse off? He gets straight back into the tree line. Nicely done by Zone.
Alright, well, at least Roche is not going to respawn when Radiant are dead. So they will have everyone back alive by the time it's up. It's just, how do you actually contest this? Because, one, your lanes are not in a good position, and two, you've lost all your vision now around the pit to take a team fight.
I'm just thinking, like, is there level 25 on the Arc Warden going to do all that much of anything? Probably not. So I think you just got to give this one up for free. That's going to be a refresher going the way of LBZS. You would have to imagine... I'd give this to Puck, to be honest. Maybe
like
they might
look...
You reckon?
Yeah,
Just more damage?
I think... Okay, maybe you can give it on someone else, and if if the first fight doesn't work, you can give it back to him and have double meta.
Sure. I just don't think he needs to hold it now, you know?
Yeah, no, I agree, actually. That is a good call. I like that. Look at Mystique. They're moving outside the base.
There you go.
All right, trying to play with their vision. Fonte is... He's pretty isolated.
Puck?
But Dolphin, he scouts them all out. And look at the coil. It's onto multiple members, so Fonte should easily be able to enter the team fight. Dolphin will escape with his own life. And the call from LBZS, it's to get the outpost just in case they need buybacks to be able to take the team fight. And they know they can play the long game.
Nice Lotus.
Exa was forced. They're going to get the jump in. The Lotus will protect him along with the Ghost Scepter as well. So Death Prophet's okay for the moment. They're committing a lot to try and target down NJ, and it's barely any damage.
Boss.
NJ is completely kiting them, enabling the rest of Mystique to enter the fight, and they want to get out. TZ Whiteboot will be successful with his TP, but now Fonte is stuck in no man's land. Will attempt to turn it once again. The E-Blade's going to mitigate a lot of the damage out of the Terror Blade. As a 4-star, he doesn't make it down to the low ground. And what's the call? How do you take this team fight? Because look at the Puck, man. Dolphin is just toying with them. The Arc Warden trying to blow him up, but he doesn't really have the control for the moment. Dolphin's actually going to jump further in. Back by the outpost, though, NJ. He's got no boys. NJ has 0 boys playing with him, but he's so tanky. Until the Sunder comes out, and all of a sudden, it doesn't feel so tanky anymore. Holy crap, he survived for such a long time, but that's DP down without a buyback, and he felt ever so vital to their team fight.
And that's the thing with Mystique's draft as well. You're on a timer in these team fights. Once Exorcism's gone, once the Elder Dragon form's worn off, you can't fight anymore. This is a LBZS lineup that's almost always good, especially considering you've got that refresher shard on the TB.
Such a messy team fight, but that was... Alright, Zone, he's going to jump in. I'm going to try and target him with the Beastmaster for the moment. It's a lot of damage. Can they secure the kill there, the Greaves? Giving a little bit of health back, but it's not enough. And now with the jump in for the Arc Warden as well. Along with the Mortimer Kisses, Helios will go down, and they'll turn towards the Terror Blade. Of course, he's got the Aegis to work with. He'll pop the Refresher inside the back as well. I don't know if they can kill him a second time, man. This guy is not an easy person to bring down, so they'll just look to avoid him. Going for the supporting Kartik instead, but now Dolphin's nearby as well. But jump in, targeting down with the Dragonite Zone, trying to play around with a free pathing. He won't make it up to the high ground, except turns to try and have the mano a mano. I suppose he's got a buyback to be able to utilize, but it's going to be forced to use it eventually, and maybe the Arc Warden's in trouble as well. But again, dude, Dolphin is just... What is this guy doing to them? They don't have an answer to the Puck. He's styling. That's a perfect way to put it.
No cares at all in the world. He's even going to have that Revenant's Brooch as well. Very rare that we see this one, but great to have picked up against the Arc Warden. You've got all of this mitigation, all of this evasion coming through, but that's going to give him True Strike as well. So not only is he going to divert a lot of attention away from his team, also be able to dish out the damage as well.
Can we get the cogs? Just gonna walk them off. Man, they need this Hex from the Arc Warden. What's juicy?
Just the Arc Warden's name.
Debatable. I don't know. I've seen better in my time.
Yeah, sure thing.
Like
Ares.
Danog.
Yeah.
Oh, shut up, Danog, with that. Dude, what?
I'm a god, baby.
How are you getting roasted right now? You got other people's names to roast, not mine. What is going on?
True.
I mean,
Alright.
yeah,
Has he got the scythe? He's got the scythe
side.
device now. Getting one last use out of the Midas, perhaps. Or swapping it in. You gonna go on though? Feels like Beastmaster's the target, to be honest. That's who I would be looking to start on. Well, there's that Revenant's approach as well, but I think Dolphin, the way that he's playing this is great as well. He is never stepping out too far if that Aeon Disc is not off cooldown. He wants to make sure that he's always able to survive, always able to provide that buffer against the rest of the team. And his main job is essentially, yes, create chaos, but bait out the Elder Dragon form, bait out the Exorcism. If he's able to do that and get away, job done. Wonder if TB buys out here. Still 1,000 gold away from the buyback, but Swiftling, it's just been delivered. So he's got even more potential for damage in a lot of these engagements. We know how important it is for you to, even with the MKB, reposition so that you're able to do damage to that Monkey King. Arc Warden.
Let's just do like
two very similar heroes.
It's okay, it happens.
At least I caught myself that time.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. So I would make a mistake now. I'm feeling I'm like, oh shit, I shouldn't have said anything. Alright, well, this could be a decent ward for Radiant to play with. I think really this ward by the triangle is mainly for a pick-off. Potentially the Snapfire playing around with that Hex reveal. Maybe it can even help you, because you need to pop this Aeon Disc before they go high ground. Like, that is the main thing. If you go high ground with Aeon Disc, then all of a sudden your potential to try and catch Dolphin out, that's a person you're trying to bring down. This coil is just heavily enabling this Terrorblade.
Mm-hmm. And all, like, Waning Rift, man, like 4.25 seconds, 9-second cooldown, Timeless Relic as well. You've got that debuff duration extending it out further. It's just nuts, the amount that you're going to be able to do for Dolphin here. And he's already doing a lot with nothing. Like, he had a losing lane drafted from him. Didn't do the greatest job at the very start, but that's to be understandable. But ever since then, he's just been playing out of his mind.
That he has indeed. As well, we're going to see the boys look to try and connect to Dolphin. They're actually TPing down. It's going to be NJ that's looking to play around with the Tempest double. As soon as they see some of the other members, in fact, they actually haven't revealed themselves under the cover of the smoke. They might run into zone. Uh-oh, zone. Did they get a glimpse of him? No, just shy of seeing the DK.
Going into this. Man hates BKB. That's all I can say. Like, I really want him to get this item, man. Feels like his impact is being severely hindered by not picking it up.
Oh, Scepter on the Death Prophet.
Yeah. And level 25.
This man seems pretty unkillable in these fights. I don't even know if the Terrorblade wants to right click. I mean, you kind of, if he's running at you, no one else is an option, but
at least a couple of right clicks for the Skadi.
Sure, yeah. This Exo now with the +8 spirits and your Scepter, his damage actually might be something you need to respect. Not able to find the Hex.
It's like, what the hell broke the puck? But it was actually the Hill Troll Berserker just hitting him. The small creep.
DD. With the DD.
Gotta be careful about letting this spark hit him as well. Anything that just gets him to pop that Aeon Disc is going to be a really big deal. Demon Zeal picks up as well by the TB.
TCY. Easy jumping with the Raw to hold him down. He's got the gem as well, so you really don't want to be giving away the gem like that.
I went for a hook shot
try and
in the middle.
Backpack the Aeon Disc as well, so this one's going to get popped. So Aeon Disc on cooldown, gem dropped, and like you said, hook shot stolen as well from Helios.
Provides you that little bit of extra catch, right? Like, if you can burst the Death Prophet, she can go 100 to 0. And I feel like it's going to be on the back of a hook shot into a Blink Primal Roar, maybe even needing a second. But you do have the damage.
That has so much range.
What?
Oh, yeah. That range is crazy.
On hook shot.
Yeah, what?
Keep zooming out.
Wait, we've got a fight going on. Hang on, Snapfire's in some trouble. NJ, he's in the middle. And we're seeing what the Death Prophet can try. They're looking to retreat, actually. LBZS. They don't feel strong enough to take the team fight. The core's going to try and cover the retreat, but the Arc Warden, he can jump over the top, controlling the Terrorblade for the moment. He'll be able to escape, but can the rest of the Dire members do so as well? And
apparently,
it looks like that'll be the case.
And wouldn't you know it, look at what time it is. You got half duration left on the Elder Dragon form. You got Exorcism running out in a couple of seconds. You use meta, but you've got the Demon Zeal available. And Roshan is going to respawn in 3, 2, 1 right now. And that is the one with the Aghanim Scepter as well. So you want to give that to the Terrorblade as well. Combine that together with the Dream Coil. You've got an extra layer of control and even more meta uptime.
Ooh. Another scepter that is huge now is Gua. We're saying he didn't have a Philosopher's Stone to maybe get towards that Disruptor Scepter, but
Nice.
he's got it now picked up. You'd love to see him get the level 18, but he's still a little bit away from that. Maybe he's actually got the tome coming up, I hope. What the top sure he gets the tome,
Nah.
right?
I think they might have forgotten the tome exists. I think they've got 2. Yeah, they've got 2 tomes
Is
available.
Puck in trouble? Aeon Disc is not available. It's still on cooldown. Okay. A little bit of a misplay with the abilities. NJ was able to slow him down so the Arc Warden could TP in fast enough, and that might open up Roshan. Now, Puck does have a buyback. It would be interesting to see if they can hold it as 4 if they need to force out the buyback. And, well, BZS, they're going to go on the
They got to remember that Puck
here.
doesn't have boots of travel, so they got to make sure that they're not going too deep, so that Puck's just not able to rejoin into the team fight. Maybe look to play around that that outpost area that NJ is looking to take, and yeah,
He's
the
alone.
hook shot.
It's not an easy man to bring down at all, but we're going to see the Static Storm with the Aghanim Scepter, so we can't use anything. None of the defensive items are available, but it's not going to matter. The Arc Warden E-Blade keeps NJ alive, and now he's looking to hunt, or is he? NJ tries to TP out, but the BKB won't be able to cover him, and now he needs the boys. And here they come. Coming in fast, his own. They won't be able to stop the Beastmaster TP, but at least they will catch up to the Disruptor.
No detection.
So in the end, one member will go down. Gonna be in the grave for 54 seconds. Pretty close to the buildings as well, so they might go high
Finally.
ground.
They're finally next to these towers, and well, you can just see what a Death Prophet and an Elder Dragon form are able to do about it. Of course, the Aghanim Scepter on the DP provides a little bit of that extra damage coming through as well.
Do you prefer this over Roche?
I mean, they know that it's... do they know it's up? I guess they do, but I feel like you're happy to put more and more pressure out onto the map, right? It causes mistakes out of LBZS.
Are they gonna
That's the
jump
reason
the
why Puck is
Beastmaster?
caught out.
They know the BKB is on cooldown. Great use of the telekinesis there from Helios. We'll be able to keep TZY okay.
Yeah, the reason the Puck was caught out is because she needs to be the one doing a lot of this this push out, right? Disruptor doesn't do it, Rubik doesn't do it, Beastmaster doesn't do it. So any chance that you can get to make the waves start to push themselves in is going to be a big bonus, especially if it's that one wave that you have an advantage over, right? They've got super creeps top lane, LBZS don't. Might be the different for the other two, but you've got an Arc Warden to be able to play around for that purpose.
Yeah, and this hero is freaking dumb late game. Oh, he's so dumb. They didn't even kill his Tempest double inside the base. And I've seen Arc Wardens with the goddamn Wind Waker as well, and that is the most frustrating thing. I'm not even playing the game, and I get so frustrated watching this Tempest double just jump in like Hex one, try and blow one up. All of a sudden they run at him and he just Wind Wakers away. And it would be a pretty goddamn good Wind Waker game as well, against Static Storm, against Coil, kiting the Roar. Like, I actually wonder if he changes it. Is there much value out of the E-Blade now? Because Puck does have Revenant's Brooch, but that's really the only person that can address it. I don't know.
Could
We'll see.
I mean, that's what killed the Terrorblade down bottom. Like, how long ago was that? Like 15 minutes ago. It was the E-Blade into E-Blade with all of the Spark Wraiths.
Yeah.
And they just gonna let this go?
It was the E-Blade that kept NJ alive as well previously, but we'll see if they can do it again. Radiant, plenty of ways to scout out the pit with the Rocket Flare. They're going to force LBZS to back away. Can they get anything out of the smoke, though? Rescue Blink from the Tempest double. Instantly up to the high ground.
Will he
do the
live?
boys want to follow up with it? Zone's trying to find an angle in, but it looks like they won't be able to get that perfect opening. That's a Tempest double, but he's actually back up already.
Nice illusion rune to be able to pick up with the... well, you pop the Elder Dragon form, which doesn't feel super amazing. It's not like he's got the Octarine core for himself. He's going full raid boss for zone. So there's going to be this bit of a window where he's not going to be able to join into this next Roche engagement. And I wonder if they're just going to have a timing set on that. You know, they would have seen him move into the lane. They would have seen the duration remaining on it. So maybe they're just going to stay around their high ground vision and then look to go into Roshan when they feel like it's wearing off. And that seems to be the case.
And Marusha's taking a little bit of damage as well, so it's not still back up to full.
Yeah, DK's only got about 10 seconds left to Dragonfall, so they got a 40-second window.
Dolphins making him work for it as well. And Bruce down to about just under half. Early use of the coil, it's going to get snapped. The cooldown on the coil, only 40 seconds.
They would have seen... Oh, deep again. They would have seen the DK illusions turn back into human form as well, which even if the real one isn't revealing on the map, that's their indication that now's a good time to go.
Radiant are scanning.
They got to go pretty fast. His bottom lane is getting pushed out.
Yeah.
So Radiant might force an objective instead.
And again, Dragonform's only 10 seconds away now because they waited that good 20 or so seconds. They're going to back off again.
Okay.
Playing a little bit
Do
scared.
you smoke and just run at them?
They smoked, but... Or are you talking Mystique?
Yeah, no, LBZS, do you just run at them now? I mean, we see how hesitant they are to actually try and finish off Roche. You have to get the kills instead, and it looks like that's
Roche
the call,
is the safer option.
Under attack.
So Radiant should know. They flare the pit, and no one's gone back
All
to base to
lanes are
defend.
super
And
push.
these are... It's some catapult waves down bottom, so the building's going to take a lot of
Oh,
damage.
they can catch DP right now if they really wanted to. She got caught
Look
by
at the vision
coil.
game. This is huge for Radiant. They've got so much vision to play with, and Dire don't know what to do with themselves. TZY is going to BKB and TP out.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Seems-
attack.
Late game, it can always be an awkward thing to master.
Feels like there's 50 different things happening across the map at once. You know, neither team seems to fully be on the same page, and I don't want to jinx it, but 3.5 minutes away, we're going to have those tier 5 items available, and maybe that's what could be needed to be able to blow this game wide open. Now even it's
Dolphin. Oh, this guy's a menace.
What do you do? Snapfire knows what to do. She's going for a sheep stick. She wants that Scythe of Ice. She needs the instant lockdown.
Look at him! Oh,
What a bully. Korea?
he's gonna get a Goryo.
Free money? I think that they're just saying, right, we're tired of these lanes being pushed in. You know, this is too much. We can't handle this on our own. Obviously, you've got the Arc Warden doing the job still, but Puck's job is to try and stem the bleeding a little bit. Question is, will we get caught out?
Dire's bottom tower.
Aeon this
Around
first.
the
You happy with that?
clock? Ooh.
He's gonna go back for Ray.
More than just
The
go back
kill
for him.
won't be able to steal the gem and get out. The Arc Warden's gonna try and force his own Aeon Disc, but Dolphin's okay. And now mid lane Zone is alone. Dolphin's just toying with them. Look at what he's doing for them across the map. Leaving the DK vulnerable, but that's where the Arc Warden's able to come into play. Will keep Zone alive for the moment. Now with the reinforcements showing up, NJ will run straight to the middle with the X, so it's plenty of damage against the BKB. This will not protect TZY this time. They might go high ground. They might have had enough of, maybe they've had enough of Dolphin. There's the first stun. There's just no more.
Dolphin's just so huge at this point. Like the Witchblade itself,
Fonte.
the Revenant's Approach.
Jump in, they're gonna try and target down NJ. Look at the damage out of the Terrorblade early on. NJ, he won't be survivable. They get a gigantic kill onto the Death Prophet, and they're looking for more as well as TZY jumps in with the Roar. Is gonna hold the Dragonite into place as Fonte can get the damage going. Finally, LBZS. It feels like it's a code they haven't been able to crack in such a long time, but now they might have done it.
Just dragged around the map so damn much. They're doing everything that they can to pop Aeon discs. What I've been really hoping for is that someone holds on to the Witchblade on Mystique's side. You've got a Clockwork that's using a Blast Rig. Not sure it has the greatest level of impact, just because most of the damage that you're taking is from a Puck and from a Terrorblade. The 8 armor is basically all that's providing, whereas if you get the Witchblade, suddenly you don't care about Ghost Scepters, you don't care about Force Staff, Glimmer Cape, Aeon Disc, like so much this would be able to eventually provide in the initiation aspect.
All right. Fourth brush of the game is going to go to LBZS. We've got Cheese on Gua's Disruptor. Aghanim Scepter Blessing went over to Fonte. ages is on to TZY, and I
Tempest
do
Double
not
nearly
know the
burst
choose.
down that TB on his own, by the way.
Really?
Yep. Took him down to about 30% HP in 3 seconds.
Tower is under attack.
Can they hold this
They win
3v5?
I think DK will have to buy back. They're throwing the Tempest Double out there.
Yeah. You kind of want this one standing. And look at Dolphin. He might just be able to get a solo kill into the Snapfire. What are they going to do to keep him alive? You need every single member to try and protect the base. And
Hook shot
one
to the
of
back
their
of the
own
DP.
members blocked the hook shot. And now they might turn to the Dragonite. He just bought back.
He just bought back?
just bought back. And he's going to send to the grave instantly.
Where are the
as
boys?
Fonte got the Terror Wave out. So now he's playing with the bonus meta damage. The Monobi Kiss is not enough to get the kill, but they'll turn to TZY instead. And BKB is going to buy him a little bit of time to retreat away. As they can turn to the Death Prophet, Fonte, Metamorph is activated, and now the physical damage. NJ, he doesn't have the armor to stay strong. Fonte will charge up the high gun, and finally, over 60 minutes, but it doesn't look like we're going to get tier 5 items. LBZS, 3v5, no buybacks available out of the members on Radiant. They'll keep
I think
alive
it's
the
gonna
real
have
Arc
damage.
Warden, but it's going to be
If
Mega
Arc Warden could
Creeps.
defend this, Hero needs to be removed from the game. Because you got 2 supports with no ultimates. You got no 2 other cores to be able to play with. You got Mega Creeps. You got a TB that's as farmed as this. Push it into the game.
DQQ. He's like, all right, just take my life. I didn't have a buyback, but I'll sacrifice myself for the cause. But unfortunately, his sacrifice is not enough. Dolphin, along with LBZS, will be able to take Game 3 and find their second series victory. 4-1. What a game performance from them as well. In 61 minutes, they looked really, really good.
And that was just going back and forth all throughout the game. You know, that was sitting dead even for a good, what felt like 20 or so minutes from the mid-game onwards. So really great performance coming through from both teams. Could have gone either way. It just came down to who got the jump on who once again. And unfortunately, it was the DK just a little bit too far forward on his own. I don't think there is any question as to the MVP of this game was. It has to be Dolphin. He just did an exceptional amount this game.
Thank you for bringing it up, because I was actually going to ask a question, because I know the panel are going to ask it as well. So I wanted to get our thoughts in before we sent it over. And I'm in agreement. I think Dolphin, this guy that is probably one of the best puck performances I've seen in a long time, actually. We don't get the hero too often anymore. And he back-to-back games, and he looked incredible. Gets some revenge as well on the puck Dolphin. So that's back-to-back games. He gets a victory out of it. It's hard to look past the Terrorblade, who went 22-9, but when Dolphin has a performance like that, you know, it's only due that you give him the props. But for LBZS, they're going to be able to find their second series victory in Team Mystique. They're just ever so close to finding their first victory here in Division 2, but unfortunately for today, they won't be able to find it. So with that being said, we have the panel ready. We're going to chuck it over them to break down this series in this game.
Wowee, what the? I mean, that was just an absolutely marvelous game there. 60 minutes, close game, back and forth, crazy fights, crazy little plays. It had a bit of everything. Like, it had the big team fights, it had the small skirmishes, but overall, it is going to be LBZS that take the 2-1 over Team Mystique. But, man, I mean, I'm just going to let you loose. Lizard, what do you want to talk about in this game the most?
There's like this... There's this thing that keeps on repeating, like this scenario that keeps on repeating itself historically with the hero called Arc Warden. Hero that I play a lot, by the way, don't judge me, but I hate a lot at the same time, because usually it's like this. If you have a successful early to mid game and you kind of manage to, I don't know, poke your head into the late game, which is where you're supposed to be as an Arc Warden, right?
Yeah.
Like on paper, this hero is aiming for super late game. Like that's the way the hero is made. The problem is, unless you have a pitch perfect damn feeling for how to play Arc Warden in the super late game, you're gonna lose 9 out of 10 times. You're gonna lose because you're a damn glass cannon that has way too many things that he needs to think about, like that you need to think about, like all of these small little aspects of your hero that you have to take in consideration in every single team fight, that you lose yourself once, and that once is good enough for the enemy team to completely like mess up your late game scenario perfect game plan. Usually something like a puck, something like, well, anything that jumps on top of you is good enough to completely make your life hell. That's what happened here in the late game, super late game. They had some chances. I still think they could have taken the game, but I'm even surprised terribly didn't go for a bit more of an aggressive item build in which would enable him to jump on top of Arc. But I guess he didn't feel like it was necessary. He just stood his ground and let Puck deal with the Arc Warden instead.
Yeah, but Dolphin or PP was more than capable of doing that. I mean, an absolute blinder of a game, and as much as I hate the casters trying to get in on our turf and kind of trying to MVP it, but I don't think they're wrong, Fluke.
No, I don't think they are. I think Dolphins had 2 standout performances so far on the puck back to back, and I think the way that he played and was able to make those late game decisions and really kind of put his team in a good position to be able to win that game. And I think the way that he was able to just constantly get on the back line, as Lizard said, Terrorblade didn't even want to go for these things like he got the swift blink eventually towards the end of the game, but I think that was like a 6th or 7th item at that point. So he just understood that Dolphin was able to do a whole lot of work for that puck going to the back line, force his clockwork, force his snapfire to be able to constantly have to think about him. I think the biggest thing is he just abuses Aeon Disc really, really hard. I think the way that he was playing with his Aeon Disc, he understood that, at every single moment, he always had a cooldown to be able to get away, whether it was Waiting Rift, Phase Shift, Blink, Illusory Orb, whatever he always had something in his back pocket to be able to get away. So I think Dolphin definitely had a masterclass there on puck.
Yeah, just always in the right places and always, extending but never overextending, being super obnoxious, making Mystique pretty much terrified to come out of their base, and with that one win, that's going to put LBZS in the top spot for the time being, as they have now destroyed both of their series, firstly against Team Poke and now against Team Mystique, so they'll be happy about that opening here. I think it's what they would have wanted, though, coming into this one, but yeah, I also want to give a shout out before we move on from the series, actually. Just a quick shout out to Ray, who I think also had an awesome series. Like, his Tiny was really good both games, and his clockwork here was also very, very impressive. So quick shout out to the losing MVP of Ray.
Yeah, I think just the way that he played Tiny on both those games definitely shows that I think he's got a lot of skill expression in Ray, and I think that's definitely the way that they should be trying to aim for, try and give him these clockers, try and give him these Tinies to try and give them a little bit more. I think also maybe try and simplify their game plan. I think they get lost in the weeds a little bit too much in some of their series. I think from what we've seen so far in this, full 3-game series between LBZS and Meteor is sometimes they get into game number 3 and they go a little bit too far away from what works for them, and it gets a little bit too complicated, and then some things get late game and things get weird, and it gets very, very hard to try and close that game. So I think for Mystique, just try and keep it simple on the straight and narrow.
Well, that's going to do it just about now for game number 3 and series number 1 of the day. But sit tight, as it will not be long before we're back with our next series of the day. Cloud versus YBB is just around the corner. Stick around. We're going to have a 10-minute break, and then we're going to be back with that series. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you very soon. It's time for Cloud versus YBB here at the China Division 2. That's right, we're into our second series of the day, and it's another toughie for Team Cloud. And you know what? I don't even care. I don't even care about professionalism or not being biased or whatever. I'm simping for Team Cloud all the way. You know, I'm gonna white knight them. I'm a Discord moderator, and they're my e-kitten, and I'm gonna defend them no matter what. Because they've had a rough start. They had to go against Vici and outsiders from China as their first two matches, which is really, really tough. And now they've got to go against YBB, who we consider another really top contender for this region. Why are we saying that, Fluke? Why do we like YBB so much?
I think the biggest thing for us is we've seen them do relatively well in some previous tournaments. Obviously, coming in from the closed qualifier, they literally got untouched by everybody going through that closed qualifier, being the sister team to Extreme Gaming as well, which is another big team when it comes to Chinese Dota. So this YBB squad, they've got some good names on it, and they've got some good talent in their roster. So I'm excited to see what they can do, and I think the biggest reason why a lot of people are going to say, hey, this team looks really good is the amount of given slots that are in Div 2 of China, and these guys had to prove themselves as being a team that deserves to be in Div 2.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think for me, the biggest surprise was of the kind of TI post TI shuffles was Lou being taken off the Extreme main roster and being put onto this YBB team, which it is the kind of more academy side of the Extreme organization. I mean, what do you think about that, Lizard, and how have the team looked without him?
Well, Extreme didn't really live up to most expectations in Division 1. I don't think that's on Lou. I don't think not having Lou there changed a lot. They just didn't play to their strengths like they used to. Like the movements on the map were very sporadic. It didn't look like DY and PYW had the same idea about what's supposed to be done in the game anymore. Like every game had a different game plan, which is kind of weird. But when you send Lou to academy team, I'm not sure. Like half of it could be like, Lou, you need a little bit more training, and half of it could be like, hey YBB, let's get you to Division 1 again. Here you go, take Lou. Do it with him. It's probably the first one. It's probably like, okay, we don't really want you, Lou, anymore. We still think you have potential. Go play a bit more in YBB. And YBB, like Fluke has said already, they have Lou, they have 7E. Their position 4 as well has played in Aster a long time ago. Like some ex-eHome players. Like this is a solid stack. This is a stack that can definitely get out of Division 2. But you still have outsiders and Vici Gaming to play against. Like in reality, these three should be fighting for the first 2 spots.
Yeah, I think those are the big 3 we're looking at, and then maybe some of the other teams can try and poke their heads into the mix. LBZS with a decent start, but it's definitely looking like a race between those 3, and we'll see which one comes out ahead. But and yeah, talking about those 3, these are the first 3 matches which Cloud have had to play, so they're now into the third for that one. But the fact they haven't won a game yet, I feel like doesn't do this team justice, because they've put up a really good fight against Vici Gaming in game number 1. I mean, sure, they did get kind of smacked, but they had a really nice draft and they almost made it work at a couple of points. But Vici, they're out to prove that they belong in Division 1. And then in their series versus Outsiders versus China, they actually had the advantage in quite a few times, but in the end couldn't quite close it out. I mean, why haven't they? Why didn't they be able to close out that series versus Outsiders from China? What were their faults, Fluke?
I think the biggest thing is maybe just a bit of inexperience for them being in those kind of positions, being able to cleanly close it out. Like when we watched Vici Gaming play their series, like they were so far ahead on a worse draft and they were able to cleanly get it done in like sub 30 minutes. And I think that just goes to show the amount of, experience and expertise that those guys have on that roster. Whereas Cloud, a whole lot, when we look at a lot of these players, we haven't really seen all too much from them. I think the biggest one is kind of butterfly effect for us when we look at that team. So I think just the biggest thing for me is kind of just inexperience and understanding when they really are strong in a lot of these games and what their win conditions are to close them out and make them look clean. But that all just comes with practice. And I think it is a little unfortunate that Team Cloud had, kind of the 3 big contenders for Div 2 up first, but I guess they get to learn a lot from it. And hopefully they're able to take some of these other teams to the curb a little bit later on in Div 2.
Yeah, and this was a team which also picked Meepo as well. So, Lizard, are you a Team Cloud fan after that?
Am I a Team Cloud fan after them picking Meepo? If they won with it, I would be a fan.
Okay, it takes more than just picking it to earn your affection.
Yeah, they lost
then.
hard. Like, I remember the highlights of that game. It didn't look great. They had absolutely no supporting staff for the Meepo. Like, the hero was literally, here we go. Is it a good Meepo game? Yeah, sure. Here you go. Win us the game. And then you have like a Zeus, Shadow Demon, some Treant or something on your side. Like, these aren't really the heroes that do that mesh well with Meepa. So the problem with the hero was always, it's same like with Arc Warden, it's same with most cheese picks. Not most, like most. Like there are some outstanding heroes such as like Huskar. Like, I feel like that hero, no matter what you pick with him, it can get better, but if it's a good Huskar game, he's gonna win the game, right? I don't feel it's kind of the same for, I don't know, Meepos and Arc Wardens. They need a certain strategy enforced around them. Like, if you don't do it, no matter, like, the enemy team is just gonna find ways of kiting you, and they'll win in the end.
Yeah, the cheese hasn't really worked out so far for anyone in both of the kind of cheesy-ish picks we've seen so far in Div 2. It's both been not really worked around properly, and as you say, didn't have the supporting staff to really make it work. So yeah, no Arc Warden win, no Meepo win. For the best, maybe, but I also I like a bit of cheese. I like a couple of curveballs here and there. Yeah, so what are we thinking in terms of draft here, Fluke? You know, anything which has really impressed you so far out of Cloud?
I think just the way they drafted the other day against outsiders from CN, they really gave themselves a whole lot of ways to win the game. You know, obviously they started out in their first draft with the Treant and the Shadow Fiend, which I feel like has kind of fallen by the wayside a little bit to a lot of these teams. I think Shadow Fiend hasn't won a single game just yet. Maybe even second, maybe he's won one. But I think a lot of these teams have really started to rely on Shadow Fiend a little bit too much, and they've kind of all fallen by the wayside. And they unfortunately couldn't close it out because that was the game where they had that insane XMTA pick. So that was a little bit hard for them. But I just want to see them do, you know, straightforward stuff again. You know, both their drafts in their previous series against the outsiders from CN were pretty straightforward. They didn't have anything wacky. They had this position 5 Dawnbreaker, which I think was really, really good. I think that could be a little, you know, strategy up their sleeves that they could try and utilize a little bit more. But outside of that, I just like to see them stick to the straight and narrow.
Yeah, well, it'll both be interesting to see who they're playing with as well. Maybe we can get that information because they were playing with a stand-in the last series where they had Ice Limit being replaced by Bai Yi on the carry. So there's a bit of a shake-up from them, which is worrying. Hopefully it was just a misunderstanding or illness or something and not them actually looking to swap players just yet, since it's only the second series of the tournament thus far. But unfortunately, we don't really know.
Second series, swap him out.
Get him out!
To be fair, he was the Meepo player, so maybe they were like, hey, mate, you didn't carry us on Meepo, let's get somebody else with you.
We took you in for one reason only, that's to carry us with Meepo games.
Yeah, you don't deliver, you're gone.
If you don't deliver, yeah, goodbye. Bye, sir.
Get out of him, yeah. Maybe a new carry player this time around, as Bai Yi also wasn't able to carry them to victory. So yeah, we shall see. We shall see which side they end up going on. What about YBB? What are some kind of picks which you kind of associate some of these players with? You know, Lu, 70, Beyond. What kind of carry player is Lu Lizard?
He's your run-of-the-mill classic carry. What did he spam in Extreme Gaming? I can't remember. Was it the Morphling?
TB, I think.
TB, Morphling, something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember. I remember a little bit. He's also kind of a player that just doesn't have luck here and there when it comes to attending tournaments, going there with Extreme Gaming. I have a feeling like that was an issue a couple of times. Overall, Lu came into the scene like... we were worried when he came into the scene. Like,
yeah.
we weren't completely, if you remember, we weren't completely sold on him and what he can bring to the team, but he definitely improved a ton during that 1 year that we watched him, like going from one season to another. However, he didn't improve enough apparently for Extreme Gaming, who decided to replace him. But then again, they replaced him with some superstar names, and that also didn't really work out for them. So Lu was not the problem. Lu was right. Extreme was right.
Justice for Lu. Justice for Lu. Please. He's very classic carry player. You know, you'll expect to see him on TB, on PA, you know, Morphling, one of these heroes, which is going to kind of be your hard carry, and the rest of the team will certainly work around that. Beyond, obviously, Broodmother always comes to name when we're talking about Beyond, and 70. I'm always thinking about Ember Spirit, or any spirit really, when you're talking about 70 as well. He's very aggressive, very tempo controlling player on 70, which I think is a good match for Lu. You know, you want one of these players which wants to pick stuff that goes in, that gets stuff done, and 70 is definitely that for Lu.
Yeah, I think a lot of these Chinese teams do a really good job at kind of matching a lot of their play styles with a lot of their players up. They really don't ever get in awkward scenarios where you see these teams where you've got, like, you know, 3 really greedy core players. I think a lot of the time they do a really good job at having, you know, a very stable position 1, and they pair that up with a really aggressive mid laner, and they have a very straightforward kind of off lane, or maybe somebody with a bit more cheese and playmaking potential in the offlane. So I think a lot of these Chinese teams do a very, very good job at matching up a lot of their playstyles and don't really get caught out. So having 7E in this mid lane for somebody like Lu should give us a pretty good run here for YBB. And I'm really interested to see what this 7E versus Butterfly Effect is going to look like, because I think on Cloud so far, Butterfly Effect probably has been the standout player for them in that mid lane, been a bit of a rock for them. So if 7E is able to blow that out of the water and really start to take control of the game, then it feels like the Team Cloud might be behind the 8 ball at the start.
And how important is a mid matchup nowadays, Lizard, when it comes to like, mid versus mid? Can that really decide the pace of the game nowadays, or is that not the meta at the moment?
It is and it isn't. It depends on the players, I would say. There's definitely a huge impact that you get from having your mid laner ball out of control. The only thing is, however, at the same time, is that you don't really see it very often. Like, you don't see very often players like Sumail that dominate almost any single matchup, and then you have a much easier game. It's, in my opinion, the main reason why Enigma is still in Division 1. They remained in Division 1. Only because of Sumail. Yeah, he basically dominated every single mid matchup. And also when he gets dominated, like he had a couple of rough games, his team just falls apart. So, like, emphasis is still as big on the mid lane, but it's way more difficult to have it swing in one direction completely. Usually it's kind of a trade fest. Like, you have, I don't know, some Pango on one side, some Tusk on the other. They kind of trade the kills, and then it's all up to who gets a better rune and who rotates better, and whose supports help the mid lane secure the runes and refill the bottle better. So it's like there's a lot to it. It's not like you're going to dominate your lane very easily if you're a better player. No, you need your supports to help you.
Alrighty.
Oh boy.
Wow, we do have a draft actually. So let's get into this one, I suppose. Team Cloud have managed to pick up the Lina. They've got themselves Lina Snapfire because they instead went for the Treant and the Batrider bans. Meanwhile, YBB, they've got the Marcy and the Phoenix because Team Cloud opted to ban actually Ricky and the Death Prophet. So quickly on the openings, which do you prefer, Mr. Fluke?
I think YBB have a plan behind this this Marcy and Phoenix opener. I think, personally, I feel like Marcy has been one of the heroes that does pretty well into the lane. I think the lane's going to be a bit rough, but once you get that BKB time, you're able to jump in on top of her with the sidekick and the unleash, and that might be able to give you enough time if you couple it with a bit of extra lockdown to kill the Lina. But, I mean, giving away Lina, we've seen it only lose once so far in Division 2. It's always a hard task to try and take it down.
Yeah, she does pretty damn well into her, right? Like, just getting on top of her later on. Lina hates these heroes. I like Tiny more. Like, Tiny was left in the pool. Instead, they go for the clock. I feel like Tiny is way better with the Phoenix, too. It's just player preference, I suppose. Team preference, that is. Like, it's not banned. Avalanche protects the egg better, plus you get to scale into the Lina. Like, the Aghanims build versus the Lina is always good, because eventually she just can't stand in the tree volley. If you see her, you just toss all the trees. She can die even from position 4 Tiny. So throughout the game, at every single point, you're good against her. But they have a Snap and the Lina versus an egg.
Yes, absolutely dog water supernova game, isn't it? That's just not going to work.
I don't know what you do with Phoenix here. Like, it's a really difficult. Like, a Snap, it's kind of hard to get on top of the egg. Usually, you're using your ulti, he's using his egg. You don't want to stop your ulti. You don't want to jump in, and just eliminate the egg with a little shredder. So it's going to be on Lina. And now, this is a really nice answer to the Marcy. You get a Sven.
Why is that?
Add the armor. It's a position 5 Sven. This I'm not sure about the Snap. She could be 4, she could be offlane, she could be mid. But this should be your lane. Sven plus Lina on the safe lane.
Yeah. Seems.
I think it also does pretty well into a lot of these other heroes as well, right? Like, you can just throw out a Stormhammer from long range to be able to help a lot of your heroes get away from, like, the Clockwork that are chasing you down, the Marcy pre-BKB as well. I think the Sven does well at mitigating a lot of that. Nature's Prophet has been the response, though, so they're going to have a lot of tempo for YBB, and that could be my only concern here for Team Cloud, is they could just kind of get ran at a little bit if the one's not setting the pace. Like, when we've seen a lot of these tasks, if they start to fall behind a little bit, that's when they can start to have issues. Like, if they're not being able to roll into a team fight, get the snowball, get the ice shards out, and Walrus punch somebody and kind of 100-0 them relatively quick, it feels very, very hard for these tasks to keep control of these mid games. So I like that YBB are going for a little bit of pace and a little bit of extra team fight as well.
Yeah, I like that as well. But I also like how Team Cloud are keeping it open-ended. You know, there's a lot they can do with this draft at the moment. The last pick is going to be very open for them, and it's very hard for YBB to make good bans against this as well. Like, they just need to think super deep and kind of just consider the entire hero pool, which is kind of difficult to do. So yeah, you'll see the Enigma ban here. A bit of a surprising one, actually, considering they have Clockwork already, but
Why?
Dire team ban.
BB. Yeah, they banned it.
You guys are so in tune.
We finish each other's.
Anyway, what's the next ban?
That's it. That's exactly what I wanted to say. We
So
finish each other's anyway. Like, damn, you know me so well. Yeah, they ban out the Enigma, like some ultimate late game potential, right? I don't like Enigma into Phoenix that much. Like, it always feels kind of weird, this matchup alone. Like, it won't deter you from picking an Enigma. It's just overall, I don't know. When I'm playing Phoenix, I feel really comfortable playing into an Enigma. When I'm playing an Enigma, I don't feel comfortable playing into a Phoenix. Oh, the Meepo
They
ban.
actually banned it.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. I mean,
Dude, this Team Cloud lineup looks, I don't know. When I look at it, I feel like this is some 90s anime 5 roster. They're gonna, I don't know, I just imagine a cartoon. They're strong, they're coming for you, they're gonna kick ass, they're gonna defeat the,
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know, some bad guys like
the
Nomad
evil
or
robot
something.
Doom,
The
yes.
evil nomads or whatever, yeah, sure.
Stomping through Tokyo City.
Yeah. Like, everything is around this Lina. Like, you get minus armor, you get plus armor from the Sven. Tusk to create chaos up front, that's a mid-tusk, I suppose. And then Legion as well to kind of add up with the cleanse, with the purge and everything. Like, make you safe later on. Obviously, Legion also pretty good damn laner into the Prophet. So that might be one of the reasons too why pick her.
Yeah, they've
I
got
think
so
that's
much
the big thing,
save.
right?
They've got so much like armor. They've got so much damage. Like, is there anything they're missing on Team Cloud which YBB could maybe take advantage of here?
I don't think so. I think they have pretty good lanes. They've got good scaling with a lot of their heroes. They can hit these nice timings. They've got like a Guardian Greave builder. They've got a Blink Initiator. I think Team Cloud have a really nice, well-rounded draft. Like, the only issue they could have is potentially getting jumped on when they're trying to siege towers, but outside of that, I think they're doing really, really well.
Maybe they're a little bit too transparent, too straightforward with their draft. Like, it's kind of easy to see what their approaches to the team fights will be like, and that can be abused. Meanwhile, YBB, again, a lot of chaos, a lot of different playstyles that you can enforce. You have a Pango and a Prophet. Like, you'll be trying to really dominate the map very early on. So
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's true. They definitely have the mobility across the map on YBB. That is one advantage they have. But you know, I'm sure we'll see the travels on Lina as well to try and answer that. But also not the freest. Like, if this Lina does get caught alone, they have so many ways to kill her. I'm not really worried about the Lina just being this like 1v5 hero. She needs her team around her, but that team is very, very good at protecting her. So yeah, I don't know. I think this is a Team Cloud win. That's where I'm going. What about you, Lizard?
It's hard. Like, I do like the Lina pick, but I'm not gonna go with them. I'm biased towards YBB because of the names, but also I feel that their draft answers the Lina quite well. So I'll have to lean towards YBB. I know you're just a Cloud fanboy. You always do this, no matter every year. You pick one team and you go for them no matter what. Like, you'll see Fluke. He's just gonna be calling Cloud wins until the end of the tournament. No matter if they're 0-6, he's still gonna do it.
Probably.
Yeah, it's a bit rough.
What are you saying, Fluke? Come on, come over to the Cloud side. Join me in the sky.
I think purely out of principle, I have to stay with YBB. So I'm going to stand with my man Lizard here. YBB all the way, baby.
Let's
You
go.
two suck. You two suck. Get me new panelists for next game, please. And but my casters are fine. We'll deal with them. They're actually very good. It's Ares and Danog over to cast this game number 1 of YBB versus Team Cloud. Over to them too.
Oh no, man! Aren't you too kind? I appreciate you calling Denog, and look at his reaction. It's definitely well due with that with what you're
With
saying.
all the
And, well,
gaslighting that
yes, with
Ares
all-
gives
well,
me, it's very, very well due.
Okay, enough now. I mean, I feel like you're gaslighting now, saying that I'm gaslighting. I feel like we're going in a roundabout circle here, but well, we've got an exciting series on our hand. YBB, it's a debut of this new roster. We're day 3 so far in Division 2, and we're still yet to see the team play. And well, that will be stopped now with their, of course, series against Cloud, who is a team that's been struggling so far, and it might not get any easier in regards to their opponents. Cloud, see what they're able to do. I think in a lot of the games we've seen from Cloud, I've really liked their drafts. They just haven't been able to, not the Meepo game. So that's 3 out of the 4 games I've really, really liked their drafts. And Denog, I kind of like their draft this game as well.
Yeah, I do too. I like this draft from Cloud. I'm going to be up in the sky with Nomad, just being a bit of a fan. I mean, anytime you got 4 strength heroes, I'm always going to be a big proponent of that. They are going up against a Phoenix, but again, you've got a Lina and a Snapfire to be able to deal with, so I really don't think that should be too much of a concern. And I understand Lizard's argument of, like, it is kind of predictable what they're going to be doing in a lot of these team fights, but we've seen, especially for Division 2 Dota, sometimes predictable's a good thing, right? Like, you don't want to get too caught up in, oh, but we could do this, or this, or this, or this. Sometimes you just want one thing that you're good at and just do it right,
You just got to find that one thing, though, right? Sometimes it's not easy to find that thing.
Definitely not, but they certainly, I think, got the edge in not necessarily team fights, but pickoffs. Of course, they've got plenty of potential for that. They've got great Roche taking. They've got good burst damage. They've got good lanes. I quite like Cloud. The way that YBB want to take this, on the other hand, is much more around the team fight angle, right? Use the hook shot to be able to cut off avenues of escape, jump in with a Marcy, especially once she gets the BKB, roll through with Pango, get a good supernova off, TP in with a Nature's Prophet, and then use that to potentially win these team fights.
See, of course, it was the last pick, Pangoli, coming out from 7E. Do you feel like this is a 24th pick was kind of the best route they needed to go down to give them success in this game?
I was tossing up what they wanted to go. I mean, there's nothing really that lanes amazingly against the Tusk. Like, maybe a Huskar or something like that, but not that you really wanted to. And, well, that's certainly not the way you want a lane to go as the Phoenix early on. Phoenix, Marcy, relatively strong lane. Of course, you are against a Lina, but will they be able to get this kill into Beyond? I don't think so.
It was some nice damage being traded, though. Recognizing that the Phoenix, of course, wasn't there to be able to protect Beyond, so once their spells were back up after the kill onto Destiny, able to get aggressive once again. They got a big creep wave coming under the tower as well.
Yeah, so with this, back to this Pango pick, I was tossing up a few heroes for it, but they all had big weaknesses, and I feel like Pango is probably the best of the bunch. Like, you could Underlord against 4 strength heroes, but then that's something that doesn't really dive onto the Lina. You could Primal Beast, but then there's 4 strength heroes, so they felt relatively tanky. You might get on the Lina, but other heroes are going to interrupt what you're doing. So I feel like Pango kind of gives the best of both worlds, where you can go in onto the backlines, you're going to build into something like a Basher, which, can provide that interrupt. The damage is heavily based around right clicks as well, so the disarm's going to be good. So yeah, I like the Pango pick overall.
I wonder if he's going to have some awkward stages in team fights against some of the members of Cloud. I think shards can, if placed in a good position, can really not work in your favor. Sometimes it can work greatly in your favor. I also like having a hero that has a dispel on your team, because of course is a hero that relies on getting that stun and then trying to hit back on a wall and then get that secondary stun afterwards. And that's a big thing that the Legion's going to be able to take out of the equation if he's in the right position with the press the attack. And kind of late game Lina with BKB activated can do a lot of damage, but that's probably where you're expecting the Marcia to come into play to kind of prevent the Lina from really being able to get that right-click damage going.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of just the drafts in general, I really liked this Legion Commander pick. It's one of the few heroes that has a really good time against the Nature's Prophet in lane. Not just, for the fact that you get a lot of lifesteal off from the Moment of Courage, but you can see he's maxing out the overwhelming odds just because against all the treants, it provides with so much extra damage, so much movement speed that you're going to need to be able to get the better end of a lot of these trades. And I mean, we talked about versatility with how you're looking to take team fights. LC provides that, right? If you've got the vision advantage, you can find those jumps. You can easily connect with the Mortimer's Kisses, the Tusk Snowball into Walrus Punch, and be able to find a pick off. If you're the one that get jumped on, you've got the press the attack to be able to provide perhaps a little bit of safety towards the Lina. So I like it overall.
Top lane. Speaking about the LC, should be able to get some decent amount of damage out onto ZZQ. With the members trading spells, and meanwhile it's actually mid lane. Butterfly Effect gets a solo kill onto 7E, and I was brought up in the pre-game. It was the questioning about how this matchup was going to go. Of course, kind of two of the star plays between these two teams, Butterfly Effect and 7E, and well, already it's the Cloud position too that has that one-step advantage.
Your boy, man, he's doing it for you. You've been a Butterfly Effect fan for quite some time, and well, he's doing it for you.
Oh, his carry's not doing it for him, unfortunately. Beyond and Destiny being able to get a big kill onto Ice Limit's Lina. Meanwhile, top lane, some brawling's going on as well. ZZQ. Well, he's stuck in a little bit of a tricky place, but it is enabling Lou to get the right clicks out, but unfortunately it's not enough to secure the kill onto CZJ.
It's down the flag bearer creep, though. They'll be kicking themselves about that. They actually have 0 regen coming through on the couriers, so CZJ is going to need to go all the way back to base. Right now, it's just on to Mercy to keep this lane in a relatively good spot right in front of the tower so that you're not losing too much experience there. Overall, though, it's really only the mid lane that's going exceptionally well for Cloud, although they made a bit of a rotation through with the ice shards being used previously. I suppose he'll be relatively safe there. ZZQ going for... Oh, they might have just seen that Observer Ward be dropped there, so Mercy, if he was to buy up a Sentry Ward, could look to punish it. Really wanting to protect these power runes, though, especially now that these level 6s are approaching for the Pango, and it's already here for the Tusk. It's just a question of luck, and, well, for now, 7E is going to be the winner of that one.
It's a big rune to pick up now with his level 6, and he's going to instantly look to move, because you take a look at the kind of position in the creep wave. So they hold that thought, because bottom lane, those sides kind of casting out spells apiece. They're going to be cautious, though, on Cloud.
They have to, though.
It's not an easy read, though, because this lane, now it's going to connect. So 7E's been gone for a little bit of time.
They have to, though, surely.
Oh, it looks like they're still going to play aggressive instead. Starve. Well, they'll get the kill thanks to the setup from the Stormhammer.
They'll be like, we'll take a dead Phoenix.
7E, without a doubt. Phoenix goes down, but it's such an incredible trade from them. 7E can easily bounce back off the crystal, and with Swashbuckle up in a couple of seconds, he'll have plenty of damage thanks to the rune picked up. He'll make him work for it, but it's in the end beyond that reaps the rewards for getting a kill. So what a movement from 7E, and you take a look at that as well. Like ZZQ's like, I'm happy to get a little bit of experience mid. I'll take everything I can get.
Yeah, Lou had the wave in a really good space for him. Not quite yet level 6, though, on the Legion Commander, so won't be able to confirm this kill onto the Nature's Prophet as he dives back underneath his own tower.
This might be in trouble,
gone back the other way.
Yeah, he's already used the cookie, so they're well aware that they can continue to chase him down. ZZQ, a little bit cautious about the damage that's already came out. We're even seeing an extra rotation out of Cloud. It's going to be Star off the top lane, so Cloud have completely sacked bottom, and they need to get something out of it, and it looks like they will. Scatterblast is back up, plenty of damage onto ZZQ, so the kill it will be, but this leaves bottom completely free, so we're going to see Lou instantly look to TP down.
Yeah, I wonder if that's just a thing of, well, we know that Lina hasn't been here for a little while. Let's try and take a tower, open up the map a little bit. Lina, of course, one of those heroes that needs 2-3 items to truly have that high level of impact that you're wanting out of her.
With lane 7, he might be in some trouble. He's got no mana to work with him. Look at the wraparound from Cloud. The pincer movement was perfect. Butterfly Effect to start, then the rest of the boys showed up to provide the stun lock required to get the kill into the Pango. And now Butterfly Effect is rewarded as well. He just got a regen. You love to see it here for the task.
You do indeed. I was really thinking on Cloud that they would be fine with just throwing the Lina back down bottom again. I mean, the only reason that she died previously was because of the rotation from a double damage Pangolier. So the fact that they've just abandoned this lane altogether is pretty significant. You know, Lou, he's very happy to come down here, take it away, and get a lot more map presence available, although...
They want to defend it. Leon's going to try and jump in. First use to the Unleash of the game, but Butterfly Effect's doing an incredible job just to stall out the early damage for the Marcy, but it's not going to be enough. Chucked back inside this tree line, locked inside the Sprout as well. They'll get the kill into Butterfly Effect, and they're already looking for more as well. The rest of YBB won't be able to join me. Well, it's actually top lane Ice Limit. They've been in a little bit of trouble, but Lou's actually going to think twice about committing with his TP.
I mean, look at what they're doing all the while, though. 7E is just standing behind the tier 1 tower. He's going to push out the next wave. Keep a lot of this experience just going away for free. Prevent Cloud. It'll cause a defensive rotation.
They'll get the victory, but it's not going to matter. Stuck inside the treants. CSJ, plenty of damage, but the overwhelming odds. You mentioned how the treants are just going to set him up perfectly for a nuke. So, the Legion's loving life, but Yelena, not so much.
And we know how treants like to build, right? It's the full glass cannon style. This time around, Lou, of course, Gleipnir isn't super unorthodox, but it only provides you that little bit of stats coming through from the crowns, right? So it means that this Blade Mail on CSJ is going to be even more impactful. You know, once he gets that plus the Blink Dagger, even the Nature's Prophet is going to end up killing himself most of the time just through a lot of that reflected damage.
Are there any big winners now that the lanes are starting to dissolve?
Yeah, I mean, Lena's bottom of the net worth chart, so you would have to say the big winner is YBB, right?
Can't have this member at the bottom, but see what happens if she does get a little bit of time to find that catch up. Might not be able
They're not
to.
giving her time.
They're not indeed. LSA is going to be able to get her out of the sprout, and look at them try and turn it around. Jules back up. Lacuna bladed already. They'll find another victory. Beautifully done. All right. I want to mention as well, we of course saw Aslamit play for Cloud in their first series. We didn't see him in the second series, but I think it was game 2 in particular where they had a little... Actually, no, not game 2. There was a game where we saw him die a couple times at the start, and then he got a lot of farm afterwards. Or was that Andy? Now I'm confused. Help me, Daniel. Come on.
Andy was the Morphling. I remember that.
Yes. Because I remember there was a game where we saw the carry die a couple of times in the laning phase, and then he just was able to freely farm across the map. And I was going to say it's a similar thing here, where he's having a lot of issues with the lane, and maybe that's something that needs to be addressed in the future.
Yeah, no, I think he's generally... I mean, I wouldn't say he's doing all right. This game, I just really think the decision to go away from bottom so quickly was what's put him at such a detriment. You know, you've got the Marcy that's just set herself up now on this bottom side, and again, she's just being targeted. This probably isn't where you want to be on Alina, completely far away from the rest of your team.
Lou, you got to be cautious how much you use that voice line. I do have PTSD. I think everyone has a lot of PTSD from watching C. You got to be cautious. I've got no hesitation with muting you. It's not gonna affect. It's not gonna affect the viewers at all, mate. So you keep it a little quiet over there.
I think not.
All right, I'll mute you as well. I'll do it myself.
I'm not already muted. Yes.
It's a win in it. That's a win in itself.
He still hasn't got the Maelstrom though on Alina. 100 gold away
this could
only.
Be a big kill. Bottom lane at the outpost, CZJ. He's got the blink, and they've got Mortimer Kisses as well. So 70 is going to be their target. He's already used a swashbuckle, so he's not going to get a whole lot of distance away. They might not even need the kisses, but why not drop the ultimate? Just guarantee the kill and get that third duel victory of the game over to CSJ.
It's well worth it, you know, like any time that you can look to... Because Pango, again, is another one of those heroes that's good at pushing out waves. Phoenix, not great. Clockwork, not great. So anytime that you can just take out the Pango, you saw what a good job 70 did at just shoving in that lane when all the kills were happening around the board. It meant that they don't have a tier 1 tower left to play with yet on Cloud, so I really like the decision that they chose just to commit everything because of how important it is. And there's nothing really else that's going to set up for Mortimer's Kisses right outside of the duel, so you may as well just use it together.
Look at Starve. Really great positioning out of the Sven. But now that they saw him go all the way down the stairs, the wraparound might actually pay off for YBB. They've got their ultimates to work with as well, with the hookshot being on the mark. Ice Limit's in a lot of trouble as Luke is going to TP over to the backline, and now they're going to turn over to the Sven as well. He was acting as the bodyguard, but as soon as he stepped out of position, that was when YBB were able to pounce.
We're indeed. Just looking to see where CSJ is looking to play within this next little bit. He's still about 1,000 or so gold away from being able to pick up that Blade Mail. So does he look to finish that one up, or does he look to connect together with the Snapfire with the Mortimer's Kisses in about 40 seconds to be able to get this next kill? Because I just don't think that Blink Dagger Duel on its own, you got 30 stolen damage, or sorry, extra damage. It's not going to be enough yet at this stage.
Need a lot more damage for that to pay off. I'd say we're coming to play This is not a great place to take a fight inside the river with the Rolling Thunder proving to be a gigantic issue. So Cloud just have to sacrifice CSJ, and well, they're even looking for more as well. Starve's going to be able to hold back the Clockwork. The hookshot is back up for ZZQ. He needs an angle, and he's going to be able to find it. Even stopping Starve from being able to escape as well. So the Clockwork will enable them to find 2 extra pickups. Beautifully done from ZZQ.
Oh, they were even going for more. Lou tried for the Sprout up onto the tier 3 high ground to try and get the Lina, but she was just a little bit farther away. And I mean, that's exactly what I was talking about, right? You didn't have the damage to be able to confirm that kill onto, honestly, whoever you jumped. You know, you got the Pangolier as well, who's pretty damn tanky.
They might be looking for ZZQ though, getting a little bit of range. Got Lou nearby. Cog's going to act as a deterrent, but of course he can jump over, so it can Butterfly Effect. That'll be a kill they can get without the Mortimer Kisses. That's a big one to find. Jewel, not the longest cooldown. They'll keep Kisses up, and they might look to smoke maybe in 15 seconds.
Yeah,
maybe if they
I
can
don't
get this
know.
mid lane shoved out. What do you think?
You need duel available. You need to be able to have that to, you know, combo together with the Kisses. We still don't have the EKBs that you're worried about on YBB, so I think they're just going to look to play around mid a little bit more rather than go for pickoffs. That's what Mercy's looking to set up this vision for.
See if they can look to utilize it, the catapult wave as well. I want to do whatever they can to protect it, and all the supports in combination together should be enough to get the kill into Butterfly Effect, but it will make him work for it. Can he get the blink away afterwards? He can get some distance, but 70
Ooh, nearly.
jumps over the shards. Not enough damage at the moment till the Wrath of Nature finds the bounce.
Lina?
But now look at the Lina. Oh, just such awkward positioning. Beyond can always fight her no matter where she is inside the middle of the team fights. It's Lou that actually is rewarded with the triple kill in the end. The Nature's Prophet after such a fine start, and they actually might be thinking about Roshan 16 minutes in.
That's a possibility. I mean, you got the 1 point lucky shot. No Blightstone, I don't think, but you got the Orb of Corrosion. Seems like they're going to... They're saying the cooldowns, or sorry, the respawn timers are still a little bit too low. They didn't use all of their ultimates to be able to take us down that time, but I just feel like this is a man that hasn't played that much Lina. You know, he's constantly just going in super deep into all of these team fights when they're the ones making space for him. He's got to be making the most of this and actually looking to generate a bit more of that net worth so that he can become the beast that they know he can be.
Even once you pick up a BKB here, if Lina's not going to be safe at all. They have so many ways to close the distance. And you can even kite that BKB as well. Like hookshot, if it's near a choke point, you can block off the escape avenue with the cogs. Marcy, of course, doesn't give a damn about BKB.
Lou's just taken towers with Treants on his own, like up top. He's doing a fantastic job of playing this map. He's opened up more than a 3,000 net worth lead over his opposing position 1 in the Lina.
The position you want to be in, because we know how fast the pace can be increased with the Nature's Prophet.
All right,
He's already
do they
got
go for an
1300.
immediate smoke? That's my question. This lane's just not pushed out far enough, and I feel like too many people might have revealed their position in that mid lane. They're going to go for the smoke anyway. It's not underneath any sort of vision at the time, but well, how are they going to look to respond to this? Do they put an Observer Ward up and play around it on the Phoenix?
Already. They're kind of grouped up. It's going to be CZQ that'll pop the smoke. Can they keep the Clockwork alive? 70's going to come crashing to the middle. They won't get the dual victory, but you need to deal with the egg, and that's where the little Shred is able to come into play for the cookie.
Surely.
No!
Okay.
They just get it in the end, but it's not going to matter, Tenno.
Lena's coming again.
It's not going to work out in their favor because Lena's going to get caught out as well. She was looking for the cleanup, but the Gleipnir held her into place. It was almost perfect. It was almost great, but the stun, it bought them enough time for the supernova, even though it died in the end. All the boys could close the distance, get the damage out onto the rest of the cores.
They didn't even get the dual damage either. You know, that was a really good movement through to be able to protect the Clockwork for long enough. I mean, this is a Phoenix that dropped that supernova right in the middle of the team fights. Still wasn't punished that hard. It took them so long to be able to take care of it, and the damage was done. I think Lena's just got to make her mind up, right? Like, what does she want to do? Does she want to farm completely, or does she want to go into this BKB? I mean, you've committed for the Mithril Hammer, so you have to finish the BKB at this stage, but just, where are you going to get it?
Goes for the jewel again. This time they're going to combine it up with the Mortimer Kisses, but they might just be feeding away damage to the Clockwork. Oh no, one by one, they all come crumbling down.
I mean, Lena started to walk towards that fight, and I'm like, if you join that fight, Lena, there is something wrong, because the last, like, 5 haven't worked out very well for you. 1, 7, and 5 right now on Ice Limited.
They're going to find another one in the river as well. Butterfly Effect going down.
He's doing his best. He's got the blink up.
Snowball.
Nicely done.
Nice. Just Swashbuckler's going to prevent the escape afterwards. Meanwhile, Blue will take that first tier 2 tower of the game as well. So this is blown up to a 10,000 net worth lead, and we're just about to hit the 20-minute mark.
I wonder if they were even considering Roshan, considering they haven't even needed to unleash for all of that. So they have full sidekick. They've got a double damage right outside the Roche pit. Prophet's taken the bottom tower, can join at any time. Speaking of BKBs, Prophet's got his plus the level 15, so...
There's a pipe on the Phoenix, who's getting solo killed at the moment. Does he get the damage? Oh, he does. Here's Jay. Alright, not bad.
Not bad, good size.
What, what the hell?
You heard that meme?
Maybe. I don't know it off the top of my head. I've probably seen
It's
it.
literally just that. It's just someone saying.
Coming in.
Yeah.
Lou doesn't give a damn.
I mean, he's got
He knows
ages
the
would you?
boys are going to be able to jump in with him as well. 7E to the rescue, and the roll back stops the escape from the Legion. Even ZZQ is going to try and line up the hook shot, but this time it'll be off the mark. But they still got a great creep wave to be able to connect to put some damage onto the tier 2 tower mid.
I mean, there's a reason that Lou played on Extreme Gaming for so long, right? Like, just the way that even microed his treants in that team fight. He realized how much effectiveness the Legion Commander was getting out of it with the overwhelming odds. That he summoned them, sure, but then he just tossed them into the lane so that they're passively pushing the lane while he is fighting.
Oh no, not another one. Don't test me.
You muting him is going to do absolutely nothing. Alright, they go for another smoke here on YBB. Again, they just want to make the most out of this Aegis, right? Hook shot up in 10 seconds. By the time they connect through, it should be up fairly shortly. Quick and easy, free kill onto Mercy. Gonna try and save him, and oh, maybe Beyond's gone a little bit too far.
Marcy was able to pop the BKB as well, so the damage in the jewel's not going to be enough as Beyond just rips him apart. And now up towards the T2 tower. Ice Limit got rid of the Aegis, but it's going to come at the cost of his own life. A tree line will not be enough for him to duke and dive into, as meanwhile 7E as well comes crashing down into the Sven. And even the Snapfire is going to be put inside the grave, and they're not done just yet. Up to the high ground they go. We might be at Call It territory with Butterfly Effect going down to make it a full 5-man wipe.
I feel like they just want to take one proper team fight at this stage, because it hasn't been happening. Everyone gets picked off solo to be able to begin things, and you know that happens when you've got pretty miserable vision. You know, they essentially have zero vision actually across the map. No wards are left remaining, whereas YBB have complete control of the jungle. They've got a lane ward. They've got all lanes pushing in except for mid, and that's going to be going down fairly shortly. So I don't see an avenue for them to be able to come back into this, and an instant smoke is going to be incredibly obvious as well.
What would you say the probability is 23 minutes in?
2%. 4, damn.
Wow. Really a hater. What the hell? You don't believe in Cloud. I remember that. I'll let the boys know.
Yeah, you remember that in about 2 minutes when this game is over.
After they win this game, I'll message them. I'll be like,
You and the Nomad Cloud fan club.
it's full. Hang on, didn't you say you were going to join him on that
I
Cloud?
believed in them. That's
Okay.
why I'm a little frustrated.
Well,
Because
we'll
I
see
feel like
after
they
this
had the
team
avenues
fight.
for it. They're going to go for a smoke of their own.
Yeah.
Who
Be on
gets
the low
caught though?
ground.
You never want to
Not
be
the
on low
position you
ground.
want to be in.
If Anakin's taught us anything, high ground wins everything.
The ZQ, Smoke's going to pop. With the hook shot, Beyond with the jumping as well. They're going to try and target him with the Sven. Starf will be able to reposition, but Ice Limit, I mean, that's the priority number one, and he won't be able to get away. They lock onto their target, and now they're already looking for more as well. 7E will close the distance onto the Snapfire. which is one by one, they're all getting brought down solo. Everyone's just picking their own targets. They've recognized that they've got their own damage to get these individual kills, and they can just look to get all the remaining forces as Starve chased into the creep wave beyond, well, in fact, he is beyond godlike on the last year. 10, 0, and 12. A hell of a performance for him, but it's just not the individual play from us. It's everyone on YBB in this debut game.
Yeah, no duel, not even a blade mail until just before the death there, coming through from CSJ, and it just seems like the way that Lena is setting herself up, she's never sitting behind the rest of her team. That's the biggest issue for mine. And the only one that should be maybe at your level in these team fights is the Snapfire. Everyone else should be in front of you. Tusk, Sven, with all of that additional armor, and LC most importantly. So the fact that she just seems to be able to be targeted first in these team fights is the biggest issue for mine.
You know how depressing this must be when you pick the most broken hero of the patch right now and you just get absolutely
Just
bodied?
twist the knife, man. Just twist it even further. They're feeling bad already. Oh no, she's not going to get picked off now, is she? Yeah, 70's
She got
going
picked
in.
up, she got-
Is she?
Nope. Oh, yeah.
Close.
Man,
They were
can
hoping
they
for that
fight
first
this?
hit bash on Beyond.
They don't have the high ground ward. Oh, CCQ, that's perfect. That is a perfect cogs. You trap the Snapfire on the high ground, you hold the Legion into place as well. You won't even get the kill onto the Phoenix. Supernova activated with minimal health left standing. Oh, alright, Iceman. That's an incredible stun timing, but all for naught. Straight on top of it, they go. Beyond
That's good.
instantly over towards Alina. With 5 down, you gotta think it's...
I mean, they don't have a creep wave. That's maybe what's going through their minds. But nah, GG. It's too far behind. They just didn't take a single team fight together. I know YBB have the advantages in terms of overall team fight, but they never gave themselves a chance. They couldn't get that first pick off without losing 1, 2, maybe even 3 in return. And YBB really just took control of this game by the scruff of the neck from what felt like about 10 minutes until the end of the game.
Some great movements out of YBB for a lot of this game. We saw Lou getting involved very early on. That rotation out of the Pangli was really the first one where it got the ball rolling with that double damage rune down to bottom. And we saw how much they were able to get out of it and activating his game as well, importantly, for 70's Pangli. So it was a great start for them. YBB, able to take game 1. We'll send it over the panel.
Thank you very much, Aries and Danog. Yeah, indeed. You know, as expected, YBB take the first game, as all of us on the panel also predicted with complete confidence. So, yeah, I mean, that it is what it is.
Bleep bloop, I am a robot.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was TeamSpeak or if that was across the board, but if you guys heard that at home, then you'll understand why Aries and Fluke were doing the robot. But yeah, getting a bit Mr. Destructoid at the end there. But I don't know. That was something very satisfying about that game, though, and that is because I've been wrecked by so many Lenas. It was really nice seeing Alina just get punched in the face a bit.
Yeah, I think everyone is kind of happy seeing that Lena has lost twice today. So I think a lot of people are definitely looking at this, especially going into the major. A lot of people are hoping that there's going to be a patch, and there's a lot of copium that is being huffed right now on Reddit. So hopefully there's a patch before then. I doubt it, but if this is how you've got to deal with the Lena, then this is a good shot at getting it done, right? Picking the Marcy early on, not 100% sold on the Phoenix, but I really do like the Marcy as response to it. I like the way that Beyond played it as well. He went for this early armlet so he could play really, really fast with his Nature's Prophet, right? And they just got their level 6s, they got their few items, this early Diffuser Blade coming in from 70 as well, kind of just set the tempo, and every single time that there was a fight that broke out, there was no real way for Cloud to ever be able to come into that fight and it be cohesive. And Danog was saying it in the cast, they just never had a full team fight on their turns for Cloud, and unfortunately it just ended up looking like a major shellacking at like 27 minutes when they finished it.
I feel like sometimes in this job, right, as an analyst, sometimes I feel, man, my English should be better. It should be easier to express how I feel about this draft, because sometimes you're looking at the draft and there is a certain Mr. Canadian, Jared Bajina, je ne sais quoi, or however it's pronounced. There's a certain thing, like, you cannot really put it... I mean, Canadian... you go to Canada all the time. I thought you learned a little bit of French.
Okay.
But I also forgot your English. Like, you're from UK, so you don't learn anything else. You just know one language. My bad. Sorry.
No, I
take
just
it back.
talk English louder when I'm in other countries.
I know. I've actually experienced. I tried buying train tickets in Romania with Nomad, and there's this 60-year-old babushka selling the tickets. And he's like, we need one train ride to this place. And she's like, I don't understand what, like, on some Romanian, right? And he's like, we need tickets.
All right, I was very kind. But, you know,
Oh my god.
Yeah. You know
I
who wasn't
wasn't
kind? Lou wasn't
aggressive.
kind. 70, they weren't kind, Nomad. Beyond as well. 11-0 on the Marcy.
Yeah. I mean, Marcy is definitely, I think, the MVP. Just making that hero look absolutely woke and broke, destroying Cloud, destroying the Lina, punching her in the face. I think the reason, like, it was kind of questionable. The Lina would walk into every fight and then she just instantly die every fight. And I'm pretty sure the Marcy was basically just saving rebound every time. If she didn't see the Lina, she was just waiting for the Lina to go and then rebounding on top of her. As long as the Lina's not too far ahead, as long as you have Sidekick and Unleash available, you can easily heal through the Luna's damage. Like, unless she's got like crits or something, you'll be absolutely fine. And just really, really good understanding of the hero from Beyond. Absolutely clinical from the Marcy player, dominating the lane, dominating the game, dominating my heart. Great play from Beyond. Love to see it.
Yeah, I think another big thing as well is the way that Beyond was able to play so slow and patiently was the fact they had a clockwork, right? Like, they had a hero that was enabling them to go in and start a lot of these fights. They had the Nature's Prophet who was able to TP in towards the backline as well. And it just meant, like, every single time that they wanted to start a team fight, they had somebody to do it. And that meant that Beyond could kind of play very slow and just be like, okay, I know exactly who I need to go on. I mean, I'll pop my Unleash. I'm going to get on top of this leader. I'm going to blow her up. And then the team fight gets weird and chaotic from there because Cloud, they kind of really just had a lineup for their Lina, right? They had a Tusk as their mid and they had a Legion Commander as their offlaner. So it was everything about the Lina. And as soon as she got blown up in a fight, that's when they knew for YBB they could just kind of take over the rest of the team fight.
Yeah, and I would agree that the Lina kind of had a slightly different understanding compared to her team about what fights to join, where to be. I feel like when you're behind a Dota, it's always better to evaluate the fight before you go in. You never really want to be just committing 100% to every single fight that breaks down. But this Lina was turning up to every single engagement on the front lines and committing really, really hard, which I feel like, in retrospect, it's easy to say, oh, that was a mistake. In the heat of the moment, you want to try and abuse the power that you've got as a Lina hero to break that down. I'm not sure there's other ways she could have played. I mean, what do you think, Liz, before we go to a break?
Oh, I don't think they could have played anything differently. They could have played it cleaner, but the way they approached fights, it's just the way they had to. The problem is the draft itself had some holes that were exploited heavily by YBB. Like, it's way too telegraphed, it's way too simple, one-dimensional. You jump in with the Legion, you start off the fight with the duel, then a Lina or a Tusk, one of these two have to follow up to get that dual damage, right?
Yeah.
Of course, YBB is going to find ways of playing against that. And even you don't have to play against it per se. You don't have to set up against the duel. You just have heroes that can separate them, like just spread them across the map. You're just stretched too thin everywhere. So your fights look very weird because you're responding to too many things that are happening at the same time.
Alrighty, well, that'll do it for game number 1. YBB find a way to put an L into Lina, which brings us through to game number 2, which is coming up just after this break. Hello, it's time for game number 2 between YBB and our good friends over at Team Cloud. Game number 1 was a little bit messy. What's the plan now, guys? Is it time to whip out the meepos, whip out the cheese, try something completely different since they had a pretty reasonable draft here and it just didn't work out, Fluke?
I don't know. At this point, I think Team Cloud have tried a lot of different stuff, and some of it just really hasn't stuck. So, not really sure what Team Cloud need to come back with. I think, going up against some of these higher tier teams, it is always hard to try and find things that are going to work out for you. And Team Cloud have been kind of changing their recipe almost every single time they've come into draft. Now opening with a Primal Beast, good response to the Nature's Prophet. So I like that they're coming in with an idea to try and be able to counter what YBB are going to go for, give them the Nature's Prophet this time around and say, hey, we're going to have a 1-2 punch and get a good response to it.
Yeah, I'm a very big fan of this opening, honestly. I really like this. I like Hoodwink. I like Primal Beast. I think as an answer to the Prophet, you've got 2 heroes which can catch him pretty easily. Always nice to have that kind of tree-walking hero on the position 4 or 5 who can kind of just scout for the Prophet. If you catch him, your team can TP. If not, you don't waste any time rotating heroes around for a kill you're not going to get. I think that's really important versus Prophet.
Yeah, I agree. Like, it's good versus him. Like, the Hoodwink is good versus him because you can catch him even if he is sprouted, right? Like, with your Bushwhack. But there's also the way Hoodwink works with Primal. Like, you have a hero that gets on top of Prophet easily, and then you have a hero that can burst him down. Basically, Prophet is the same thing that Lina is on position 1. Just maybe a little bit faster, but a little bit worse. Just a glass cannon, right? If I was YBB, I would maybe even be thinking about switching it up, putting Prophet on an off lane, and then picking my position 1, like something different. Right now, but you don't have to. Like, the lane itself should be solid. Like, you have Clockwork plus Prophet into Hoodwink and Primal. Clockwork can actually mess up Primal's lane very hard. Like, no matter what you do in that lane, you just get battery assaulted. If you go too deep, you can even fall to the clock battery assault. So you have to be really careful about the way you play the lane. I like YBB's response, but Team Cloud's opening is also really nice. I can see why you like it, Nomad.
Thank you. Yeah, we're on the same page again. That's nice.
I'm never on the same page with you. Sorry, I wanted to say Fluke. Fluke, I know why you like it. But
it's because Nomad being the president of the Team Cloud fan club.
Yeah, exactly.
Actual results here.
I don't know. I'm thinking about changing teams. That'd be great so far. But they do go back in for their Dawnbreaker, which we've liked before.
Let's go. I think, let me triple check. I think this was also a response to a Nature's Prophet. Yes, it was. So
yeah.
I like that they're doing what some teams haven't been able to do just yet, and just respond global presence with more global presence, right? Like, just have the Solar Guardian to be able to respond to any fight that the Nature's Prophet wants to TP into. It makes it very, very hard for them to like hook shot in onto somebody because you just go Solar Guardian on top. You're able to protect a pretty big carry. Last time they went for this, they went for a Morphling. So I really, really like this this Dawnbreaker. You just chuck it on a 5, you grab a Holy Locket, you can get a mechanism, and it makes these heroes oh so hard to kill.
So you're looking at the Dawn specifically as a support then, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Like, there are some teams that still like to roll her as a core, but yeah, I can see definitely the benefits of the support Dawn too. It can work really damn well. Like, sometimes it's just way too difficult to take hero down. Okay, I see it. So this task can be, like, right now YBB's draft is super open. I guess we'll know more with the 4th pick. Is there, like, obviously... damn, what? Wait. Did they first phase the Prophet and... was Prophet first pick? Overall first pick of the game?
Prophet was first.
Yeah,
overall.
And Team Cloud didn't pick Bat.
Yeah, I just noticed that as well. With
Yeah.
that's starting.
Okay, I
That's pretty
mean...
wild. I guess Primal Beast is Batrider Light.
I guess so. I don't know. Yeah, it's something like that, but that should be a no-brainer pick instantly into the Prophet. By the way, this would be amazing Meepo game. Like, if I was Team Cloud, I would even consider 4th picking it.
Banned.
But it just got banned, so you can't 4th or 5th pick it.
Shame. Yeah.
Yeah, I think in combination with the Solar Guardian, like the amount of heals you can give a Meepo just makes him basically immortal. And it's kind of what you were saying, right, Lizard, at the top of the show when you say about this Meepo, you need to make sure that you have some things that can help him out and give him those buffs.
Some utility and some buffs on your team. Dawn would bring that. Primal Beast would bring a lot of chaos. Like that game where Meepo was played, he needed to be the frontliner as well. That's the problem. Like, you need some chaos in fights. Like, just like any other hero from the mid lane, it's usually the best if he jumps in second. If he usually, not always. Like Amber can go in first, poke and prod, like the Spirit heroes can. But heroes that commit heavily, they need someone else to actually engage first, so that they aren't just blown up instantly.
Right.
Yeah. What do we need here? Like, it's interesting. Team Cloud is actually banning out carries. So they're thinking, okay, Prophet is off lane, Tusk mid, Phoenix and Clock supports, and last pick safe lane. Do you guys agree?
10
Yeah,
seconds remaining.
I think that's probably the way to go. I agree with what you were saying before about how the lane's like still good into the Primal Beast and the Hoodwink, so I don't think you should be too scared. Going into the Dawnbreaker as well as an offlane Prophet, that's still another lane that's going to kind of suck. Like, I don't think it's going to be that nice for you if this Dawnbreaker is a position 5. She can Celestial Hammer you, she can catch up to you with the Starbreaker as well, and it's very, very hard for you to harass her out, so...
I mean, I'm still thinking they might run the Prophet as carry. I wouldn't put it against them. They have answered it with all 4 picks though, so...
Yeah, what if it's not the Prophet, like, what do you go for? Do you go for something melee that, like a monkey? Or do you something that can match up versus the Primal in the lane? Or do you double down on the range like a Drow? Like that's still in the pool. Or a Sniper. Sniper Clock. Sounds solid.
It does, but then they have like 3 heroes, maybe even 4, which can get on top of you. Yeah, I like that.
So you like more of a frontliner type safe laner, right?
Yeah, something which doesn't really care if Primal Beast comes in on him, that there's a Dawnbreaker ulti on top of him, like he can just go Rage or Infest, so...
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think this is legit. I don't think we've seen enough lifesteal in this region as well. The hero's got a lot of potential. Yeah, I like it.
What do you do on Team Cloud? Is it like a Terrorblade game? Like, how do you deal with the lifestealer?
Yeah, I think they just need like a super hard carry that can utilize all the buffs that they're going to get here. That's really good into the lifestealer. I really like the Ursa ban. I think Ursa would be great for them. They can just have a whole lot of tempo to fly around with. They've got a lot of good lockdown for the Ursa to play around with. It's not one of these carries that's really good
Naga is banned out. Like, there's TB, the Troll. Don't, please don't. Just
I know,
don't.
but...
Yeah.
I mean, I know, like, it's a
But I
really good
think they
matchup.
will.
It's a good matchup, but at the same time, I just never see a Troll win games.
Nope.
I'd rather see a Slardar here than a Troll. Then you play
Wowee.
then you put
I'd say
Primal
so.
safe lane or something, like, whatever. Just crush Lifestealer's face. But that's not gonna happen, obviously.
His face already looks kind of crushed. Not to be
Yeah.
mean to the guy, but...
Well, he's got good teeth.
Good teeth?
Yeah,
Many
look
teeth.
Look at the upper section of the jaw.
Is that how you judge all
Just
teeth?
disregard his whole bottom jaw.
Like
Yeah.
the bottom jaw, yeah, whatever. There's not plastic. There's dental surgery. You can fix that now.
Okay. To take a lot.
Oh no!
I'm so smart.
Here it is. It's the Troll Warlord tax.
Yeah.
I'm done.
All
2-0. Go next.
Me and Team Cloud clearly on the same level there, which is worrying for Team Cloud, to be honest with you. But yeah, that'll be the Troll as the last pick for them, and gives them. I mean, it's a pretty good draft. Again, we've said it every time, but I do like what they're putting down. The only problem is I think this lifestealer just wins. I think the hero is pretty good. I think it's a really good lifestealer game. Everything which Team Cloud did to kind of answer the Nature's Prophet has kind of fallen into the lifestealer trap. So, yeah, I'm pretty down for them for this one. In a shocking turn of events, I'm going to go YBB. Actually, I'll ask you instead what needs to go right for Team Cloud for them to take this game, Fluke.
I think they need to have Troll have a very good time. They need to get a very early couple of items on Starif, I think. And if they can pop off from the mid lane on Butterfly Effect, he is on his Ember Spirit. So I will say that is one of his best heroes. So I think if he's able to pop off on something like an Ember, they can look really good. But I think what we've got here from YBB, I think a lot of stuff has to go right for them in the lanes.
All right, Lizard, closing thoughts?
The draft is good, like definitely from Cloud. I'm just not a big Troll believer. That's the problem. Like in any other patch, like I would say, yeah, this Troll into Lifestealer, easy matchup. The game is yours. But right now, all the games that I have witnessed on the Troll, Battle Fury, Blink, BKB, whatever, it just doesn't feel that great. So I'm going with YBB.
All right, let's find out how this one's going to go down. We've got a casting duo of Ares and Danog for game number 2 of YBB versus Team Cloud.
Yeah, thank you, Namad. All right, Danog, here we go. We hear Lizard is not as much of a fan of the Troll Warlord, but what are your thoughts on the carry here for Ice Limit? Because he struggled in game 1. Can we see a bit of a resurgence from him in game 2?
Well, we just have to remember, like, it might not be super traditional. Like, I know Troll Warlord, it's standard-ish as a position 1, but the 4 heroes that he's played now are the Troll, the position 1 Meepo, the position 1 Ember Spirit, and the position 1 Lina that clearly didn't work out all that well. This lane, if he does not crush this lane, I'm going to have big questions, because you've got a Troll Warlord and a Dawnbreaker against a Nature's Prophet. That is a winning lane by any stretch of the imagination. So I think he's going to have a really good time in this lane. If he doesn't, then I just don't give Cloud any chance at all.
Do you even overall think this is a good Troll game? Like, looking past the lane?
It's all right. I mean, if you can lock in onto the Lifestealer, it's generally okay. That's one way you can to heavily punish him, right? Is very heavy physical damage. That's why heroes like Juggernaut, PA are typically decent against the Lifestealer, and Troll Warlord kind of fits that similar sort of mold. It's just a question of, can you gap close against him, and can you not get kited around this fight? You've got Tian Ming playing the Clockwork again. He had a fantastic time in that game number 1. For those that aren't aware, Tian Ming means destiny, so he's going to be his destiny to break up these fights again, like he did a fantastic job of last game.
I do want to continue on the Troll point, because I do think it is not a very good Troll game, and I think that's a big issue when this hero is pretty abysmal right now as well.
Why do you think it's not a good Troll game?
I think they have a lot of ways to be able to kite him inside fights. If it really depends on where you take the fights. If it's in like around a stairwell where you can block up, use shards to escape or play away from him. Your hook shot, which pisses BKB, of course. Cogs can be a really big issue as well. I don't think he's the greatest carry to be able to deal with Supernova, so that should be okay. Sprout level 20, you don't deal with that. Like, that's a big issue for Troll. And I really think this is a game where Lou, if they feel it required at that stage, he can go Halberd. It's a great Halberd game versus the Troll. Like, this is one of the things about the lifesteal. And the nice thing, because you have the Nature's Prophet as a 3. Like, we haven't seen the item build yet for Beyond. We've been seeing a lot of kind of the Scepters in the off lane. But if he wants to be a little bit more of that position 1 build, then it could definitely enable the lifesteal to go the Halberd to kind of kite the Troll.
I want to see Beyond go Gleipnir first, though. I still think it's going to provide a ton of utility against, a Hoodwink, very mobile. Ember Spirit, I feel like they're lacking a little bit of lockdown for him. Of course, Troll Warlord, enough said. And even the Primal Beast, right? You reduce a ton of the damage if you just provide that route. So that plus enabling your farm is going to be really effective for him.
Yeah. So the big thing about the Troll and what you were mentioning is the start, as this lane, they need to destroy, and well, looks like they will be off to a pretty good start here with finding First Blood. Never mind. Beyond.
Almost. I think if they're going to have any chance this game, they need to... Beyond was the MVP last game. He went beyond godlike, didn't die a single time. I think they need to try and feast on his flesh this game, because you've got heroes that are going to be able to do it, right? Ember Spirit, go in, chains, into the Solar Guardian. Really great lane, like I was talking about before. So I feel like, this game, if he's not dying, well, many times, like he's already given up the First Blood, that's going to be a big issue.
First Blood picked up. They will be able to trade the life of the Dawnbreaker, though, so a 1-for-1. Sarah's going to be able to get the bonus gold, though, so Dawn will be able to come back to the lane and maybe bring some extra resources for Ice Limit, because he's kind of lacking in that department at the moment. Only has one Tango here for the troll to play with.
So, you know, different sorts of item builds. Like, what is Lu going to do exactly in this lane? Obviously, Primal Beast, he's one of the better heroes at being able to have slightly more space creation, I suppose, just with the use of the Onslaught. So maybe he's going to go a little bit more into that style with the Orb of Venom into the Orb of Corrosion, just to provide a little bit of ability to stick onto a target.
Hopefully we'll get through. Oh, there we go. Looking much better now. Butterfly Effect, how's his style looking at the moment? 19-0, no denies for him. Up against the 17-3 for 70's Tusk, who had a great game on the Pangli in the previous one. And looking okay for the moment. It's going to be able to pick up the bounty rune to help refill the bottle. We're coming over towards that second water rune timing as well. Do you expect any supports to rotate, or do they need to kind of stick on their lanes?
I think they need to stick on their lanes. Dawnbreaker specifically, again, like you need to crush Beyond in this lane. And the fact that he's still sitting a good 400 gold above the Troll Warlord in net worth after Troll didn't get the first blood, but Prophet died. That's a big issue. Like, he's using these treants to absolute perfection on Beyond. He's already got 8 denies so far versus just the 2 on Ice Limit.
Do you feel like they should be playing a little bit more aggressive this top lane? Or like playing for treant kills, playing for last hits, pause, kind of, how does this lane need to work?
I think you could look to spam out the whirling axes a little bit more, the ranged ones, just to be able to obviously push the Nature's Prophet away. You can see he's holding on to, or he was holding on to 3 mangoes on Starif. I really wanted to see Ice Limit get a little bit more out of that as well for himself, just to be able to spam his abilities a little bit more in the lane. But I mean, we've seen across various different regions people foregoing tangos even altogether just to get like 6 mangoes even just for the base region that it provides. So really would have liked to see that from him this game. I feel like treants should give more gold than what they do though. 8 for the amount of
not a lot.
effort that it takes to kill. Like Cogs
Not a
gives
lot at all.
double.
Feels like it's you're mainly looking at the experience, right? Well, that's,
I guess, but even that's
even
not
give that
amazing.
much? Yeah. Like you said, though, this top lane's going much better than what you are requiring out of them, and Destiny is him kind of hunting Ice them into the tree line, just completely zoning him away from a full wave of creeps at the moment. So that lane's already going to continue to get a little bit more awkward. We do have our level 6s for mid. Going to be more impactful, I think, for 70, who's getting pretty aggressive on a butterfly effect. Got some 1 charges if he needs to remnant away. In fact, he's going to try and actually go all the way back to base to refill up.
Beyond nearly made a TP in there to be able to get the kill onto the Ember Spirit, but luckily enough for him, he had just enough mana to be able to activate that remnant and get back to base. And now his main priority is just shoving out this lane as quickly as possible, but won't be able to do it with the siege creep still there. Nice movement though from Destiny.
What's the choreo?
Radiant's courier has been
See
it's
good
fine,
items, I
got his stuff.
suppose.
He knows he's going to be tanking up a lot of harassment too, so the Bracer going to be very impactful.
Top lane, Ice Limit.
Tusk, yeah.
Yeah, well, he's getting a kill. That's where the brother is. Connecting with Beyond, and a great timing because it's a catapult wave as well. So I'd love to see 7E still stick around. They might even be able to bring down Star. If he reveals himself, they're going to go for it.
I think for sure, but you know, you're at this stage where you just need to throw out that Celestial Hammer. You can't let a Nature's Prophet just use the Nature's Call on these trees above where people are going to be TPing in, providing a ton of information, and up the Siege Creep alongside. No Blightstone right now, but still plenty of damage going into this tower. And they're trying
this
to
is
bait
not
out a
good.
dive.
are fortified.
You got a long wraparound coming from the Ember.
Yeah.
You try and
too.
keep YBB in a position where the Ember will soon connect. They're going to split their attention. 3 towards Beyond in the tree line.
Oh, nice.
Shards and Sprout, perfectly placed. Actually gets enough distance for Beyond, but that's where Butterfly Effect is able to come into play to intercept the only escape avenue he had. But that's 4 heroes that you have to bring to defend top, and this tower took so much damage.
It was pretty slow, wasn't it? The rotations, and all the while, you've got Destiny, who soaked mid. He's already level 5, still at 7.5 minutes. He might even look to just put himself in the way of Butterfly Effect from getting back to this lane. He doesn't want to be expending any more fire remnants just to be able to get out of this one. Have to move on back. And this is just more time that he's not spending farming.
Tower is under attack.
Alright, Beyond.
Beyond. Oh, dude, you got the power rune coming up shortly. And he's like, dude, come here, refill my bottle. Help me get the kills. So they should be able to bring down Mercy. He's even got a snowball over the top of the shards, aiming Butterfly Effect.
Be able to pick up the rune.
Hopefully pick up the rune. Activates it instantly, but he's kind of lacking mana. Will not matter though, so they're not going to be able to continue to chase. They might go for Starif instead, but he too will survive. That's a lot of YBB members to try and secure that rune, and all they get was the cool. All they got, I should say, was a kill onto the Hoodwink.
Yeah, I mean, Troll finally got a little bit of time for himself up on this top lane, but even then he's missing a fair few free last hits as he works his way in towards that Battle Fury. Of course, that's the important thing for him to pick up this game. If it even does get that late, you're still going to be able to hold on to it to be able to get out of this.
Oh, they're smoking top. Both supports on Cloud looking to try and connect with Ice Limit. At that lane ward that does now get dewatered, but it looks like it's done its job. Making sure that no one is playing behind Beyond. So an easy kill for them to find. And a big one once again. Just giving him maybe another wave, maybe a second wave of free farm. That is the ever so important thing to enable your troll in this game.
Would have loved to give him the last hit though. That's a couple of times now where it's been the supports that are the ones picking it up, and well, they really want to open up the map a little bit more for themselves, not choosing, excuse me, to go back and take a few more of these neutral camps at the time. That's typically wanting to pop the glyph and then use that extra time to farm, but it feels like he needs to open up the map a little bit more, force rotations, and that really isn't the job of a position 1. Not at this stage of the game.
Not at all. So I think I'd like to play for YBB to try and secure this power rune for 7E and then look to move top with that next catapult timing coming out in the next 15 seconds. Probably use that power rune to your advantage to help if there is a team fight up top to secure the tower. Then it puts the troll in the jungle where he already is at the moment. This hero does not farm the jungle fast. Even if you're maxing out the whirling axes, you really don't have the sustain. I'd see in the river's easy Q getting chased down, but Butterfly Effect just happy with securing the haste.
Top tower's gone. At least they get the deny through on Mercy. I like the fact that Troll Warlord, he went and bought the Void Stone for himself as that first item, rather than opting into the health or anything like that. He realizes that I'm going to need to spam out these abilities as much as possible, so buy the item that's going to provide me that. CSJ isn't really helping him out though. We've taken away a few of those camps that he would have been looking to farm. Just feels like
the Arcane
on his own. Yeah.
Yeah. I've just found out today
he can't really
that
come back into this lane, right? Against the lifestealer, it's rough.
You definitely mid lane 7E. Nice snowball dodge. Probably wouldn't even be able to get the kill anyway. But
what did you find out today?
Cute. That the Arcane Ring, it affects allies.
You didn't know that?
I don't know. No, I didn't. I thought it was single target. Like, I thought it was just for you.
Nope.
It's
It's a pretty pitiful amount. 75 mana isn't great. But, you know,
Yeah, it's
a
not
little
great.
bit counts.
Yes. I mean, you take that for the troll. That's
You know,
what.
tell me you're not a support player without telling me you're not a support player.
I mean, Arcane Ring's kind of like a. Is that? I feel like it's.
It's about the
call first.
mentality, brother. You know,
Oh, the mentality. Okay. I'm so sorry.
I'm always
I'll
thinking,
flame.
what can this do for my team? Not what can this do for me, you know?
Oh, I mean, I'm an off-lane player, so I don't ever get Arcane Ring. Very rarely. So I don't need to know about the item. I was watching a replay. I was hang on. I was looking back. I'm like, how'd this guy get mana? It took me so long to work it out. The amount of times I rewound him. What's going on? I checked it because he ran past like a hero. I checked the inventory to see if they gave him a mango or something. I was just like, what?
Replayed it
I was
about 50 times.
It took me a while for it to click, but then I'm like, okay, there we go. Another power rune.
Yeah, nicely done. Starif nearly got his arcane boots. You'll be happy to know that that does actually provide AoE mana to everyone.
A lot of mana as well.
I wonder,
Like double.
I mean, they're going to make this instant movement just to try and find a pick off. I'd hate to see them miss out on a kill just because they're a little bit low on mana, though. They should be able to pick off the Phoenix, though.
Oh man, it was so close for him to getting the dive away, however. We get the kill, but can you translate that into an objective?
Not sure
They're
if you
gonna
can.
hold pretty... No, I don't think so either, because like you said, like, Lewis, he's fine in this bottom lane versus the Primal Beast. He's not gonna get shoved out, and this is that main thing about the Lifestealer. You do
You
not
can't play a
farm the
straight
jungle.
throw into this lane.
Yeah, and you don't farm the jungle very fast. Your name of the game is to control your safe lane, shove it out, go back, farm the surrounding creeps around it, and go back in. Like, if you ever get shoved out of the lane, then you're not having a good time.
Well,
just
Troll's
look to
trying
avoid
to bop him from afar, but I mean, it's just going to take probably 2 right clicks, and then he's going to be back at full HP. So he's trying to shove the lane out and trade farm somewhat. He's looking to replicate what Lifestealer's doing, but inside of his own triangle.
Destiny's
They find
continuing
it.
to get chased. Some of the boys are starting to move, but that's a
Nice
great
placement.
supernova. Look at the cogs as well. Holds 2 into place. They'll just get out of range of the egg, so the stun won't be there, but the death well and truly dealt. The right click from downtown secures the second kill for YBB off the back of a picture-perfect egg from ZZQ.
Sheesh. That was a pretty good one.
Dire structures are fortified.
I mean, you can't ask for more than that. That's a man that's played plenty of Phoenix, platinum tier, and well worthy of it. Working his way in towards the Battle Fury on the Troll Warlord, nearly got it as
bottom.
Mercy.
Okay.
Okay.
Solar Guardian. Actually, Mercy's taken up a lot of spells, and now Bushwhack's going to connect onto Destiny. Calling Blade instantly used, but it's not going to matter. Sees yet. That's a huge onslaught into the middle. Slams down one. But as soon as they see Lou show up, they're going to have to respect the Lifestealer.
He's working into that Gleipnir as well on Beyond. I like the fact that he went for a bit more of the brawling style, obviously wanting the power treads first, but then instantly itemizing a little bit more into his own survivability. 3 deaths, but that's to be expected. The fact that he's been able to recover his net worth to still be above the trolls is a big win coming through for him. All right, well, what can they look to pick up next? Lou, he's left the bottom lane, just, I guess, giving the Phoenix a little bit, realizing the importance of having this mech to be able to contend with the upcoming timings that Cloud are going to have to play with, but they're still a fair ways away from the Holy Locket. No 4-staff just yet on the Hoodwink to be able to protect himself from the cogs, from the Sprout, just get away from the Lifestealer as well. You have Maelstrom, though, on Butterfly Effect, and feels kind of like he's playing a bit of a lone hand so far. No deaths for him, but 1, 0, and 3. He's going to need to get a whole lot more active if they're going to be able to come back into this one, take some towers for themselves, and be able to open up space for this Battle Fury to be able to farm. Ooh, there you go. Look for a... Yeah, okay, he gets away.
I might go for the Tusk instead. They
the
do have
damage?
Supernova
Nice
if they
throwing
need
blade.
to use it defensively. But 70 just rolls himself into an awkward position, but it can combine with Lou to get the kill onto the Hoodwink. And now Lou's going to turn to Starve, man. They got some big Lifestealer issues. Across the map, though, CSJ gets a free kill onto Beyond. That's a solo one for himself.
Okay, that's pretty nice. I mean, look, we were talking about it during the draft, right? Primal Beast is kind of like Batrider Light in the fact that he doesn't care about your Sprout. He's always going to be able to just quickly burst you down. Even has that ability well, once BKB's up, it's a little bit more challenging, but Pulverize certainly before that point is going to punish quite heavily.
You reckon Troll's going to be able to make up 3,000, well, 2,200, I should say, net worth difference with this Battle Fury now?
Sure, why not? He's got a little bit of a stack going on inside of his Ancients. I'm sure he's asking for Star up to be able to stack up that hard camp one more time.
Nice hook from Destiny. But Lou's Rage has expired, so they won't be able to continue to try and hunt down this Primal Beast, and that's going to result in them sacrificing the Clockwork's life, and this time Ice Limit will be able to get the kill, so a little bit more gold given over to him, but bottom tier 1 tower does go down. Meanwhile, mid's also taking quite the beating from Butterfly Effects Ember.
He's splitting the map. He's doing what he should be doing, right? Like making sure that you have to make multiple decisions. They're not quite ready just yet. You know, Troll Warlord, he made the rotation up towards the top side to get the kill onto the Clockwork, which means that he's not farming the Ancients. Probably not super happy about that, but look at that, even the Tusk looking to take away the hard camp. You just want to free up space for the Troll Warlord to at least get into this BKB so that he's not being controlled and punished by the Tusk and the Snowball.
Harun spawning shortly, Butterfly Effect. Combination with Mercy might be able to blow up one in the Clockwork. Damage isn't enough at the moment. Destiny's going in. Destiny just sacrifices his own life to try and stall out the retreat. The controller might be enough for Butterfly Effect, just is able to get some distance away from the aggressor in Lu.
Lucky. What's he got on lifesteal? I thought he was moving quite slow, even just with the Ghoul Frenzy and the Orb of Corrosion. I was thinking, does he have really the open wounds just yet? But no, not quite. There's lots of good focus being put onto even that Ember Spirit.
I like this. I like this a lot. DD with tag team, but you've also got the Desolator as well. And you know if they try and take a fight, Solar Guardian's on cooldown, and you can just drop the Supernova as more of like an area denial just to protect you from getting Roshan. So
Yep.
looks like you won't even need it. There'll be no contest from the boys on Cloud.
Pop mech, drop Supernova, easy game for the Phoenix, and like you mentioned, not even needing it. He is looking to go into that Halberd on the Lifestealer as well. It's a very logical pickup, right? You're a strength hero, you're going to get usage out of the Sange quite effectively, and such a fantastic job of being able to face up against Troll Warlord in what can be sometimes a little bit of a difficult matchup. And they take this tower.
Da-dee-da-dee-da-dee-da. Sorry, I was just
Question.
watching our observer's cursor.
I thought you were just having a little prance.
Prancing on. No Enchantress.
No Enchantress?
She's the one that says it, right?
Yes.
Thanks,
You are
thanks,
correct.
thanks. Very good. I don't know my voice lines too well.
Nomad, that's the next quiz.
Please don't quiz me on voice lines. I don't want to look bad. Don't do it. How's getting chunked down? If is only going to stall this one out, it should end up dropping pretty shortly. You are getting stuff across the map. Troll's net worth, it's giving him enough to complete the Yasha, and will be going towards the BKB as his next item, but this hero needs so much gold and so many items to be in fighting shape.
Yeah, and certainly the Lifestealer doesn't have that same sort of issue. He's about to hit up onto his level 15 as well, so can just look to go into that little bit of extra damage. He's only 300 gold away from having the Heaven's Halberd. Doesn't even feel like he needs it. He's just going to go for a lifesteal inside of the Clockwork. Sorry, an Infest inside of the Clockwork. It's just a matter of who are they going to be looking to pick up. I'm not sure if CSJ is the right target anymore ever since he picked up that BKB.
It's going to be the first point of contact, though. Actually, might not have caught a glimpse of him. They're going to go for the Ember Spirit instead. The Cogs to push him into the Snowball, and that's enough to get the kill. Beautifully done. We see that right-click damage is definitely there. If the Tusk and the Lifesteal are able to work on the same target, then they will get blown up without a high amount of armor.
All right, how close are we to anything of big significance coming through for Cloud? You got the Holy Locket working towards the Aghanim Scepter on the Dawnbreaker as well. The Boomerang would be a nice little damage bonus for Mercy. It means that maybe in the little bit of time that Ice Limit has on a target, they're actually able to burst him.
Do you feel like they can't just brute force down this tier 2 mid?
Oh, I think they absolutely can.
Oh, they're going
with
for
this
Ice Limit
Aegis.
instead. Yon's even going to TP in aggressively. Mercy's 4-star should be able to get him away. Unfortunately, the hook shot was still a couple of seconds on cooldown.
Man, Lim's just watching three heroes throw spells at him and looks them in the face and doesn't use rage. That's how confident he is that he's nowhere close to dying. 2,000 HP, Aegis, Halberd available.
He might go flawless this game.
I think that's a very high likelihood. Asked a curse incoming.
Oh, they're looking to play across the map. Mercy and CSJ in combination together. Gonna have to be pretty quick with this. Anyone inside there on Triangle, though. They're onto Ice Limit as well. 70 in combination with Lou. Should be an easy way to secure the kill. He'll try and play around with the Battle Trance, but that's where the Helmet's able to come into play. Runny, brother, further away from your own tower. It's not going to matter. There's nothing you can do to escape.
70 just yoinks away the kill as well, saying, you know what, it never would have happened if not for my haste rune and my stuns, so you know what, I'm just going to take that one away from you. And, I mean, they can't even afford to use the glyph here. Going up against a Nature's Prophet and a Desolator Lifestealer with no real significant high ground defense, so they need it for this push forward.
Well, poor CSJ. Trying to get whatever he can across the map. Yeah, that they are. That they are indeed.
I mean, you just see how desperate Cloud are for any kind of ability or item that's going to enable them. Had Mercy just finish up the Aghanim Shard, so a little bit of extra damage coming through. Not quite yet level 12, so it's going to hurt a little bit not having that additional damage, but at least you're enabling Primal Beast, Ember Spirit a little bit by having that now on the Hoodwink.
Pretty devastating position to be in if you team Cloud. Not the ideal spot for you. Down 7,000 gold. Open set of barracks down bottom. You are at least going to now not be playing into the Aegis advantage. But YBB have to be so happy with how much they've gotten out of that first Roche.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the base is basically wide open, ready for him, and beyond, he's playing a little bit more like that position 1 now that he's been able to get the Gleipnir, and he's got the BKB as well. So just waiting for that to be delivered through to him. Clockwork as well with the gem. They're not going to give them any sort of openings to be able to get a little bit of map presence back unless they catch out beyond. But again, that fresh BKB could do wonders for him.
Yeah, we'll see if it's going to come into play here. They'll try and start up with the damage from CSJ. Perfect use of the chain control, but Beyond's going to be able to get that magic immunity off. And now they'll look to turn it around inside the river. Starif will be caught off guard, and Cloud, they're on full retreat. The Primal Beast will escape. Mercy, well, he won't be able to have the same fate. Calling for Mercy, praying for them to leave him alone, but not to be. Once again, Cloud, I mean, they made the attempt, but weren't able to bring down that key target in the Nature's Prophet, and with YBB wrapping around a quick succession, they were able to penalize that attempt.
I mean, he spent so much time farming that Hunter's Boomerang and just didn't use it after landing the Bushwhack. So that, plus not having the level 12 for the additional damage from the Sharpshooter, Primal Beast popped a fair amount. The thing is, though, he can't use the Trample, otherwise it's going to break the tree, and then you just get away, you pop the BKB on the Nature's Prophet. So probably not the best duo to be rotating around together, and Troll Warlord is just in absolute no man's land. No way for anyone on his team to be able to help, and I mean, they're taunting him at this stage, just saying, come on, hit me, chase me slowly.
The taunt on ends up getting them the kill, and they're already looking for more. Just trying to work out between the two how they can maybe bring down Butterfly Effect, and just with the lights on the Clockwork, they'll need an extra member. That's where maybe Beyond can come into play. Oh, Butterfly Effect?
Not quite.
Okay.
Going into a halberd of his own now on the NP. A little bit of protection for himself, as well as, of course, disabling the effectiveness of that Troll Warlord. But Troll does have the BKB, so he's going to need to be on point with being able to pop it effectively. The thing is, though, how are you supposed to get onto the backlines with the targets that you really want to be focusing on, like that Nature's Prophet? It almost feels like he's going full Sanjin Yasha into a Basher after this. I almost feel like he needs a Blink Dagger. Behind Lou.
Let's see. Maybe that's that first death, and
nope.
Yeah, never mind. Never mind, indeed. Turns it around. Starif gone, and well, let's see if they're going to try and even move high ground without the Aegis, or if you just want to play this one safe. I guess Roche is up in 20 seconds, so they won't have to wait too long.
I don't even know if you... Is this even a slow siege? I guess Lou wants to back off a little bit more. He wants a BKB of his own. Don't hate it. Not sure if he needs it necessarily, though.
It's like you're 14k ahead. You don't need damage. I need to try and protect Destiny though. That's where 7E is able to come into play. Snowball, is it going to be long enough to actually kite Mercy's ultimate? It will be the case, but still the onslaught's pretty good. The damage is there for the moment, but as soon as the Supernovas cast it down in the middle of the team fight, Team Cloud need a retreat. Back to the high ground they go, but Lou knows no way to stop. Further and further onwards he goes. Infest's going to keep him alive for the moment, but it won't keep 7E alive. The Tusk will get blown up. It's a decent fight for Cloud, but they need to chain into more kills, and they'll do just that. Even the Nature's Prophet's going to be killed off as well, so finally, Cloud are able to catch a break and kill off 3 members. Can they get Roche now off the back of this?
Well, that's a
got
nice
to be
way.
cautious you don't lose Troll. Lou pops out. First hit bash, he's looking for more. He's going to be able to find it. That long rage duration helps him secure the kill, and now a couple of right clicks, a couple of swipes. We'll add another one to the tally. Lou dominating streak.
I mean, that's a nice way to be able to find the Nature's Prophet if they're getting a little confident, for sure, especially Lou. I mean, he's been chat-willing all game after he picked the Lifestealer in the draft. He was all chatting, please don't pick Bounty Hunter. You know, just little things like that. He's clearly feeling himself and
Wait, what?
feeling confident with his team's chances, yeah. Didn't you see it?
He typed that?
Yeah, he typed it in the draft screen.
Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, that's so funny, actually. What the? You write in English?
He typed in Chinese characters BH, and it means don't pick BH.
Ah. I knew you were good for something, being able to translate.
All right, calm down. I was talking about that open wounds. Well, Lifestealer with that second Roshan's going to have it. Nearly level 20 as well. Nearly going into the AC. And, I mean, that is just going to cause any towers to melt. Honestly, even the Troll Warlord in a pure 1v1 man fight now that you've got 2 halberds to have to contend with.
Let's see, they have a really great ward inside Die Zone Triangle. So they want to use it to take a fire, or do you just want to get your lanes in a position where you look to slow siege?
Not the nullifier. The 30-minute nullifier on the Tusk. Sorry, what were you asking about slow siege?
I was saying, do you want to look to play around the ward at the triangle, but it just got dewarded, so...
I mean, I don't think you even need to at this stage, honestly. I think it's just, again, get your AC and go. That's all they're waiting for. Yeah, big deal if he got picked off,
actually
though.
look to smoke. Yeah, Lou's going to try and brave up this high ground.
They're not committing. That was actually the perfect opportunity for them to. The team wasn't immediately there. Could have potentially burst him down.
And meanwhile, actually, they're able to find the hook shot onto the Troll Wallet, so he's caught out. He tried to TP, and now look at the shots and the Sprout as well. They're toying with him. They are completely toying with him, dude. Have fun with your BKB battle trance usage. You'll get nothing out of it.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great, does it? And, well, 50 seconds, no Troll Warlord, no buyback, AC completed. Aegis for another 3 minutes. They're just going to push this one in, and, well, Butterfly FX trying his best to keep the lane from being outside the base, but that's going to disable any kind of backdoor protection. CSJ. I mean, he's just trying to clear the creep wave, man. He's got buyback. He's got to expend his life for something. And...
Yo, that's not good.
That's not good at all.
Oh,
Nomad fan club in shambles.
Oh, not just Nomad's fan club, but Cloud's in shambles as well. This is not a good sign for their later run here in the Division 2. Look, it's got to be said, they probably versed 3 of the most difficult teams to start their run.
To say that.
But
and they still got
confidence is getting low.
Mm-hmm. And surely they don't play LBZS next, do they? Okay, they played Mystique next. There's a chance, you know? They could certainly look to take that one out, but it's certainly not going to be easy. You know, just to have hard matchup back to back. Who knows? Maybe it'll incite some sort of change that they need to make between you know, the roster that they're going with now and something moving forward. But these drafts just seem a little bit odd to me, especially with how well some lanes I'm expecting to go that just don't turn out that way.
Yeah. Honestly, in the past couple of series, I've been pretty big fans of some of their drafts, but this one in particular against YBB, they definitely have the advantage there. And in regards to their gameplay as well, it was a perfect debut from this new squad. It's going to be an exciting kind of tool one to see their development and their run with how they're able to contest against some of the other Chinese boys. But that being said, that is our second series done and dusted. It's going to be YBB coming out on top. We're going to send it back to the panel to break this one down.
Well, they say that every cloud has a silver lining, but I don't think you're going to find one in that one. That was rough. Jesus. I mean, it all fell apart. What was the breaking point there, Fluke? What was the exact moment of the point of no return for you?
Is there like an actual point of no return? I don't know. I feel like there's multiple times where they're just coming into these team fights. They're not able to, even kill the clockwork. He's able to just constantly get away on so little HP. Like they're able to kite out like a big supernova that's up on a cliff and it still doesn't matter for them. It just feels like every single time that Cloud comes into these games, they're drafting really well, but their execution just isn't on point. As Danog said, some of their lanes are just not going the way that they should be going. They're not being able to get any advantages when they are. They looked pretty good the other day up against outsiders from CN, but they weren't able to execute. And now today, they kind of got outclassed by YBB. And I think this is a little unfortunate for Team Cloud that they've had to play up against 3 really hard opponents back to back to back. But at the end of the day, you've got to have to try and beat the best teams in Division 2 if you want to get out of Division 2. And unfortunately for Cloud, they've been outclassed on multiple occasions now.
Yeah, they definitely have. This team is on a rough streak, but yeah, hard to opponents. But after the Outsiders series, I was ready to say, okay, the first series was just Vici. It was just Vici. They're ready to bounce back. They're gonna have some success. And
are you backpedaling,
after...
Nomad? Are you not gonna cheer for Cloud any longer? What's happening?
He wants to cancel his membership to the fan club.
Look. Okay, a true fan doesn't bail on their team when it gets hard. A true fan stays there till the end. Cloud. This is only the beginning for them, all right? We start here. TI is where we end up. Just, a smooth sea never made a strong sailor, Lizard. That's what you need to learn. But
kind of some of that copium, please, Nomad. It'd be nice for.
I think I need it all for myself, to be honest. I think I need it all for myself. But Lizard, can you give me an MVP? Can you do me that honor?
An MVP? No, I'll let you choose. Who would you pick, Nomad?
Oh, thank you very much.
I picked last time. You choose.
I think I'm going Clock. I think I'm going to give it to my boy Clockwork. He played very, very well. It's very nice to see him kind of just turning up. The initiation.
The one guy whose nickname we cannot pronounce.
Yeah.
Destiny.
Okay.
Yeah, Jianming playing on the Clockwork. It was a great game. There was some nice hook shots coming in, just disrupting the team fights, being annoying, making that Trolls game as hard as possible. And yeah, overall, good stuff coming out from the ideal Clockwork gameplay, and that's what we want to see.
Yeah,
ideal that he got 37 building damage done.
Oh, that's a lot. 37.
Damn, it's like a right click.
Basically.
All right. For the highlights, I'd like to see that, please. So get on that, please, production.
Find that one hit.
Find that one hit on the tower.
It's just like this game for me is epitome of why I hate trolls. Like, perfect example. You just see this game in which he pops his ulti. There's one fight on the cliff. He pops the ulti. On one side there are cogs, on the other there are shards, and on the third there's like root from the prophet. And he's just mad, like turning, like he can't even do anything. Like,
I guess that's why they say just stuck between some cogs and a shard place. Am I right, Lizard?
Yeah, the shard place, exactly. That's the place where a troll should go, and and that's the place where he is right now. It's a very shardy place, but maybe he gets some love from Ice Frog, from Mr. Frog. Yeah.
Maybe. But that will be
Hopefully
Cloud
not.
getting 2-0'd by YBB, and Oyota LBZS taking the victory over Team Mystique in a fairly thrilling 3-game series earlier on, making up for this kind of smackdown we had in the second series of the day. And if you're wondering, hey Nomad, what do the standings look like? Well, they look like this. Meteor and LBZS standing at the top at the moment, but Vici, Outsiders, and YBB all breathing down their necks with only one series played so far, but things starting to look very dire indeed for Cloud. Poke and Mystique at 2 losses, still plenty of time for them to bail themselves out of those bottom 3 positions, but they don't want to be here any longer than they have to be, and for Poke especially it is quite hard because they've had some of their easier comparatively matchups so far. So it might be harder for them down the road, or at least if things go how we expect. Overall, guys, do we think that Cloud are heading for elimination this early on?
I kind of don't want to put a strike through them just yet because we haven't seen them play up against like Mystique and Poke yet, because I think they're definitely 2 teams that they can try and take some series off. But the way they've been looking up against these top 3 teams that we've had so far, it has been kind of night and day between, you know, them, Vici, YBB. They were a little closer up against Outsiders from China, so that gives me a little bit more hope. So I don't want to put a strike through them just yet, but if they go down in their next series or 2, like, it's going to be mathematically impossible for them to get out of Div 2, so whether or not they can fight to stay inside of Div 2.
Absolutely, and our next day of broadcast is going to be on February the 11th, where we're going to have Poke versus Mystique, which is going to be an interesting one for figuring out the bottom end of the standings in this early stage. We've got LBZS versus Team Meteor, which I think is going to be a pretty exciting series. I think Meteor are looking to prove themselves here. And then we've got Vici versus Outsiders from China as the 3rd game of the day, and that is going to be a spicy meatball indeed. I'm just going to talk about the last one because I think it's hype. Liza, which way are you expecting that to go?
I'd lean Vici Gaming's way a little bit. I think they are a tiny bit stronger. They're an organization and a team that has stuck together for longer as the squad. Not necessarily the all 5 of them, but they have an identity. Meanwhile, Outsiders from China, maybe. Like they did have a couple of really nice series so far. They're looking strong. They have the names. But this is a true test for them more than a true test for Vici. I feel like for Vici, it's like, can we get this over with and just go back to Division 1? You know, I think that's the attitude.
Yes, definitely.
And meanwhile, for Outsiders, well, they are the Outsiders. They have to prove themselves.
Yeah, they might have that fire behind them, and that might help them get ahead. Meanwhile, I also want to know about LBZS versus Meteor Fluke, because I'm not convinced that this will be as easy for LBZS as one might be led to expect.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park for LBZS. I think that's probably going to go to 3 maps. You know, obviously, Meteor's been a team that's been going to 3 maps every single time so far, both undefeated in series. So I think that's going to be a true test between both those teams. I think Meteor might be, you know, once they find their identity again, if they're able to utilize that kind of fast pace that they like to use if they get their nature's profit, I think that might be a pretty straightforward victory for them. But LBZS look like they're no pushovers either. So that's going to be a good fight for maybe around about that 3rd, 4th spot for Div 2.
Yep, and finally we have Poke versus Mystique, which is going to be a very interesting game for figuring out who's going to be in the kind of middle to lower end of the pack. Loser of that game might be finding themselves in that relegation zone, which can be very scary indeed. I feel like both teams don't really have a very strict identity just yet, but Mystique have definitely been showing more promise than Poke, I would say. From their games, you know, they've taken a game off both of the series, although they have lost both of them, but they've also been against the kind of middle range teams. So yeah, it's going to be a great series to try and figure out exactly who's the better team in that regard. And I think I'm probably leaning towards Mystique, just because they've had a slightly better draft in most of the games they've played against. They've got a slightly better read on the meta, I would say. And they brought some good ideas, so I'm definitely excited to watch them play, especially versus LBZS today. I really liked how they played around that Lena, and I'll be down to see a bit more of that. And you guys can join us on February the 11th in 2 days' time. That'll be at a slightly earlier starting time because we have 3 series in the day, so about 3 hours beforehand will be the time in which we're going live. But from today, we are all done. Thank you so much for joining us here at the China Division 2 broadcast. It's been a blast, and we'll see you next time.
Attack.